Dedication, Preface and Introduction to Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication. Sumseu, for I will call you by the name that for 50 years has been honoured by every tribe between Zambezi and Cape Agulhas. I greet you. Sumseu, my father, I have written a book that tells of men and matters of which you know the most of any who still look upon the light. Therefore, I set your name within that book, and, such as it is, I offer it to you. If you knew not Chaka, you and he have seen the same sun shine. You knew his brother Panda and his captains, and perhaps even that very Mopo who tells this tale, his servant who slew him with the princes. You have seen the circle of the witch doctors and the unconquerable Zulu impis rushing to war. You have crowned their kings and shared their councils, and with your son's blood you have expiated a statesman's error and a general's faults. Sumseu, a song has been sung in my ears of how first you mastered this people of the Zulu. Is it not true, my father, that for long hours you sat silent and alone, while 3,000 warriors shouted for your life, and when they grew weary, did you not stand and say, pointing towards the ocean, "Kill me if you wish, men of Chwayu. But I tell you that for every drop of my blood 100 avengers shall rise from yonder sea." Then, so it was told me, the regiments turned staring towards the black water, as though the day of Ulundi had already come, and they saw the white slayers creeping across the plains. Thus, Sumseu, your name became great among the people of the Zulu, as already it was great among many another tribe. And their nobles did you homage, and they gave you the Bayete, the royal salute, declaring by the mouth of their council that in you dwelt the spirit of Chaka. Many years have gone by then, and now you are old, my father. It is many years since I was a boy and followed you, when you went up among the Boers and took their country for the Queen. Why did you do this, my father? I will answer, who know the truth. You did it because, had it not been done, the Zulus would have stamped out the Boers. Were not Tetswaya's impis gathered against the land, and was it not because it became the Queen's land that at your word he sent them murmuring to their kraals? Footnote. I thank my father Sumseu for his message. I am glad that he has sent it, because the Dutch have tired me out, and I intended to fight them once and once only, and to drive them over the Vaal. Cabana, you see my impis are gathered. It was to fight the Dutch I called them together. Now I send them back to their homes. Message from Tetswayu to Sir T. Shepstone, April 1877. End of footnote. To save bloodshed you annexed the country beyond the Vaal. Perhaps it had been better to leave it, since death chooses for himself, and after all there was killing, of our own people, and with the killing shame. But in those days we did not guess what we should live to see, and of Majuba we thought only as a little hill. Enemies have borne false witness against you on this matter, Sumseu, you who never erred except through over-kindness. Yet what does that avail? When you have gone beyond, it will be forgotten, since the sting of ingratitude passes, and lies must wither like the winter veldt. Only your name will not be forgotten. As it was heard in life, so it shall be heard in story, and I pray that, however humbly, mine may pass down with it. Chance has taken me by another path, and I must leave the ways of action that I love, and bury myself in books. But the old days and friends are in my mind, nor, while I have memory, shall I forget them and you. Therefore, though it be for the last time, from far across the seas I speak to you, and lifting my hand I give your Sibonga, titles of praise, and that royal salute, to which, now that its kings are gone, and the people of heaven are no more a nation, with Her Majesty you are alone entitled. Bayete, Baba, Nkosi Yamakosi, Ngonyama, Indluvu Ipendulwa, Weno Avela Wasipata, Weno Aklul, Izizwe Zonke Zapatwa Nguire. Wagena ngela mabun, obawa hlul uyedwa. Umsizi wizintandane, ezichlu pekayo. Siakule kababa, Bayete tsomseu. Bayete, father, chief of chiefs. Lion, elephant that is not turned, you who nursed us from of old, you who overshadowed all peoples and took charge of them, and ended by mastering the Boers with your single strength. Help of the fatherless when in trouble. Salutation to you, father, Bayete, O Somsil. And farewell. H. Rider Haggard. To Sir Theophilus Shepstone, KCMG, Natal, 13th of September, 1891. Preface. The writer of this romance has been encouraged to his task by a purpose somewhat beyond that of setting out a wild tale of savage life. When he was yet a lad, now some 17 years ago, fortune took him to South Africa. There he was thrown in with men who, for 30 or 40 years, had been intimately acquainted with the Zulu people, with their history, their heroes, and their customs. From these he heard many tales and traditions, some of which, perhaps, are rarely told nowadays, and in time to come may cease to be told altogether. Then the Zulus were still a nation. Now that nation has been destroyed, and the chief aim of its white rulers is to root out the warlike spirit for which it was remarkable, and to replace it by a spirit of peaceful progress. The Zulu military organisation, perhaps the most wonderful that the world has seen, is already a thing of the past. It perished at Ulundi. It was Chaka who invented that organisation, building it up from the smallest beginnings. When he appeared at the commencement of this century, it was as the ruler of a single small tribe. When he fell, in the year 1828, beneath the assegais of his brothers, Umhlangana and Dingaan, and of his servant Mopo, or Umbopo, as he is called also, all southeastern Africa was at his feet, and in his march to power he had slaughtered more than 1 million human beings. Footnote. At the commencement of the present century, the population of southeastern Africa was, comparatively speaking, dense. Chaka thinned it. End of footnote. An attempt has been made in these pages to set out the true character of this colossal genius and most evil man, a Napoleon and a Tiberius in one, and also that of his brother and successor, Dingaan, so no more need be said of them here. The author's aim, moreover, has been to convey, in a narrative form, some idea of the remarkable spirit which animated these kings and their subjects, and to make accessible, in a popular shape, incidents of history which are now for the most part only to be found in a few scarce works of reference, rarely consulted except by students. It will be obvious that such a task has presented difficulties, since he who undertakes it must for a time forget his civilization and think with the mind and speak with the voice of a Zulu of the old regime. All the horrors perpetrated by the Zulu tyrants cannot be published in this polite age of melanite and torpedoes. Their details have therefore been suppressed. Still much remains, and those who think it wrong that massacre and fighting should be written of, except by special correspondence, or that the sufferings of mankind beneath one of the world's most cruel tyrannies should form the groundwork of romance, may be invited to leave this book unread. Most indeed, nearly all of the historical incidents here recorded are substantially true. Thus it is said that Chaka did actually kill his mother Unandi for the reason given, and destroy an entire tribe in the Tatiana cleft, and that he prophesied of the coming of the white man after receiving his death wounds. Of the incident of the missionary in the furnace of logs it is impossible to speak so certainly. It came to the writer from the lips of an old traveller in the Zulu, but he cannot discover any confirmation of it. Still, these kings undoubtedly put their soldiers to many tests of equal severity. Umbopo, or Mopo as he is named in this tale, actually lived. After he had stabbed Chaka, he rose to great eminence. Then he disappears from the scene, but it is not accurately known whether he also went the way of the assegai, or perhaps, as is here suggested, came to live near Stanger under the name of Zwete. The fate of the two lovers at the mouth of the cave is a true Zulu tale, which has been considerably varied to suit the purposes of this romance. The late Mr. Leslie, who died in 1874, tells it in his book, Among the Zulus and Amatongas. "I heard a story the other day," he says, "which if the power of writing fiction were possessed by me, I might have worked up into a first-class sensational novel. It is the story that has been woven into the plot of this book." To him also the writer is indebted for the artifice by which Umslopogaas obtained admission to the Swazi stronghold. It was told to Mr. Leslie by the Zulu who performed the feat, and thereby won a wife. Also the writer's thanks are due to his friends, Mr. F. B. Finney — I grieve to state that I must now say the late Mr. F. B. Finney, late Zulu border agent, for much information given to him in bygone years by word of mouth, and more recently through his pamphlet Zululand and the Zulus, and to Mr. John Bird, formerly Treasurer to the Government of Natal, whose compilation, The Annals of Natal, is invaluable to all who would study the early history of that colony and of Zululand. As for the wilder and more romantic incidents of this story, such as the hunting of Umslopogaas and Galazi with the wolves, or rather with the hyenas, for there are no true wolves in Zululand, the author can only say that they seem to him of a sort that might well have been mythically connected with the names of those heroes. Similar beliefs and traditions are common in the records of primitive peoples, as in the Volsunga saga. The club, Watcher of the Fords, or, to give it its Zulu name, Unotklola Mazibuko, is an historical weapon chronicled by Bishop Calloway. It was once owned by a certain Ngje Bekazizwa. He was an arbitrary person, for, no matter what was discussed in our village, he would bring it to a conclusion with a stick. But he made a good end, for when the Zulu soldiers attacked him, he killed no less than 20 of them with the Watcher, and the spears stuck in him as thick as reeds in a morass. This man's strength was so great that he could kill a leopard like a fly with his hands only, much as Umslopogaas slew the traitor in this story. Perhaps it may be allowable to add a few words about the Zulu mysticism, magic and superstition, to which there is some allusion in this romance. It has been little, if at all, exaggerated. Thus the writer well remembers hearing a legend how the guardian spirit of the Amazulu was seen riding down the storm. Here is what Mr. Finney says of her in the pamphlet to which reference has been made. The natives have a spirit which they call Nomkobulwana, or the Inkosazana Yazulu, the Princess of Heaven. She is said to be robed in white and to take the form of a young maiden, in fact an angel. She is said to appear to some chosen person to whom she imparts some revelation, but, whatever that revelation may be, it is kept a profound secret from outsiders. I remember that, just before the Zulu War, Nomkobulwana appeared, revealing something or other which had a great effect throughout the land, and I know that the Zulus were quite impressed that some calamity was about to befall them. One of the ominous signs was that fire is said to have descended from heaven and ignited the grass over the graves of the former kings of Zululand. On another occasion, Nomkobulwana appeared to someone in Zululand, the result of that visit being that the native women buried their young children up to their heads in sand, deserting them for the time being, going away weeping, but returning at nightfall to unearth the little ones again. For this divine personage there is, therefore, authority, and the same may be said of most of the supernatural matters spoken of in these pages. The exact spiritual position held in the Zulu mind by the Umkulunkulu, the old, the great, the Lord of the Heavens, is a more vexed question, and for its proper consideration the reader must be referred to Bishop Calloway's work, The Religious System of the Amazulu. Briefly, Umkulunkulu's character seems to vary from the idea of an ancestral spirit, or the spirit of an ancestor, to that of a god. In the case of an able and highly intelligent person like the Mopo of this story, the ideal would probably not be a low one. Therefore he is made to speak of Umkulunkulu as the Great Spirit or God. It only remains to the writer to express his regret that this story is not more varied in its hue. It would have been desirable to introduce some gayer and more happy incidents, but it has not been possible. It is believed that the picture given of the times is a faithful one, though it may be open to correction in some of its details. At the least, the aged man who tells the tale of his wrongs and vengeance could not be expected to treat his subject in an optimistic or even in a cheerful vein. Nada the Lily. Introduction. Some years since, it was during the winter before the Zulu War, a white man was travelling through Natal. His name does not matter, for he plays no part in this story. With him were 2 wagons laden with goods which he was transporting to Pretoria. The weather was cold and there was little or no grass for the oxen, which made the journey difficult. But he had been tempted to it by the high rates of transport that prevailed at that season of the year, which would remunerate him for any probable loss he might suffer in cattle. So he pushed along on his journey, and all went well until he had passed the little town of Stanger, once the site of Dugeza, the Kraal of Shaka, the first Zulu king, and the uncle of Tetshwayo. The night after he left Stanger, the air turned bitterly cold. Heavy grey clouds filled the sky and hid the light of the stars. "Now, if I were not in Natal, I should say that there was a heavy fall of snow coming," said the white man to himself. "I have often seen the sky look like that in Scotland before snow." Then he reflected that there had been no deep snow in Natal for years, and, having drunk a tot of Squareface and smoked his pipe, he went to bed beneath the after tent of his larger wagon. During the night he was awakened by a sense of bitter cold and the low moaning of the oxen that were tied to the trek-tow, every ox in its place. He thrust his head through the curtain of the tent and looked out. The earth was white with snow and the air was full of it, swept along by a cutting wind. Now he sprang up, huddling on his clothes, and as he did so, calling to the Kaffirs who slept beneath the wagons. Presently they awoke from the stupor which already was beginning to overcome them, and crept out, shivering with cold and wrapped from head to foot in blankets. "Quick, you boys," he said to them in Zulu. "Quick! Would you see the cattle die of the snow and wind? Loose the oxen from the trek-tows and drive them in between the wagons. They will give them some shelter." And lighting a lantern he sprang out into the snow. At last it was done, no easy task, for the numbed hands of the Kaffirs could scarcely loosen the frozen reins. The wagons were outspanned, side by side with a space between them, and into this space the mob of 36 oxen was driven, and there secured by reims tied crosswise from the front and hind wheels of the wagons. Then the white man crept back to his bed, and the shivering natives, fortified with gin, or Squareface as it is called locally, took refuge on the second wagon, drawing a tent sail over them. For a while there was silence, save for the moaning of the huddled and restless cattle. "If the snow goes on I shall lose my oxen," he said to himself. "I can never bear this cold." Hardly had the words passed his lips when the wagon shook. There was a sound of breaking reims and trampling hoofs. Once more he looked out. The oxen had skrecked in a mob. There they were, running away into the night and the snow, seeking to find shelter from the cold. In a minute they had vanished utterly. There was nothing to be done except wait for the morning. At last it came, revealing a landscape blind with snow. Such search as could be made told them nothing. The oxen had gone, and their spoor was obliterated by the fresh fallen flakes. The white man called a council of his Kaffir servants. What was to be done? He asked. One said this thing, one that, but all agreed that they must wait to act until the snow melted. "Or till we freeze, you whose mothers were fools," said the white man, who was in the worst of tempers, for had he not lost £400 worth of oxen? Then a Zulu spoke who had hitherto remained silent. He was the driver of the first wagon. "My father," he said to the white man, "this is my word. The oxen are lost in the snow. No man knows whither they have gone, or whether they live or are now but hides and bones. Yet at the Kraal yonder," and he pointed to some huts about 2 miles away on the hillside, "lives a witch doctor named Zwete. He is old, very old, but he has wisdom, and he can tell you where the oxen are, if any man may, my father." "Stuff," answered the white man. "Still, as the kraal cannot be colder than this waggon, we will go and ask Zwete. Bring a bottle of Squareface and some snuff with you for presents." An hour later he stood in the hut of Zwete. Before him was a very ancient man, a mere bag of bones with sightless eyes and one hand, his left, white and shrivelled. "What do you seek of Zwete, my white father?" asked the old man in a thin voice. "You do not believe in me and my wisdom. Why should I help you? Yet I will do it, though it is against your law, and you do wrong to ask me. Yes, to show you that there is truth in us Zulu doctors, I will help you. My father, I know what you seek. You seek to know where your oxen have run for shelter from the cold. Is that not so?" "It is so, doctor," answered the white man. "You have long ears." "Yes, my white father, I have long ears, though they say that I grow deaf. I have keen eyes also, and yet I cannot see your face. Let me hearken. Let me look." For a while he was silent, rocking himself to and fro. Then he spoke. "You have a farm, white man, down near Pinetown, is it not? Ah, I thought so. And an hour's ride from your farm lives a boar with 4 fingers only on his right hand. There is a kloof on the boar's farm where mimosa trees grow. There, in the kloof, you shall find your oxen. Yes, 5 days' journey from here you will find them all. I say all, my father, except 3 only. The big black Afrikander ox, the little red Zulu ox with 1 horn, and the speckled ox. You shall not find these, for they have died in the snow. Send, and you will find the others. No, no, I ask no fee. I do not work wonders for reward. Why should I? I am rich." Now the white man scoffed, but in the end, so great is the power of superstition, he sent. And here it may be stated that on the 11th day of his sojourn at the Kraal of Zwete, those whom he sent returned with the oxen, except the 3 only. After that he scoffed no more. Those 11 days he spent in a hut of the old man's kraal, and every afternoon he came and talked with him, sitting far into the night. On the 3rd day he asked Zwete how it was that his left hand was white and shrivelled, and who were Umslopogaas and Nada, of whom he had let fall some words. Then the old man told him the tale that is set out here. Day by day he told some of it, till it was finished. It is not all written in these pages, for portions may have been forgotten, or put aside as irrelevant. Neither has it been possible for the writer of it to render the full force of the Zulu idiom, nor to convey a picture of the teller. For in truth he acted rather than told his story. Was the death of a warrior in question, he stabbed with his stick, showing how the blow fell and where. Did the story grow sorrowful, he groaned, or even wept. Moreover, he had many voices, one for each of the actors in his tale. This man, ancient and withered, seemed to live again in the far past. It was the past that spoke to his listener, telling of deeds long forgotten, of deeds that are no more known. Yet, as he best may, the white man has set down the substance of the story of Zwete in the spirit in which Zwete told it, and because the history of Nada the Lily, and of those with whom her life was intertwined, moved him strangely, and in many ways, he has done more. He has printed it that others may judge of it. And now his part is played. Let him who was named Zwete, but who had another name, take up the story. End of dedication, preface and introduction. Chapter 1 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boy Chaka Prophesies. You ask me, my father, to tell you the tale of the youth of Umslopogaas, holder of the Iron Chieftainess, the axe groan maker, who was named Bulalio the Slaughterer, and of his love for Nada, the most beautiful of Zulu women. It is long, but you are here for many nights, and if I live to tell it, it shall be told. Strengthen your heart, my father, for I have much to say that is sorrowful, and even now when I think of Nada, the tears creep through the horn that shuts out my old eyes from light. Do you know who I am, my father? You do not know. You think that I am an old, old witch doctor named Zwete. So men have thought for many years, but that is not my name. Few have known it, for I have kept it locked in my breast, lest, though I live now under the law of the white man, and the great queen is my chieftainess, an assegai still might find this heart did any know my name. Look at this hand, my father. No, not that which is withered with fire. Look on this right hand of mine. You see it, though I who am blind cannot. But still within me I see it as it was once. Aye, I see it red and strong, red with the blood of 2 kings. Listen, my father, bend your ear to me and listen. I am Mopo. Ah, I felt you start. You start as the regiment of the bees started when Mopo walked before their ranks, and from the assegai in his hand the blood of Chaka dropped slowly to the earth. Chaka, the Zulu Napoleon, one of the greatest geniuses and most wicked men who ever lived. He was killed in the year 1828, having slaughtered more than 1 million human beings. I am Mopo, who slew Chaka the king. I killed him with Dingaan and Umhlangana the princes. But the wound was mine that his life crept out of, and but for me he would never have been slain. I killed him with the princes, but Dingaan, I and one other slew alone. What do you say? Dingaan died by the Tongola? Yes, yes, he died, but not there. He died on the Ghost Mountain. He lies in the breast of the old stone witch, who sits aloft for ever waiting for the world to perish. But I also was on the Ghost Mountain. In those days my feet still could travel fast, and vengeance would not let me sleep. I travelled by day and by night. I found him. I and another. We killed him. Ah! Ah! Why do I tell you this? What has it to do with the loves of Umslopogaas and Nada the Lily? I will tell you. I stabbed Chaka for the sake of my sister Baleka, the mother of Umslopogaas, and because he had murdered my wives and children. I and Umslopogaas slew Dingaan for the sake of Nada, who was my daughter. There are great names in the story, my father. Yes, many have heard the names, when the impis roared them out as they charged in battle. I have felt the mountains shake and seen the waters quiver in their sound. But where are they now? Silence has them, and the white men write them down in books. I open the gates of distance for the holders of the names. They pass through and they are gone beyond. I cut the strings that tied them to the world. They fell off, ha ha! They fell off. Perhaps they are falling still. Perhaps they creep about their desolate kraals in the skins of snakes. I wish I knew the snakes that I might crush them with my heel. Yonder beneath us at the burying place of kings there is a hole. In that hole lies the bones of Chaka, the king who died for Baleka. Far away in Zululand there is a cleft upon the Ghost Mountain. At the foot of that cleft lie the bones of Dingaan, the king who died for Nada. It was far to fall, and he was heavy. Those bones of his are broken into little pieces. I went to see them when the vultures and the jackals had done their work, and then I laughed 3 times and came here to die. All that is long ago, and I have not died, though I wish to die and follow the road that Nada trod. Perhaps I have lived to tell you this tale, my father, that you may repeat it to the white men if you will. How old am I? Nay, I do not know. Very, very old. Had Chaka lived, he would have been as old as I. This would have made him nearly 100 years old, an age rarely attained by a native. The writer remembers talking to an aged Zulu woman, however, who told him that she was married when Chaka was king. None are living whom I knew when I was a boy. I am so old that I must hasten. The grass withers and the winter comes. Yes, While I speak, the winter nips my heart. Well, I am ready to sleep in the cold, and perhaps I shall awake again in the spring. Before the Zulus were a people, for I will begin at the beginning, I was born of the Langeni tribe. We were not a large tribe. Afterwards, all our able-bodied men numbered one full regiment in Shaka's army. Perhaps there were between 2,000 and 3,000 of them. But they were brave. Now they are all dead, and their women and children with them. That people is no more. It is gone like last month's moon. How it went I will tell you by and by. Our tribe lived in a beautiful open country. The Boers, whom we call the Amabuna, are there now, they tell me. My father, Makedama, was chief of the tribe, and his kraal was built on the crest of a hill. But I was not the son of his head wife. One evening when I was still little, standing as high as a man's elbow only, I went out with my mother below the cattle kraal to see the cows driven in. My mother was very fond of these cows, and there was one with a white face that would follow her about. She carried my little sister Baleka riding on her hip. Baleka was a baby then. We talked till we met the lads driving in the cows. My mother called the white-faced cow and gave it mealie leaves which she had brought with her. Then the boys went on with the cattle. The white-faced cow stopped by my mother. She said that she would bring it to the kraal when she came home. My mother sat down on the grass and nursed her baby while I played round her and the cow grazed. Presently we saw a woman walking towards us across the plain. She walked like one who is tired. On her back was a bundle of mats, and she led by the hand a boy of about my own age, but bigger and stronger than I was. We waited a long while, till at last the woman came up to us and sank down on the veldt, for she was very weary. We saw by the way her hair was dressed that she was not of our tribe. "Greeting to you," said the woman. "Good morrow," answered my mother. "What you seek?" "Food and a hut to sleep in," said the woman. "I have travelled far." "How are you named, and what is your people?" asked my mother. "My name is Onandi. I am the wife of Senzangakona of the Zulu tribe," said the stranger. Now, there had been war between our people and the Zulu people, and Senzangakona had killed some of our warriors and taken many of our cattle. So, when my mother heard the speech of Unandi, she sprang up in anger. "You dare to come here and ask me for food and shelter, wife of a dog of a Zulu?" she cried. "Begone, or I will call the girls to whip you out of our country." The woman, who was very handsome, waited till my mother had finished her angry words. Then she looked up and spoke slowly. "There is a cow by you with milk dropping from its udder. Will you not even give me and my boy a gourd of milk?" And she took a gourd from her bundle and held it towards us. "I will not," said my mother. "We are thirsty with long travel. Will you not, then, give us a cup of water? We have found none for many hours." "I will not, wife of a dog. Go and seek water for yourself." The woman's eyes filled with tears, but the boy folded his arms on his breast and scowled. He was a very handsome boy, with bright black eyes, but when he scowled, his eyes were like the sky before a thunderstorm. "Mother," he said, "we are not wanted here any more than we were wanted yonder." He nodded towards the country where the Zulu people lived. "Let us be going to Dingiswayo. The Umtetwa people will protect us." "Yes, let us be going, my son," answered Unandi. "But the path is long. We are weary and shall fall by the way." I heard, and something pulled at my heart. I was sorry for the woman and her boy. They looked so tired. Then, without saying anything to my mother, I snatched the gourd and ran with it to a little donga that was hard by, for I knew that there was a spring. Presently I came back with the gourd full of water. My mother wanted to catch me, for she was very angry, but I ran past her and gave the gourd to the boy. Then my mother ceased trying to interfere, only she beat the woman with her tongue all the while, saying that evil had come to our kraals from her husband, and she felt in her heart that more evil would come upon us from her son. Her Echlose, guardian spirit, told her so. Ah, my father, her Echlose told her true. If the woman Unandi and her child had died that day on the veldt, the gardens of my people would not now be a wilderness, and their bones would not lie in the great gully that is near Umslopogaas Kraal. While my mother talked, I and the cow with the white face stood still and watched, and the baby Baleka cried aloud. The boy, Unandi's son, having taken the gourd, did not offer the water to his mother. He drank 2/3 of it himself. I think that he would have drunk it all had not his thirst been slaked. But when he had done, he gave what was left to his mother, and she finished it. Then he took the gourd again and came forward, holding it in one hand. In the other he carried a short stick. "What is your name, boy?" he said to me, as a big rich man speaks to one who is little and poor. "Mopo is my name," I answered. "And what is the name of your people?" I told him the name of my tribe, the Langeni tribe. "Very well, Mopo. Now I will tell you my name. My name is Chaka, son of Senzangakona, and my people are called the Amazulu. And I will tell you something more. I am little today, and my people are a small people, but I shall grow big, so big that my head will be lost in the clouds. You will look up, and you shall not see it. My face will blind you. It will be bright like the sun, and my people will grow great with me. They shall eat up the whole world. And when I am big and my people are big, and we have stamped the earth flat as far as men can travel, then I will remember your tribe, the tribe of the Langeni, who would not give me and my mother a cup of milk when we were weary. You see this gourd? For every drop it can hold, the blood of a man shall flow, the blood of one of your men. But because you gave me the water I will spare you, Mopo, and you only, and make you great under me. You shall grow fat in my shadow. You alone I will never harm, however you sin against me. This I swear. But for that woman," and he pointed to my mother, "let her make haste and die, so that I do not need to teach her what a long time death can take to come. I have spoken." And he ground his teeth and shook his stick towards us. My mother stood silent a while. Then she gasped out, "The little liar! He speaks like a man, does he? The calf lows like a bull. I will teach him another note, the brat of an evil prophet." And putting down Baleka, she ran at the boy. Chaka stood quite still till she was near. Then, suddenly, he lifted the stick in his hand and hit her so hard on the head that she fell down. After that he laughed, turned, and went away with his mother Unandi. These, my father, were the first words I heard Chaka speak, and they were words of prophecy, and they came true. The last words I heard him speak were words of prophecy also, and I think that they will come true. Even now they are coming true. In the one he told how the Zulu people should rise, and say, have they not risen? In the other he told me how they should fall, and they did fall. Do not the white men gather themselves together even now against Umslopogaas, as vultures gather round a dying ox? The Zulus are not what they were to stand against them. Yes, yes, they will come true, and mine is the song of a people that is doomed. But of these other words I will speak in their place. I went to my mother. Presently she raised herself from the ground and sat up with her hands over her face. The blood from the wound the stick had made ran down her face onto her breast, and I wiped it away with the grass. She sat for a long while thus while the child cried, the cow lowed to be milked, and I wiped up the blood with the grass. At last she took her hands away and spoke to me. "Mopo, my son," she said, "I have dreamed a dream. I dreamed that I saw the boy Chaka who struck me. He was grown like a giant. He stalked across the mountains and the veldt. His eyes blazed like the lightning, and in his hand he shook a little assegai that was red with blood. He caught up people after people in his hands and tore them. He stamped the kraals flat with his feet. Before him was the green of summer. Behind him the land was as black as when the fires have eaten the grass. I saw our people, Mopo. They were many and fat. Their hearts laughed. The men were brave. The girls were fair. I counted their children by the hundreds. I saw them again, Mopo. They were bones, white bones, thousands of bones tumbled together in a rocky place, and he, Chaka, stood over the bones and laughed till the earth shook. Then, Mopo, in my dream I saw you, grown a man. You alone were left of our people. You crept up behind the giant Chaka, and with you came others, great men of a royal look. You stabbed him with a little spear, and he fell down and grew small again. He fell down and cursed you, but you cried in his ear a name, the name of Baleka, your sister, and he died. Let us go home, Mopo. Let us go home. The darkness falls. So we rose and went home, but I held my peace, for I was afraid, very much afraid. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Narda the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mopo is in trouble. Now, I must tell how my mother did what the boy Chaka had told her, and died quickly. For where his stick had struck her on the forehead, there came a sore that would not be healed, and in the sore grew an abscess, and the abscess ate inwards till it came to the brain. Then my mother fell down and died, and I cried very much, for I loved her, and it was dreadful to see her cold and stiff, with not a word to say, however loudly I called to her. Well, they buried my mother, and she was soon forgotten. I only remembered her. Nobody else did, not even Baleka, for she was too little. And as for my father, he took another young wife, and was content. After that I was unhappy, for my brothers did not love me, because I was much cleverer than they, and had greater skill with the assegai, and was swifter in running. So they poisoned the mind of my father against me, and he treated me badly. But Baleka and I loved each other, for we were both lonely, and she clung to me like a creeper to the only tree in a plain. And though I was young, I learned this, that to be wise is to be strong, for though he who holds the assegai kills, yet he whose mind directs the battle is greater than he who kills. Now I saw that the witch-finders and the medicine men were feared in the land, and that everybody looked up to them, so that, even when they had only a stick in their hands, 10 men armed with spears would fly before them. Therefore I determined that I would be a witch-doctor, for they alone can kill those who they hate with a word. So I learned the arts of the medicine men. I made sacrifices. I fasted in the veldt alone. I did all those things of which you have heard, and I learned much, for there is wisdom in our magic as well as lies, and you know it, my father, else you had not come here to ask me about your lost oxen. So things went on till I was 20 years of age, a man full grown. By now I had mastered all I could learn by myself, so I joined myself on to the chief medicine man of our tribe, who was named Noma. He was old, had one eye only, and was very clever. Of him I learned some tricks and more wisdom, but at last he grew jealous of me and set a trap to catch me. As it chanced, a rich man of a neighbouring tribe had lost some cattle and came with gifts to Noma, praying him to smell them out. Noma tried and could not find them. His vision failed him. Then the headman grew angry and demanded back his gifts, but Noma would not give up that which he once had held, and hot words passed. The headman said that he would kill Noma. Noma said that he would bewitch the headman. Peace, I said, for I feared that blood would be shed. Peace, and let me see if my snake will tell me where the cattle are. You are nothing but a boy, answered the headman. Can a boy have wisdom? That shall soon be known, I said, taking the bones in my hand. Footnote: the Kaffir witch doctors use the knuckle bones of animals in their magic rites, throwing them something as we throw dice. End of footnote. Leave the bones alone, screamed Noma. We will ask nothing more of our snakes for the good of this son of a dog. He shall throw the bones, answered the headman. If you try to stop him, I will let sunshine through you with my assegai. And he lifted his spear. Then I made haste to begin. I threw the bones. The headman sat on the ground before me and answered my questions. You know of these matters, my father, how sometimes the witch doctor has knowledge of where the lost things are, for our ears are long, and sometimes his echlose tells him, as but the other day it told me of your oxen. Well, in this case my snake stood up. I knew nothing of the man's cattle, but my spirit was with me, and soon I saw them all and told them to him one by one, their colour, their age, everything. I told him too where they were, and how one of them had fallen into a stream and lay there on its back, drowned, with its forefoot caught in a forked root. As my echlose told me, so I told the headman. Now the man was pleased and said that if my sight was good, and he found the cattle, the gifts should be taken from Noma and given to me, and he asked the people who were sitting round, and there were many, if this was not just. Yes, yes, they said, it was just, and they would see that it was done. But Noma sat still and looked at me evilly. He knew that I had made a true divination, and he was very angry. It was a big matter. The herd of cattle were many, and if they were found where I had said, then all men would think me the greater wizard. Now it was late, and the moon had not yet risen. Therefore the headman said that he would sleep that night in our kraal, and at first light would go with me to the spot where I said the cattle were. After that he went away. I too went into my hut and lay down to sleep. Suddenly I awoke, feeling a weight upon my breast. I tried to start up, but something cold pricked my throat. I fell back again and looked. The door of the hut was open. The moon lay low on the sky like a ball of fire far away. I could see it through the door, and its light crept into the hut. It fell upon the face of Noma the witch doctor. He was seated across me, glaring at me with his one eye, and in his hand was a knife. It was that which I had felt prick my throat. "You whelp whom I have bred up to tear me," he hissed into my ear. "You dared to define where I failed, did you? Very well now, I will show you how I serve such puppies. First I will pierce through the roots of your tongue so that you cannot squeal. Then I will cut you to pieces slowly, bit by bit, and in the morning I will tell the people that the spirits did it because you lied. Next I will take off your arms and legs. Yes, yes, I will make you like a stick. Then I will..." And he began driving in the knife under my chin. "Mercy, my uncle," I said, for I was frightened, and the knife hurt. "Have mercy, and I will do whatever you wish." "Will you do this?" he asked, still pricking me with the knife. "Will you get up, go to find the dog's cattle, and drive them to a certain place and hide them there?" And he named a secret valley that was known to very few. "If you do that, I will spare you, and give you 3 of the cows. If you refuse or play me false, then, by my father's spirit, I will find a way to kill you." "Certainly I will do it, my uncle," I answered. "Why did you not trust me before? Had I known that you wanted to keep the cattle, I would never have smelt them out. I only did so fearing lest you should lose the presents." "You are not so wicked as I thought," he growled. "Get up then and do my bidding. You can be back here 2 hours after dawn." So I got up, thinking all the while whether I should try to spring on him. But I was without arms, and he had the knife. Also, if, by chance, I prevailed and killed him, it would have been thought that I had murdered him, and I should have tasted the assegai. So I made another plan. I would go and find the cattle in the valley where I had smelt them out, but I would not bring them to the secret hiding place. No, I would drive them straight to the Kraal and denounce Noma before the chief, my father, and all the people. But I was young in those days and did not know the heart of Noma. He had not been a witch doctor till he grew old for nothing. Oh, he was evil. He was cunning as a jackal and fierce like a lion. He had planted me by him like a tree, but he meant to keep me clipped like a bush. Now I had grown tall and overshadowed him, therefore he would root me up. I went to the corner of my hut, Noma watching me all the while, and took a kerry and my small shield. Then I started through the moonlight. Till I was past the kraal, I glided along quietly as a shadow. After that, I began to run, singing to myself as I went, to frighten away the ghosts, my father. For an hour I travelled swiftly over the plain till I came to the hillside where the bush began. Here it was very dark under the shade of the trees, and I sang louder than ever. At last I found the little buffalo path I sought, and turned along it. Presently I came to an open place, where the moonlight crept in between the trees. I knelt down and looked. Yes, my snake had not lied to me. There was the spoor of the cattle. Then I went on gladly till I reached a dell through which the water ran softly, sometimes whispering and sometimes talking out loud. Here the trail of the cattle was broad. They had broken down the ferns with their feet and trampled the grass. Presently I came to a pool. I knew it. It was the pool my snake had shown to me. And there at the edge of the pool floated the drowned ox, its foot caught in a forked root. All was just as I had seen it in my heart. I stepped forward and looked round. My eye caught something. It was a faint grey light of the dawn glinting on the cattle's horns. As I looked, one of them snorted, rose and shook the dew from his hide. He seemed big as an elephant in the mist and twilight. Then I collected them all, there were 17, and drove them before me down the narrow path back towards the kraal. Now the daylight came quickly, and the sun had been up an hour when I reached the spot where I must turn if I wished to hide the cattle in this secret place, as Noma had bid me. But I would not do this. No, I would go on to the kraal with them, and tell all men that Noma was a thief. Still, I sat down and rested a while, for I was tired. As I sat, I heard a noise and looked up. There, over the slope of the rise, came a crowd of men, and leading them was Noma, and by his side the headman who owned the cattle. I rose and stood still, wondering, but as I stood, they ran towards me, shouting and waving sticks and spears. "There he is!" screamed Noma. "There he is, the clever boy whom I have brought up to bring shame on me. What did I tell you? Did I not tell you that he was a thief? Yes, yes, I know your tricks, Mopo, my child. See, he is stealing the cattle. He knew where they were all the time, and now he is taking them away to hide them. They would be useful to buy a wife with, would they not, my clever boy?" And he made a rush at me with his stick lifted, and after him came the headman grunting with rage. I understood now, my father. My heart went mad in me. Everything began to swim round. A red cloth seemed to lift itself up and down before my eyes. I have always seen it thus when I was forced to fight. I screamed out one word only, "Liar!" and ran to meet him. On came Noma. He struck at me with his stick, but I caught the blow upon my little shield and hit back. Wow! I did hit. The skull of Noma met my kerry, and down he fell dead at my feet. I yelled again and rushed on at the headman. He threw an assegai, but it missed me, and next second I hit him too. He got up his shield, but I knocked it down upon his head, and over he rolled senseless. Whether he lived or died I do not know, my father, but his head being of the thickest, I think it likely that he lived. Then, while the people stood astonished, I turned and fled like the wind. They turned too and ran after me, throwing spears at me and trying to cut me off. But none of them could catch me, no, not one. I went like the wind. I went like a buck when the dogs wake it from sleep, and presently the sound of their chase grew fainter and fainter, till at last I was out of sight and alone. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Narda the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mopo ventures home. I threw myself down on the grass and panted till my breath came back. Then I went and hid in a patch of reeds down by a swamp. All day long I lay there thinking, what was I to do? Now I was a jackal without a hole. If I went back to my people, certainly they would kill me, whom they thought a thief. My blood would be given for Noma's, and that I did not wish, though my heart was sad. Then there came into my mind the thought of Chaka, the boy to whom I had given the cup of water long ago. I had heard of him. His name was known in the land. Already the air was big with it, the very trees and grass spoke it. The words he had said and the vision that my mother had seen were beginning to come true. By the help of the Umslopogaas, he had taken the place of his father Senzangakona. He had driven out the tribe of the Amakwabe. Now he had made war on Swete, chief of the Ndwande, and he had sworn that he would stamp the Ndwande flat so that nobody could find them any more. Now I remembered how this Chaka promised that he would make me great, and that I should grow fat in his shadow, and I thought to myself that I would arise and go to him. Perhaps he would kill me. Well, what did it matter? Certainly I should be killed if I stayed here. Yes, I would go. But now my heart pulled another way. There was but one whom I loved in the world. It was my sister Baleka. My father had betrothed her to the chief of a neighbouring tribe, but I knew that this marriage was against her wish. Perhaps my sister would run away with me if I could get near her to tell her that I was going. I would try. Yes, I would try. I waited till the darkness came down. Then I rose from my bed of weeds and crept like a jackal towards the Kraal. In the mealie gardens I stopped a while, for I was very hungry, and filled myself with the half-ripe mealies. Then I went on till I came to the Kraal. Some of my people were seated outside of a hut, talking together over a fire. I crept near, silently as a snake, and hid behind a little bush. I knew that they could not see me outside the ring of the firelight, and I wanted to hear what they said. As I guessed, they were talking of me, and called me many names. They said that I should bring ill luck on the tribe by having killed so great a witch-doctor as Noma. Also, that the people of the headman would demand payment for the assault on him. I learned, moreover, that my father had ordered out all the men of the tribe to hunt for me on the morrow, and to kill me wherever they found me. Ah, I thought, you may hunt, but you will bring nothing home to the pot. Just then a dog that was lying by the fire got up and began to sniff the air. I could not see what dog it was. Indeed, I had forgotten all about the dogs when I drew near the kraal. That is what comes of want of experience, my father. The dog sniffed and sniffed, then he began to growl, looking always my way, and I grew afraid. "What is the dog growling at?" said one man to another. "Go and see." But the other man was taking snuff and did not like to move. "Let the dog go and see for himself," he answered, sneezing. "What is the good of keeping a dog if you have to catch the thief?" "Go on then," said the first man to the dog, and he ran forward barking. Then I saw him. It was my own dog, Goose, a very good dog. Presently, as I lay, not knowing what to do, he smelt my smell, stopped barking, and running around the bush, he found me and began to lick my face. ' Be quiet, Koos,' I whispered to him, and he lay down by my side. ' Where has that dog gone now ?' said the first man. ' Is he bewitched that he stops barking suddenly and does not come back ?'' We will see,' said the other, rising, a spear in his hand. Now once more I was terribly afraid, for I thought that they would catch me, or I must run for my life again. But as I sprang up to run, a big black snake glided between the men and went off towards the huts. They jumped aside in a great fright. Then all of them turned to follow the snake, saying that this was what the dog was barking at. That was my good Echlose, my father, which without any doubt took the shape of a snake to save my life. When they had gone, I crept off the other way, and Koos followed me. At first I thought that I would kill him, lest he should betray me. But when I called him to me to knock him on the head with my kerry, he sat down upon the ground, wagging his tail, and seemed to smile in my face, and I could not do it. So I thought that I would take my chance, and we went on together. This was my purpose: first to creep into my own hut and get my assegais and a skin blanket, then to gain speech with Baleka. My hut, I thought, would be empty, for nobody slept there except myself, and the huts of Noma were some paces away to the right. I came to the reed fence that surrounded the huts. Nobody was to be seen at the gate, which was not shut with thorns as usual. It was my duty to close it, and I had not been there to do so. Then, bidding the dog lie down outside, I stepped through boldly, reached the door of my hut and listened. It was empty. There was not even a breath to be heard. So I crept in and began to search for my assegais, my water gourd, and my wood pillow, which was so nicely carved that I did not like to leave it. Soon I found them. Then I felt about for my skin rug, and as I did so, my hand touched something cold. I started and felt again. It was a man's face, the face of a dead man, of Noma, whom I had killed, and who had been laid in my hut to await burial. Oh, then I was frightened, for Noma dead and in the dark was worse than Noma alive. I made ready to fly, when suddenly I heard the voices of women talking outside the door of the hut. I knew the voices. They were those of Noma's 2 wives, and one of them said that she was coming in to watch by her husband's body. Now I was in a trap indeed, for before I could do anything, I saw the light go out of the hole in the hut, and knew by the sound of a fat woman puffing as she bent herself up that Noma's first wife was coming through it. Presently she was in, and squatting herself by the side of the corpse in such a fashion that I could not get to the door, she began to make lamentations and to call down curses on me. Ah, she did not know that I was listening. I too squatted by Noma's head and grew quick-witted in my fear. Now that the woman was there, I was not so much afraid of the dead man, and I remembered too that he had been a great cheat. So I thought I would make him cheat for the last time. I placed my hands beneath his shoulders and pushed him up so that he sat upon the ground. The woman heard the noise and made a sound in her throat. "Will you not be quiet, you old hag?" I said in Noma's voice. "Can you not let me be at peace, even now when I am dead?" She heard, and falling backwards in fear, drew in her breath to shriek aloud. "What? Will you also dare to shriek?" I said again in Noma's voice. "Then I must teach you silence." And I tumbled him over onto the top of her. Then her senses left her, and whether she ever found them again I do not know. At least she grew quiet for that time. For me, I snatched up the rug. Afterwards I found it was Noma's best carrosse, made by Basutos of chosen catskins and worth 3 oxen. And I fled, followed by Koos. Now the kraal of my chief, my father, Makedama, was 200 paces away, and I must go thither, for there Baleka slept. Also, I dared not enter by the gate, because a man was always on guard there. So I cut my way through the reed fence with my assegai, and crept to the hut where Baleka was, with some of her half-sisters. I knew on which side of the hut it was her custom to lie, and where her head would be. So I lay down on my side, and gently, very gently, began to bore a hole in the grass covering of the hut. It took a long while, for the thatch was thick, but at last I was nearly through it. Then I stopped, for it came into my mind that Baleka might have changed her place, and that I might wake the wrong girl. I almost gave it over, thinking that I would fly alone, when suddenly I heard a girl wake and begin to cry on the other side of the thatch. Ah, I thought, that is Baleka, who weeps for her brother. So I put my lips where the thatch was thinnest and whispered, Baleka, my sister, Baleka, do not weep. I, Mopo, am here. Say not a word, but rise. Come out of the hut, bringing your skin blanket. Now Baleka was very clever. She did not shriek as most girls would have done. No, she understood, and after waiting a while, she rose and crept from the hut, her blanket in her hand. Why are you here, Mopo? As she whispered as we met. Surely you will be killed. Hush, I said, and then I told her of the plan which I had made. Will you come with me? I said when I had done, or will you creep back into the hut and bid me farewell? She thought a while, then she said, No, my brother, I will come, for I love you alone among our people, though I believe that this will be the end of it, that you will lead me to my death. I did not think much of her words at the time, but afterwards they came back to me. So we slipped away together, followed by the dog Koos, and soon we were running over the veldt, with our faces set towards the country of the Zulu tribe. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Flight of Mopo and Baleka. All the rest of that night we journeyed till even the dog was tired. Then we hid in a mealie field for the day, as we were afraid of being seen. Towards the afternoon we heard voices, and, looking through the stems of the mealies, we saw a party of my father's men pass searching for us. They went on to a neighbouring kraal to ask if we had been seen, and after that we saw them no more for a while. At night we travelled again, but as fate would have it, we were met by an old woman who looked oddly at us but said nothing. After that we pushed on day and night, for we knew that the old woman would tell the pursuers if she met them, and so indeed it came about. On the third evening we reached some mealie gardens, and saw that they had been trampled down. Among the broken mealies we found the body of a very old man, as full of assegai wounds as a porcupine with quills. We wondered at this, and went on a little way. Then we saw that the kraal to which the gardens belonged was burnt down. We crept up to it, and it was a sad sight for us to see. Afterwards we became used to such sights. All about lay the bodies of dead people, scores of them, old men, young men, women, children, little babies at the breast. There they lay among the burnt huts, pierced with assegai wounds. Red was the earth with their blood, and red they looked in the red light of the setting sun. It was as though all the land had been smeared with the bloody hand of the Great Spirit of the Umkulunkulu. Baleka saw it and began to cry. She was weary, poor girl, and we had found little to eat, only grass and green corn. An enemy has been here, I said, and as I spoke I thought that I heard a groan from the other side of a broken reed hedge. I went and looked. There lay a young woman. She was badly wounded, but still alive, my father. A little way from her lay a man dead, and before him several other men of another tribe. He had died fighting. In front of the woman were the bodies of 3 children. Another, a little one, lay on her body. I looked at the woman, and as I looked she groaned again, opened her eyes and saw me, and that I had a spear in my hand. "Kill me, quickly," she said. "Have you not tortured me enough?" I said that I was a stranger and did not want to kill her. "Then bring me water," she said. "There is a spring there behind the kraal." I called to Baleka to come to the woman, and went with my gourd to the spring. There were bodies in it, but I dragged them out, and when the water had cleared a little, I filled the gourd and brought it to the woman. She drank deep, and her strength came back a little. The water gave her life. "How did you come to this?" I asked. "It was an impi of Chaka, chief of the Zulus, that ate us up," she answered. "They burst upon us at dawn this morning while we were asleep in our huts. Yes, I woke up to hear the sound of killing. I was sleeping by my husband with him who lies there, and the children. We all ran out. My husband had a spear and shield. He was a brave man. See, he died bravely. He killed 3 of the Zulu devils before he himself was dead. Then they caught me and killed my children, and stabbed me till they thought that I was dead. Afterwards they went away. I don't know why they came, but I think it was because our chief would not send men to help Chaka against Swete." She stopped, gave a great cry, and died. My sister wept at the sight, and I too was stirred by it. Ah, I thought to myself, the Great Spirit must be evil. If he is not evil, such things would not happen. That is how I thought then, my father. Now I think differently. I know that we had not found out the path of the Great Spirit, that is all. I was a chicken in those days, my father. Afterwards I got used to such sights. They did not stir me any more, not one whit. But then, in the days of Chaka, the rivers ran blood. Yes, we had to look at the water to see if it was clean before we drank. People learned how to die then, and not make a noise about it. What does it matter? They would have been dead now anyway. It does not matter. Nothing matters except being born. That is a mistake, my father. We stopped at the kraal that night, but we could not sleep, for now we heard the itongo, the ghosts of the dead people, moving about and calling to each other. It was natural that they should do so. Men were looking for their wives and mothers for their children, but we were afraid that they might be angry with us for being there, so we clung together and trembled in each other's arms. Koos also trembled, and from time to time he howled loudly, but they did not seem to see us, and towards morning their cries grew fainter. When the first light came we rose and picked our way through the dead down to the plain. Now we had an easy road to follow to Chaka's kraal, for there was the spoor of the impi and of the cattle which they had stolen, and sometimes we came to the body of a warrior who had been killed because his wounds prevented him from marching farther. But now I was doubtful whether it was wise for us to go to Chaka, for after what we had seen, I grew afraid lest he should kill us. Still, we had nowhere to turn, so I said that we would walk along till something happened. Now we grew faint with hunger and weariness, and Baleka said that we had better sit down and die, for then there would be no more trouble. So we sat down by a spring, but I did not wish to die yet, though Baleka was right, and it would have been well to do so. As we sat, the dog Koos went to a bush that was nearby, and presently I heard him spring at something and the sound of struggling. I ran to the bush. He had caught hold of a Daika book, as big as himself, that was asleep in it. Then I drove my spear into the book and shouted for joy, for here was food. When the buck was dead, I skinned him, and we took bits of the flesh, washed them in water and ate them, for we had no fire to cook them with. It is not nice to eat uncooked flesh, but we were so hungry that we did not mind, and the food refreshed us. When we had eaten what we could, we rose and washed ourselves at the spring, but as we washed, Baleka looked up and gave a cry of fear, for there, on the crest of the hill, about 10 spear throws away, was a party of 6 armed men, people of my own tribe, children of my father Makedama, who still pursued us to take us or kill us. They saw us, they raised a shout and began to run. We too sprang up and ran like bucks, for fear had touched our feet. Now the land lay thus. Before us the ground was open and sloped down to the banks of the White Umfolozi, which twisted through the plain like a great and shining snake. On the other side the ground rose again, and we did not know what was beyond, but we thought that in this direction lay the Kraal of Shaka. We ran for the river. Where else were we to run? And after us came the warriors. They gained on us. They were strong, and they were angry because they had come so far. Run as we would, still they gained. Now we neared the banks of the river. It was full and wide. Above us the waters ran angrily, breaking into swirls of white where they passed over sunken rocks. Below was a rapid in which none might live. Between the two a deep pool, where the water was quiet but the stream strong. "Ah, my brother, what shall we do?" gasped Baleka. "There is this to choose," I answered. "Perish on the spears of our people, or try the river." "Easier to die by water than on iron," she answered. "Good," I said. "Now may our snakes look towards us, and the spirits of our fathers be with us. At the least we can swim." And I led her to the head of the pool. We threw away our blankets, everything except an assegai, which I held in my teeth, and we plunged in, wading as far as we could. Now we were up to our breasts. Now we had lost the earth and were swimming towards the middle of the river, the dog Koos leading the way. Then it was that the soldiers appeared on the bank. "Ah, little people," one cried, "you swim, do you? Well, you will drown, and if you do not drown, we know a ford and we will catch you and kill you. Yes, if we must run over the edge of the world after you, we will catch you." And he hurled an assegai after us, which fell between us like a flash of light. While he spoke, we swam hard, and now we were in the current. It swept us downwards, but still we made way, for we could swim well. It was just this: if we could reach the bank before we were swept into the rapids, we were safe. If not, then good night. Now we were near the other side, but alas, we were also near the lip of the foaming water. We strained, we struggled. Baleka was a brave girl, and she swam bravely, but the water pushed her down below me, and I could do nothing to help her. I got my foot upon the rock and looked round. There she was, and 8 paces from her the broken water boiled. I could not go back. I was too weak, and it seemed that she must perish. But the dog Koos saw. He swam to her, barking, then turned round, heading for the shore. She grasped him by the tail with her right hand. Then he put out his strength. He was very strong. She too struck out with her feet and left hand, and slowly, very slowly, drew near. Then I stretched out the handle of my assegai towards her. She caught it with her left hand. Already her feet were over the brink of the rapids, but I pulled and Koos pulled, and we brought her safe into the shallows, and from the shallows to the bank, and there she fell, gasping. Now when the soldiers on the other bank saw that we had crossed, they shouted threats at us, then ran away down the bank. "Arise, Baleka," I said. "They have gone to seek a ford." "Ah, let me die," she answered. But I forced her to rise, and after a while she got her breath again, and we walked on as fast as we could up the long rise. For 2 hours we walked or more, till at last we came to the crest of the rise, and there, far away, we saw a large kraal. "Keep heart," I said. "See, there is the kraal of Chaka." "Yes, brother," she answered, "but what waits us there? Death is behind us and before us. We are in the middle of death." Presently we came to a path that ran to the kraal from the ford of Umfolozi. It was by it that the Impi had travelled. We followed the path till at last we were but half an hour's journey from the kraal. Then we looked back, and lo, there behind us were the pursuers, 5 of them. One had been drowned in crossing the river. Again we ran, but now we were weak, and they gained upon us. Then once more I thought of the dog. He was fierce and would tear anyone on whom I set him. I called him and told him what to do, though I knew it would be his death. He understood and flew towards the soldiers, growling, his hair standing up on his spine. They tried to kill him with spears and kerries, but he jumped round them, biting at them, and kept them back. At last a man hit him, and he sprang up and seized the man by the throat. There he clung, man and dog rolling over and over together, till the end of it was that they both died. Ah, he was a dog. We do not see such dogs nowadays. His father was a boar hound, the first that came into the country. That dog once killed a leopard all by himself. Well, this was the end of Kus. Meanwhile, we had been running. Now we were but 300 paces from the gate of the kraal, and there was something going on inside it. That we could see from the noise and dust. The 4 soldiers, leaving the dead dog and the dying man, came after us swiftly. I saw that they must catch us before we reached the gate, for now Baleka could go but slowly. Then a thought came into my head. I had brought her here. I would save her life if I could. Should she reach the kraal without me, Chaka would not kill a girl who was so young and fair. "Run on, Baleka, run on," I said, dropping behind. Now she was almost blind with weariness and terror, and not seeing my purpose staggered towards the gate of the kraal. But I sat down on the veldt to get my breath again, for I was about to fight 4 men till I was killed. My heart beat and the blood drummed in my ears, but when they drew near and I rose, the assegai in my hand, once more the red cloth seemed to go up and down before my eyes, and all fear left me. The men were running 2 and 2, with the length of a spear throw between them. But of the first pair, one was 5 or 6 paces in front of the other. This man shouted out loud and charged me, shield and spear up. Now I had no shield, nothing but the assegai, but I was crafty and he was overbold. On he came. I stood waiting for him till he drew back the spear to stab me. Then suddenly I dropped to my knees and thrust upward with all my strength beneath the rim of his shield, and he also thrust, but over me, his spear only cutting the flesh of my shoulder. See, here is its scar, yes, to this day. And my assegai? Ah, it went home. It ran through and through his middle. He rolled over and over on the plain. The dust hid him. Only I was now weaponless, for the haft of my spear, it was but a light throwing assegai, broke in 2, leaving nothing but a little bit of stick in my hand, and the other one was on me. He looked tall as a tree above me. I was already dead. There was no hope. Darkness opened to swallow me. Then, in the darkness, I saw a light. I fell onto my hands and knees and flung myself over sideways. My body struck the legs of a man who was about to stab me, lifting his feet from beneath him. Down he came heavily. Before he had touched the ground, I was off it. His spear had fallen from his hand. I stooped, seized it, and as he rose, I stabbed him through the back. It was all done in the shake of a leaf, my father. In the shake of a leaf he also was dead. Then I ran, for I had no stomach for the other 2. My valour was gone. About 100 paces from me, Baleka was staggering along with her arms out like one who has drunk too much beer. By the time I caught her, she was some 40 paces from the gate of the kraal. But then her strength left her altogether. Yes, there she fell senseless, and I stood by her. And there, too, I should have been killed had not this chanced, since the other 2 men, having stayed one instant by their dead fellows, came on against me mad with rage. For at that moment the gate of the kraal opened, and through it ran a party of soldiers dragging a prisoner by the arms. After them walked a great man who wore a leopard skin on his shoulders and was laughing, and with him were 5 or 6 ringed counsellors, and after them again came a company of warriors. The soldiers saw that killing was going on and ran up just as the slayers reached us. "Who are you?" they cried. "Who dare to kill at the gate of the elephant's kraal? Here the elephant kills alone." "We are of the children of Makedama," they answered, "and we follow these evildoers who have done wickedness and murder in our kraal. See, but now 2 of us are dead at their hands, and others lie dead along the road. Suffer that we slay them." "Ask that of the elephant," said the soldiers. "Ask, too, that he suffer you should not be slain." Just then the tall chief saw blood and heard words. He stalked up, and he was a great man to look at, though still quite young in years, for he was taller by a head than any round him, and his chest was big as the chests of 2. His face was fierce and beautiful, and when he grew angry his eyes flashed like a smitten brand. "Who are these that dare to stir up dust at the gates of my kraal?" he asked, frowning. "O Chaka, O elephant," answered the captain of the soldiers, bending himself double before him. "The men say that these are evildoers and that they pursue them to kill them." "Good," he answered. "Let them slay the evildoers." "O great chief, thanks be to thee, great chief," said those men of my people who sought to kill us. "I hear you," he answered, then spoke once more to the captain. "And when they have slain the evildoers, let themselves be blinded and turned loose to seek their way home, because they have dared to lift a spear within the Zulu gates. Now praise on, my children." And he laughed while the soldiers murmured, "Wah! He is wise, he is great, his justice is bright and terrible like the sun." But the 2 men of my people cried out in fear, for they did not seek such justice as this. "Cut out their tongues also," said Chaka. "What? Shall the land of the Zulus suffer such a noise? Never, lest the cattle miscarry. To it, ye black ones. There lies the girl, she is asleep and helpless. Kill her. What? You hesitate? Nay, then, if you will have time for thought, I give it. Take these men, smear them with honey and pin them over ant heaps. By tomorrow's sun they will know their own minds. But first, kill these 2 hunted jackals." And he pointed to Baleka and myself. "They seem tired, and doubtless they long for sleep." Then for the first time I spoke, for the soldiers drew near to slay us. "O Chaka," I cried, "I am Mopo, and this is my sister Baleka." I stopped, and a great shout of laughter went up from all who stood round. "Very well, Mopo, and thy sister Baleka," said Chaka grimly. "Good morning to you, Mopo and Baleka. Also, good night." "O Chaka," I broke in, "I am Mopo, son of Makedama of the Langani tribe. It was I who gave thee a gourd of water many years ago, when we were both little. Then thou badest me come to thee when thou hadst grown great, vowing that thou wouldst protect me and never do me harm. So I have come, bringing my sister with me. And now I pray thee, do not eat up the words of long ago." As I spoke, Chaka's face changed, and he listened earnestly as a man who holds his hand behind his ear. "Those are no lies," he said. "Welcome, Mopo. Thou shalt be a dog in my hut, and feed from my hand. But of thy sister I said nothing. Why then should she not be slain, when I swore vengeance against all thy tribe, save thee alone? Because she's too fair to slay, O chief, I answered boldly. Also, because I love her and ask her life as a boon. Turn the girl over, said Chaka, and they did so, showing her face. Again thou speakest no lie, son of Makedama, said the chief. I grant thee the boon. She also shall lie in my hut, and be of the number of my sisters. Now tell me thy tale, speaking only the truth. So I sat down and told him all. Nor did he grow weary of listening, but when I had done he said but one thing, that he would that the dog Koos had not been killed, since, if he had still been alive, he would have set him on the hut of my father Makedama, and made him chief over the Langeni. Then he spoke to the captain of the soldiers. I take back my words, he said. Let not these men of the Langeni be mutilated. One shall die, and the other shall go free. Here. And he pointed to the man whom we had seen led out of the Kraal gate. Here, Mopo, we have a man who has proved himself a coward. Yesterday a kraal of wizards yonder was eaten up by my order. Perhaps you two saw it as you travelled. This man and 3 others attacked a soldier of that kraal, who defended his wife and children. The man fought well. He slew 3 of my people. Then this dog was afraid to meet him face to face. He killed him with a throwing assegai, and afterwards he stabbed the woman. That is nothing, but he should have fought the husband hand to hand. Now I will do him honour. He shall fight to the death with one of these pigs from thy sty. And he pointed with his spear to the men of my father's kraal. And the one who survives shall be run down as they tried to run you down. I will send back the other pig to the sty with a message. Choose, children of Makedama, which of you will live? Now the 2 men of my tribe were brothers and loved one another, and each of them was willing to die that the other might go free. Therefore both of them stepped forward, saying that they would fight the Zulu. What? Is there honour among pigs? Said Chaka. Then I will settle it. See this assegai. I throw it into the air. If the blade falls uppermost, the tall man shall go free. If the shaft falls uppermost, then life is to the short one. So. And he sent the little spear whirling round and round in the air. Every eye watched it as it wheeled and fell. The haft struck the ground first. Come hither thou, said Chaka to the tall brother. Hasten back to the kraal of Makedama and say to him, Thus says Chaka, the lion of the Zulu Kamalandela. Years ago thy tribe refused me milk. Today the dog of thy son Mopo howls upon the roof of thy hut. Begone! Footnote. Among the Zulus it is a very bad omen for a dog to climb the roof of a hut. The saying conveyed a threat to be appreciated by every Zulu. End of footnote. The man turned, shook his brother by the hand, and went, bearing the words of evil omen. Then Chaka called to the Zulu, and the last of those who had followed us to kill us, bidding them fight. So when they had praised the prince, they fought fiercely, and the end of it was that the man of my people conquered the Zulu. But as soon as he had found his breath again, he was set to run for his life, and after him ran 5 chosen men. Still it came about that he outran them, doubling like a hare, and got away safely. Nor was Chaka angry at this, for I think that he bade the men who hunted him to make speed slowly. There was only one good thing in the cruel heart of Chaka, that he would always save the life of a brave man, if he could do so without making his word nothing. And for my part I was glad to think that the man of my people had conquered him who murdered the children of the dying woman that we found at the kraal beyond the river. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mopo becomes the king's doctor. These then, my father, were the events that ended in the coming of me, Mopo, and of my sister Baleka, to the Kraal of Chaka the Lion of the Zulu. Now you may ask why I have kept you so long with this tale, which is, as are other tales of our people. But that shall be seen, for from these matters, as a tree from a seed, grew the birth of Umslopogaas Bulalio, Umslopogaas the slaughterer, and Nada the beautiful, of whose love my story has to tell. For Nada was my daughter, and Umslopogaas, though few knew it, was none other than the son of Chaka, born of my sister Baleka. Now when Baleka recovered from the weariness of our flight, and had her beauty again, Chaka took her to wife, numbering her among his women, whom he named his sisters. And me Chaka took to be one of his doctors, of his Izinyanga of medicine, and he was so well pleased with my medicine that in the end I became his head doctor. Now this was a great post, in which during the course of years I grew fat in cattle and in wives, but also it was one of much danger, for when I rose strong and well in the morning, I could never know but that at night I should sleep stiff and red. Many were the doctors whom Chaka slew. Doctored they never so well, they were killed at last. For a day would surely come when the king felt ill in his body or heavy in his mind, and then to the assegai or the torment with the wizard who had doctored him. Yet I escaped, because of the power of my medicine, and also because of that oath which Chaka had sworn to me as a child. So it came about that where the king went, there I went with him. I slept near his hut, I sat behind him at council. In the battle I was ever at his side. Ah, the battle, the battle! In those days we knew how to fight, my father. In those days the vultures would follow our impis by thousands. The hyenas would steal along our path in packs, and none went empty away. Never may I forget the first fight I stood in at the side of Chaka. It was just after the king had built his great Kraal on the south bank of the Umslopogaas. Then it was that the chief Zwide attacked his rival Chaka for the third time, and Chaka moved out to meet him with 10 full regiments. Footnote, about 30,000 men. End of footnote. Now, for the first time, armed with the short stabbing spear. The ground lay thus. On a long low hill in front of our impi were massed the regiments of Zwide. There were 17 of them. The earth was black with their number. Their plumes filled the air like snow. We too were on a hill, and between us lay a valley down which there ran a little stream. At night our fires shone out across the valley. All night the songs of soldiers echoed down the hills. Then the grey dawning came, the oxen lowed to the light, and the regiments arose from their bed of spears. They sprang up and shook the dew from hair and shield. Yes, they arose, the glad to die. The impi assumed its array, regiment by regiment. There was the breast of spears, there were the horns of spears. They were numberless as the stars, and like the stars they shone. The morning breeze came up and fanned them. Their plumes bent in the breeze, like a plain of seeding grass they bent, the plumes of the soldiers ripe for the assegai. Up over the shoulder of the hill came the sun of slaughter. It glowed red upon the red shields. Red grew the place of killing. The white plumes of chiefs were dipped in the blood of heaven. They knew it. They saw the omen of death, and they laughed in the joy of the waking of battle. What was death? Was it not well to die on the spear? What was death? Was it not well to die for the king? Death was the arms of victory. Victory should be their bride that night, and oh, her breast is fair. Hark! The war song, the Ingomo, the music of which has the power to drive men mad, rose far away to the left, and was thrown along from regiment to regiment, a rolling ball of sound. We are the King's kine, bred to be butchered. You too are one of us. We are the Zulu, children of the lion. What? Did you tremble? Suddenly Chaka was seen stalking through the ranks, followed by his captains, his Indunas, and by me. He walked along like a great buck. Death was in his eyes, and like a buck he sniffed the air, scenting the air as slaughter. He lifted his assegai and a silence fell. Only the sound of chanting still rolled along the hills. "Where are the children of Zuide?" he shouted, and his voice was like the voice of a bull. "Yonder, father," answered the regiments, and every spear pointed across the valley. "They do not come," he shouted again. "Shall we then sit here till we grow old?" "No, father," they answered. "Begin, begin." "Let the Umkandlu regiment come forward," he shouted a third time, and as he spoke the black shields of the Umkandlu leapt from the ranks of the Impi. "Go, my children," cried Chaka. "There is the foe. Go and return no more." "We hear you, father," they answered with one voice, and moved down the slope like a countless herd of game with horns of steel. Now they crossed the stream, and now Zuide awoke. A murmur went through his companies, lines of light played above his spears. "Oh, they are coming! Oh, they have met! Hearken to the thunder of the shields! Hearken to the song of battle!" To and fro they swing. The Umkandlu gives way. It flies. They pour back across the stream, half of them. The rest are dead. A howl of rage goes up from the host. Only Chaka smiles. "Open up! Open up!" he cries. "Make room for the Umkandlu girls!" And with hanging heads they pass behind us. Now he whispers a word to the Indunas. The Indunas run. They whisper to Menziwa the general and to the captains. Then 2 regiments rush down the hill, 2 more run to the right, and yet another 2 to the left. But Chaka stays on the hill with the 3 that are left. Again comes the roar of the meeting shields. Ah, these are men. They fight. They do not run. Regiment after regiment pours upon them, but still they stand. They fall by hundreds and by thousands, but no man shows his back, and on each man there lie 2 dead. Wow, my father! Of those 2 regiments, not one escaped. They were but boys, but they were the children of Chaka. Menziwa was buried beneath the heaps of his warriors. Now there are no such men. They are all dead and quiet. Chaka still holds his hand. He looks to the north and to the south. See, spears are shining among the trees. Now the horns of our host close upon the flanks of the foe. They slay and are slain, but the men of Zuide are many and brave, and the battle turns against us. Then again Chaka speaks a word. The captains hear. The soldiers stretch out their necks to listen. It has come at last. "Charge, children of the Zulu!" There is a roar, a thunder of feet, a flashing of spears, a bending of plumes, and like a river that has burst its banks, like storm clouds before the gale, we sweep down upon friend and foe. They form up to meet us. The stream is past. Our wounded rise upon their haunches and wave us on. We trample them down. What matter? They can fight no more. Then we meet Zuide rushing to greet us as bull meets bull. Oh, my father, I know no more. Everything grows red. That fight, that fight. We swept them away. When it was done there was nothing to be seen but the hillside was black and red. Few fled, few were left to fly. We passed over them like fire. We ate them up. Presently we paused, looking for the foe. All were dead. The host of Zuide was no more. Then we mustered. 10 regiments had looked upon the morning sun. 3 regiments saw the sun sink. The rest had gone where no suns shine. Such were our battles in the days of Chaka. You ask of the Umkanjlu regiment which fled. I will tell you. When we reached our Kraal once more, Chaka summoned that regiment and mustered it. He spoke to them gently, gently. He thanked them for their service. He said that it was natural that girls should faint at the sight of blood and turn to seek their kraals. Yet he had bid them come back no more, and they had come back. What then was there now left for him to do? And he covered his face with his blanket. Then the soldiers killed them all, nearly 2,000 of them, killed them with taunts and jeers. That is how we dealt with cowards in those days, my father. After that, one Zulu was a match for 5 of any other tribe. If 10 came against him, still he did not turn his back. Fight and fall, but fly not. That was our watchword. Never again while Chaka lived did a conquered force pass the gates of the King's Kraal. That fight was but one war out of many. With every moon a fresh impi started to wash its spears, and came back few and thin, but with victory and countless cattle. Tribe after tribe went down before us. Those of them who escaped the assegai were enrolled into fresh regiments, and thus, though men died by the thousands every month, yet the army grew. Soon there were no other chiefs left. Umsuduka fell, and after him Mantenzeka. Umzilikazi was driven north. Matiwane was stamped flat. Then we poured into this land of Natal. When we entered, its people could not be numbered. When we left, here and there, a man might be found hidden in a hole in the earth. That was all. Men, women and children, we wiped them out. The land was clean of them. Next came the turn of Ufaku, chief of the Amapondos. Ah, where is Ufaku now? And so it went on, till even the Zulus were weary of war, and the sharpest assegais grew blunt. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Birth of Umslopogaas. This was the rule of the life of Chaka, that he would have no children, though he had many wives. Every child born to him by his sisters was put away at once. "What, Mopo," he said to me, "shall I rear up children to put me to the assegai when they grow great? They call me tyrant. Say, how do those chiefs die whom men name tyrants? They die at the hands of those whom they have bred. Nay, Mopo, I will rule for my life, and when I join the spirits of my fathers, let the strongest take my power and my place." Now it chanced that shortly after Chaka had spoken thus, my sister Baleka, the king's wife, fell in labour, and on that same day my wife Makrofa was brought to bed of twins, and this but 8 days after my second wife Anadi had given birth to a son. You ask, my father, how I came to be married, seeing that Chaka forbade marriage to all his soldiers till they were in middle life, and had put the man's ring upon their heads. It was a boon he granted me, as a nyanga of medicine, saying it was well that a doctor should know the sicknesses of women and learn how to cure their evil tempers. As though, my father, that were possible. When the king heard that Baleka was sick, he did not kill her outright because he loved her a little, but he sent for me, commanding me to attend her, and when the child was born to cause its body to be brought to him, according to custom, so that he might be sure that it was dead. I bent to the earth before him and went to do his bidding with a heavy heart. For was not Baleka my sister, and would not her child be of my own blood? Still, it must be so, for Shaka's whisper was as the shout of other kings, and, if we dared to disobey, then our lives and the lives of all in our kraal would answer for it. Better that an infant should die than that we should become food for jackals. Presently I came to the Emposeni, the place of the king's wives, and declared the king's word to the soldiers on guard. They lowered their assegais and let me pass, and I entered the hut of Baleka. In it were others of the king's wives, but when they saw me, they rose and went away, for it was not lawful that they should stay where I was. Thus I was left alone with my sister. For a while she lay silent, and I did not speak, though I saw by the heaving of her breast that she was weeping. "Hush, little one," I said at length. "Your sorrow will soon be done." "Nay," she answered, lifting her head. "It will be but begun. O cruel man, I know the reason of your coming. You come to murder the babe that shall be born of me." "It is the king's word, woman." "It is the king's word, and what is the king's word? Have I then naught to say in this matter?" "It is the king's child, woman." "It is the king's child, and is it not also my child? Must my babe be dragged from my breast and be strangled, and by you, Mopo? Have I not loved you, Mopo? Did I not flee with you from our people and the vengeance of our father? Do you know that not 2 moons gone the king was wroth with you because he fell sick, and would have caused you to be slain had I not pleaded for you and called his oath to mind? And thus you pay me. You come to kill my child, my firstborn child." "It is the king's word, woman," I answered sternly, but my heart was split in 2 within me. Then Baleka said no more, but turning her face to the wall of the hut, she wept and groaned bitterly. Now, as she wept, I heard a stir without the hut, and the light in the doorway was darkened. A woman entered alone. I looked round to see who it was, then fell upon the ground in salutation, for before me was Onandi, mother of the king, who was named Mother of the Heavens, that same lady to whom my mother had refused the milk. "Hail, Mother of the Heavens," I said. "Greeting, Mopo," she answered. "Say, why does Baleka weep? Is it because the sorrow of women is upon her?" "Ask of her, great chieftainess," I said. Then Baleka spoke. "I weep, mother of a king, because this man, who is my brother, has come from him who is my lord and thy son, to murder that which shall be born of me. O thou, whose breasts have given suck, plead for me. Thy son was not slain at birth." "Perhaps it were well if he had been so slain, Baleka," said Unandi. "Then had many another man lived to look upon the son who is now dead. At the least as an infant he was good and gentle, and thou mightest love him, mother of the Zulu." "Never, Baleka. As a babe he bit my breast and tore my hair. As the man is, so was the babe." "Yet may his child be otherwise, Mother of the Heavens. Think thou hast no grandson to comfort thee in thy age. Wilt thou then see all thy stock wither? The king our lord lives in war. He too may die, and what then? Then the root of Senzangakona is still green. Has the king no brothers?" "They are not of thy flesh, mother. What, thou dost not hearken? Then, as a woman to woman, I plead with thee. Save my child, or slay me with my child." Now the heart of Onandi grew gentle, and she was moved to tears. "How may this be done, Mopo?" she said. "The king must see the dead infant, and if he suspects, and even reeds have ears, you know the heart of Shaka and where we shall lie tomorrow." Are there then no other newborn babes in Zululand? Said Baleka, sitting up and speaking in a whisper like the hiss of a snake. Listen, Mopo, is not your wife also in labour? Now hear me, Mother of the Heavens, and my brother hear me also. Do not think to play with me in this matter. I will save my child, or you twain shall perish with it. For I will tell the king that you came to me, the two of you, and whispered plots in my ear, plots to save the child and kill the king. Now choose, and swiftly. She sank back. There was silence, and we looked one upon another. Then Unandi spoke. Give me your hand, Mopo, and swear that you will be faithful to me in this secret, as I swear to you. A day may come when this child, who has not seen the light, rules as king in Zululand, and then in reward you shall be the greatest of the people, the king's voice, whisperer in the king's ear. But if you break your oath, then beware, for I will not die alone. I swear, Mother of the Heavens, I answered. It is well, son of Macedama. It is well, my brother, said Baleka. Now go and do that which must be done swiftly, for my sorrow is upon me. Go, knowing that if you fail, I will be pitiless, for I will bring you to your death. Yes, even if my own death is the price. So I went. Whither do you go? Asked the guard at the gate. I go to bring my medicines, men of the king, I answered. So I said, but oh, my heart was heavy, and this was my plan, to fly far from Zululand. I could not, and I dared not do this thing. What? Should I kill my own child that its life might be given for the life of the babe of Baleka? And should I lift up my will against the will of the king, saving the child to look upon the sun which he had doomed to darkness? Nay, I would fly, leaving all, and seek out some far tribe where I might begin to live again. Here I could not live. Here in the shadow of Shaka was nothing but death. I reached my own huts, there to find that my wife, Makrofa, was delivered of twins. I sent away all in the hut except my other wife, Anandi, she who 8 days gone had borne me a son. The second of the twins was born. It was a boy, born dead. The first was a girl, she who lived to be Nada the beautiful, Nada the lily. Then a thought came into my heart. Here was a path to run on. Give me the boy, I said to Anandi. He is not dead. Give him to me that I might take him outside the kraal and wake him to life by my medicine. It is of no use. The child is dead, said Anandi. Give him to me, woman, I said fiercely, and she gave me the body. Then I took him and wrapped him up in my bundle of medicines, and outside of all I rolled a mat of plaited grass. Suffer none to enter the hut till I return, I said, and speak no word of the child that seems to be dead. If you allow any to enter, or if you speak a word, then my medicine will not work and the babe will be dead indeed. So I went, leaving the women wondering, for it is not our custom to save both when twins are born, but I ran swiftly to the gates of the Emposeni. I bring the medicines, men of the king, I said to the guards. Pass in, they answered. I passed through the gates and into the hut of Baleka. Unandi was alone in the hut with my sister. The child is born, said the mother of the king. Look at him, Mopo, son of Macedama. I looked. He was a great child with large black eyes like the eyes of Shaka the king. And Unandi, too, looked at me. Where is it? She whispered. I loosed the mat and drew the dead child from the medicines, glancing round fearfully as I did so. Give me the living babe, I whispered back. They gave it to me, and I took of a drug that I knew and rubbed it on the tongue of the child. Now this drug has the power to make the tongue it touches dumb for a while. Then I wrapped up the child in my medicines and again bound the mat about the bundle. But round the throat of the stillborn babe I tied a string of fibre as though I had strangled it and wrapped it loosely in a piece of matting. Now for the first time I spoke to Baleka. "Woman," I said, "and thou also, Mother of the Heavens, I have done your wish, but know that before all is finished this deed shall bring about the death of many. Be secret as the grave, for the grave yawns for you both." I went again, bearing the mat containing the dead child in my right hand, but the bundle of medicines that held the living one I fastened across my shoulders. I passed out of the Emposeni, and as I went I held up the bundle in my right hand to the guards, showing them that which was in it, but saying nothing. "It is good," they said, nodding. But now ill fortune found me, for just outside the Emposeni I met 3 of the king's messengers. "Greeting, son of Makidama," they said. "The king summons you to the Intunkulu." That is the royal house, my father. "Good," I answered. "I will come now, but first I would run to my own place to see how it goes with Makrofa, my wife. Here is that which the king seeks," and I showed them the dead child. "Take it to him if you will." "That is not the king's command, Mopo," they answered. "His word is that you should stand before him at once." Now my heart turned to water in my breast. Kings have many ears. Could he have heard? And how dared I go before the lion, bearing his living child hidden on my back? Yet to waver was to be lost. To show fear was to be lost. To disobey was to be lost. "Good, I come," I answered, and we walked to the gate of the Intunkulu. It was sundown. Chaka was sitting in the little courtyard in front of his hut. I went down on my knees before him and gave the royal salute, Bayete, and so I stayed. "Rise, son of Makidama," he said. "I cannot rise, Lion of the Zulu," I answered. "I cannot rise, having royal blood on my hands, till the king has pardoned me." "Where is it?" he asked. I pointed to the mat in my hand. "Let me look at it." Then I undid the mat, and he looked on the child and laughed aloud. "He might have been a king," he said, as he bade a counsellor take it away. "Mopo, thou hast slain one who might have been a king. Art thou not afraid?" "No, Black One," I answered. "The child is killed by order of one who is a king." "Sit down and let us talk," said Chaka, for his mood was idle. "To-morrow thou shalt have 5 oxen for this deed. Thou shalt choose them from the royal herd." "The king is good. He sees that my belt is drawn tight. He satisfies my hunger. Will the king suffer that I go? My wife is in labour, and I would visit her." "Nay, stay a while. Say how it is with Baleka, my sister, and thine." "It is well." "Did she weep when you took the babe from her?" "Nay, she wept not. She said, 'My lord's will is my will.'" "Good. Had she wept, she had been slain also. Who was with her?" "The Mother of the Heavens." The brow of Chaka darkened. "Unandi, my mother, what did she there? By myself I swear, though she is my mother, if I thought—" And he ceased. There was a silence, then he spoke again. "Say, what is in that mat?" And he pointed with his little assegai at the bundle on my shoulders. "Medicine, King." "Thou dost carry enough to doctor an impy. Undo the mat and let me look at it." Now, my father, I tell you that the marrow melted in my bones with terror, for if I undid the mat, I feared he must see the child, and then— "It is Segati, it is bewitched, O King. It is not wise to look on medicine." "Open!" he answered angrily. "What? May I not look at that which I am forced to swallow? I, who am the first of doctors?" "Death is the King's medicine," I answered, lifting the bundle and laying it as far from him in the shadow of the fence as I dared. Then I bent over it, slowly undoing the rimpis with which it was tied, while the sweat of terror ran down my face, blinding me like tears. What should I do if he saw the child? What if the child awoke and cried? I would snatch the assegai from his hand and stab him. Yes, I would kill the king and then kill myself. Now the mat was unrolled. Inside were the brown leaves and roots of medicine. Beneath them was the senseless babe, wrapped in dead moss. "Ugly stuff," said the king, taking snuff. "Now see, Mopo, what a good aim I have. This for thy medicine." And he lifted his assegai to throw it through the bundle. But as he threw, my snake put it into the king's heart to sneeze, and thus it came to pass that the assegai only pierced the outer leaves of the medicine and did not touch the child. "May the heavens bless the king," I said, according to custom. "Thanks to thee, Mopo. It is a good omen," he answered. "And now be gone. Take my advice. Kill thy children as I kill mine, lest they live to worry thee. The whelps of lions are best drowned." I did up the bundle fast, fast, though my hands trembled. Oh, what if the child should wake and cry? It was done. I rose and saluted the king. Then I doubled myself up and passed from before him. Scarcely was I outside the gates of the Intonkulu when the infant began to squeak in the bundle. If it had been 1 minute before... "What?" said a soldier as I passed. "Have you got a puppy hidden under your moocha, Mopo?" Footnote. Girdle composed of skin and tails of oxen. End of footnote. I made no answer, but hurried on till I came to my huts. I entered. There were my 2 wives alone. "I have recovered the child, women," I said as I undid the bundle. Anandi took him and looked at him. "The boy seems bigger than he was," she said. "The breath of life has come into him and puffed him out," I answered. "His eyes are not as his eyes were," she said again. "Now they are big and black like the eyes of the king." "My spirit looked upon his eyes and made them beautiful," I answered. "This child has a birthmark on his thigh," she said a 3rd time. "That which I gave you had no mark." "I laid my medicine there," I answered. "It is not the same child," she said sullenly. "It is a changeling who will lay ill luck at our doors." Then I rose up in my rage and cursed her heavily, for I saw that if she was not stopped, this woman's tongue would bring us all to ruin. "Peace, witch!" I cried. "How dare you speak thus from a lying heart? Do you wish to draw down a curse upon our roof? Would you make us all food for the king's spear? Say such words again and you shall sit within the circle. The Ingomboco shall know you for a witch." So I stormed on, threatening to bring her to death, till at length she grew fearful and fell at my feet, praying for mercy and forgiveness. But I was much afraid because of this woman's tongue, and not without reason. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Umslopogaas answers the king. Now the years went on, and this matter slept. Nothing more was heard of it, but still it only slept, and my father, I feared greatly for the hour when it should awake. For the secret was known by 2 women, Unandi, mother of the heavens, and Baleka, my sister, wife of the king, and by 2 more, Magrafa and Anadi, my wives, it was guessed at. How then should it remain a secret for ever? Moreover, it came about that Anandi and Baleka could not restrain their fondness for this child, who was called my son and named Umslopogaas, but who was the son of Chaka the king, and of Baleka, and the grandson of Anandi. So it happened that very often one or the other of them would come into my hut, making pretence to visit my wives and take the boy upon her lap and fondle it. In vain did I pray them to forbear. Love pulled at their heartstrings more heavily than my words, and still they came. This was the end of it, that Chaka saw the child sitting on the knee of Unandi, his mother. ' What does my mother with that brat of thine, Mopo ?' he asked of me. ' Cannot she kiss me, if she will find a child to kiss ?' And he laughed like a wolf. I said that I didn't know, and the matter just passed over for a while. But after that Chaka caused his mother to be watched. Now the boy Umslopogaas grew great and strong. There was no such lad of his years for a day's journey round. But from a babe he was somewhat surlier, of few words, and like his father Chaka, afraid of nothing. In all the world there were but two people whom he loved. These were I, Mopo, who was called his father, and Nada, she who was said to be his twin sister. Now it must be told of Nada that as the boy Umslopogaas was the strongest and bravest of children, so the girl Nada was the gentlest and the most fair. Of a truth, my father, I believe that her blood was not all Zulu, though this I cannot say for certain. At the least, her eyes were softer and larger than those of our people, her hair longer and less tightly curled, and her skin was lighter, more of the colour of pure copper. These things she had from her mother, Macrofa, though she was fairer than Macrofa, fairer indeed than any woman of my people whom I have seen. Her mother, Macrofa, my wife, was of Swazi blood, and was brought to the king's Kraal with other captives after a raid, and given to me as a wife by the king. It was said that she was the daughter of a Swazi headman of the tribe of the Halakazi, and that she was born of his wife is true. But whether he was her father I do not know, for I have heard from the lips of Macrofa herself that before she was born there was a white man staying at her father's kraal. He was a Portuguese from the coast, a handsome man and skilled in the working of iron. This white man loved the mother of my wife Macrofa, and some held that Macrofa was his daughter and not that of the Swazi headman. At least I know this, that before my wife's birth the Swazi killed the white man. But none can tell the truth of these matters, and I only speak of them because the beauty of Nada was rather as is the beauty of the white people than of ours, and this might well happen if her grandfather chanced to be a white man. Now Umslopogaas and Nada were always together. Together they ate, together they slept and wandered. They thought one thought and spoke with one tongue. Oh, it was pretty to see them. Twice while they were children did Umslopogaas save the life of Nada. The first time it came about thus. The two children had wandered far from the kraal, seeking certain berries that little ones love. On they wandered and on, singing as they went, till at length they found the berries and ate heartily. Then it was near sundown, and when they had eaten they fell asleep. In the night they woke to find a great wind blowing, and a cold rain falling on them, for it was the beginning of winter when fruits are ripe. ' Up, Nada,' said Umslopogaas, ' we must seek the kraal, or the cold will kill us.' So Nada rose frightened, and hand in hand they stumbled through the darkness. But in the wind and the night they lost their path, and when at length the dawn came, they were in a forest that was strange to them. They rested a while, and finding berries ate them, then walked again. All that day they wandered, till at last the night came down and they plucked branches of trees and piled the branches over them for warmth, and they were so weary that they fell asleep in each other's arms. At dawn they rose, but now they were very tired, and berries were few, so that by midday they were spent. Then they lay down on the side of a steep hill, and Nada laid her head upon the breast of Umslopogaas. ' Here let us die, my brother,' she said. But even then the boy had a great spirit, and he answered, ' Time to die, sister, when death chooses us. See now, do you rest here, and I will climb the hill and look across the forest.' So he left her and climbed the hill, and on its side he found many berries and a root that is good for food, and filled himself with them. At length he came to the crest of the hill, and looked out across the sea of green. Lo, there, far away to the east, he saw a line of white that lay like smoke against the black surface of a cliff, and knew it for the waterfall beyond the royal town. Then he came down the hill shouting for joy, and bearing roots and berries in his hand. But when he reached the spot where Nada was, he found that her senses had left her, through hunger, cold, and weariness. She lay upon the ground like one asleep, and over her stood a jackal that fled as he drew nigh. Now it would seem that there were but two shoots to the stick of Umslopogaas. One was to save himself, and the other to lie down and die by Nada. Yet he found a third, for undoing the strips of his mucha, he made ropes of them, and with the ropes he bound Nada upon his back, and started for the king's kraal. He could never have reached it, for the way was long, yet at evening some messengers running through the forest came upon a naked lad with a girl bound to his back and a staff in his hand, who staggered along slowly with starting eyes and foam upon his lips. He could not speak, he was so weary, and the ropes had cut through the skin of his shoulders. Yet one of the messengers knew him for Umslopogaas, the son of Mopo, and they bore him to the kraal. They would have left the girl Nada, thinking her dead, but he pointed to her breast, and, feeling it, they found that her heart still beat, so they brought her also, and the end of it was that both recovered and loved each other more than ever before. Now after this, I, Mopo, bade Umslopogaas stay at home within the kraal, and not lead his sister to the wilds. But the boy loved roaming like a fox, and where he went, there Nada followed. So it came about that one day they slipped from the kraal when the gates were open, and sought out a certain deep glen which had an evil name, for it was said that spirits haunted it and put those to death who entered there. Whether this was true I do not know, but I know that in the glen dwelt a certain woman of the woods who had her habitation in a cave, and lived upon what she could kill or steal or dig up with her hands. Now this woman was mad, for it had chanced that her husband had been smelt out by the witch doctors as a worker of magic against the king, and slain. Then Chaka, according to custom, dispatched the slayers to eat up his kraal, and they came to the kraal and killed his people. Last of all they killed his children, 3 young girls, and would have assegaied their mother, his wife, when suddenly a spirit entered into her at the sight, and she went mad, so that they let her go, being afraid to touch her, because of the spirit within her. Nor would any touch her afterwards. So she fled and took up her abode in the haunted glen, and this was the nature of her madness, that whenever she saw children, and more especially girl children, a longing came upon her to kill them as her own had been killed. This indeed she did often, for when the moon was full and her madness at its highest, she would travel far to find children, snatching them away from the kraals like a hyena. Still, none would touch her because of the spirit in her, not even those whose children she had murdered. So Umslopogaas and Nada came to the glen where the child slayer lived, and sat down by a pool of water not far from the mouth of her cave, weaving flowers into a garland. Presently Umslopogaas left Nada to search for rock lilies which he loved. As he went he called back to her, and his voice awoke the woman who was sleeping in her cave, for she came out by night only, like a jackal. The woman stepped forth smelling blood and having a spear in her hand. Presently she saw Nada seated upon the grass weaving flowers, and crept towards her to kill her. Now as she came, so the child told me, suddenly a cold wind seemed to breathe upon Nada, and fear took hold of her, though she did not see the woman who would murder her. She let fall the flowers and looked before her into the pool, and there, mirrored in the pool, she saw the greedy face of the child slayer, who crept down upon her from above, her hair hanging about her brow, and her eyes shining like the eyes of a lion. Then with a cry Nada sprang up and fled along the path which Umslopogaas had taken, and after her leapt and ran the mad woman. Umslopogaas heard her cry. He turned and rushed back over the brow of the hill, and lo! there before him was the murderess. Already she had grasped Nada by the hair. Already her spear was lifted to pierce her. Umslopogaas had no spear. He had nothing but a little stick without a knob. Yet with it he rushed at the mad woman and struck her so smartly on the arm that she let go of the girl and turned on him with a yell. Then, lifting her spear, she struck at him, but he leapt aside. Again she struck, but he sprang into the air and the spear passed beneath him. A third time the woman struck, and though he fell to earth to avoid the blow, yet the assegai pierced his shoulder. But the weight of his body as he fell twisted it from her hand, and before she could grasp him he was up and beyond her reach, the spear still fast in his shoulder. Then the woman turned, screaming with rage and madness, and ran at Nada to kill her with her hands. But Umslopogaas set his teeth, and drawing the spear from his wound, charged her, shouting. She lifted a great stone and hurled it at him, so hard that it flew into fragments against another stone which it struck. Yet he charged on and smote at her so truly that he drove the spear through her, and she fell down dead. After that Nada bound up his wound, which was deep, and with much pain he reached the king's kraal and told me this story. Now there were some who cried that the boy must be put to death because he had killed one possessed with a spirit. But I said no, he should not be touched. He had killed the woman in defence of his own life and the life of his sister, and everyone had a right to slay in self-defence, except as against the king or those who did the king's bidding. Moreover, I said, if the woman had a spirit, it was an evil one, for no good spirit would ask the lives of children, but rather those of cattle, for it is against our custom to sacrifice human beings to the Amatonga, even in war, though the Basuto dogs do so. Still the tumult grew, for the witch doctors were set upon the boy's death, saying that evil would come of it, even if he was allowed to live, having killed one inspired, and at last the matter came to the ears of the king. Then Chaka summoned me and the boy before him, and he also summoned the witch doctors. First the witch doctors set out their case, demanding the death of Umslopogaas. Chaka asked them what would happen if the boy was not killed. They answered that the spirit of the dead woman would lead him to bring evil on the royal house. Chaka asked if he would bring evil upon him, the king. They in turn asked of the spirits, and answered no, not on him, but on one of the royal house who should be after him. Chaka said that he cared nothing what happened to those who came after him, or whether good or evil befell them. Then he spoke to Umslopogaas, who looked him boldly in the face, as an equal looks at an equal. "Boy," he said, "what hast thou to say as to why thou shouldst not be killed, as these men demand?" "This, Black One," answered Umslopogaas, "that I stabbed the woman in defence of my own life." "That is nothing," said Chaka. "If I, the king, wished to kill thee, mightest thou therefore kill me or those whom I sent? The Itongo in a woman was a spirit king, and ordered her to kill thee. Thou shouldst then have let thyself be killed. Hast thou no other reason?" "This, Elephant," answered Umslopogaas. "The woman would have murdered my sister, whom I love better than my life." "That is nothing," said Chaka. "If I ordered thee to be killed for any cause, should I not also order all within thy gates to be killed with thee? May not then a spirit king do likewise? If thou hast nothing more to say, thou must die." Now I grew afraid, for I feared lest Chaka should slay him who was called my son, because of the word of the doctors. But the boy Umslopogaas looked up and answered boldly, not as one who pleads for his life, but as one who demands a right. "I have this to say. eater up of enemies, and if it is not enough, let us stop talking and let me be killed. Thou, O King, didst command that this woman should be slain. Those whom thou didst send to destroy her spared her, because they thought her mad. I have carried out the commandment of the King. I have slain her, mad or sane, whom the King commanded should be killed, and I have earned not death, but a reward." "Well said, Umslopogaas," answered Chaka. "Let 10 head of cattle be given to this boy with the heart of a man. His father shall guard them for him. Art thou satisfied now, Umslopogaas?" "I take that which is due to me, and I thank the King because he need not pay unless he will," Umslopogaas answered. Chaka stared a while, began to grow angry, then burst out laughing. "Why, this calf is such another one as was dropped long ago in the Kraal of Senzangakona," he said. "As I was, so is this boy. Go on, lad, in that path, and thou mayst find those who shall cry the royal salute of Bayete to thee at the end of it. Only keep out of my way, for two of a kind might not agree. Now, begone." So we went, but as we passed them I saw the doctors muttering together, for they were ill-pleased and foreboded evil. Also they were jealous of me, and wished to smite me through the heart of him who was called my son. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Narda the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Ingomboco. After this there was quiet till the feast of the first fruits was ended, but few people were killed at this feast, though there was a great Ingomboco, or witch hunt, and many were smelt out by the witch doctors as working magic against the king. Now things had come to this pass in Zululand, that the whole people cowered before the witch doctors. No man might sleep safe, for none knew but that on the morrow he would be touched by the wand of an Isanusi, as we name a finder of witches, and led away to his death. For a while Chaka said nothing, and as long as the doctors smelt out those only whom he wished to be rid of, and they were many, he was well pleased. But when they began to work for their own ends, and to do those to death whom he did not desire to kill, he grew angry. Yet the custom of the land was that he whom the witch doctor touched must die, he and all his house. Therefore the king was in a cleft stick, for he scarcely dared to save even those whom he loved. One night I came to doctor him, for he was sick in his mind. On that very day there had been an Ingomboco, and 5 of the bravest captains of the army had been smelt out by the Ambangoma, the witch finders, together with many others. All had been destroyed, and men had been sent to kill the wives and children of the dead. Now Chaka was very angry at this slaying, and opened his heart to me. "The witch doctors rule in Zululand, and not I, Mopo, son of Makedama," he said to me. "Where then is it to end? Shall I myself be smelt out and slain? These Isanusis are too strong for me. They lie upon the land like the shadow of night. Tell me, how may I be free of them?" "Those who walk the bridge of spears, O king, fall off into nowhere," I answered darkly. "Even witch doctors cannot keep a footing on that bridge. Has not a witch doctor a heart that can cease to beat? Has he not blood that can be made to flow?" Chaka looked at me strangely. "Thou art a bold man who darest to speak thus to me, Mopo," he said. "Dost thou not know that it is sacrilege to touch an Isanusi?" "I speak that which is in the king's mind," I answered. "Hearken, O king, it is indeed sacrilege to touch a true Isanusi. But what if the Isanusi be a liar? What if he smell out falsely, bringing those to death who are innocent of evil? Is it then sacrilege to bring him to that end which he has given to many another? Say, O king." "Good words," answered Chaka. Now tell me, son of Makedama, how may this matter be put to proof?" Then I leaned forward, whispering into the ear of the Black One, and he nodded heavily. Thus I spoke then because I too saw the evil of the Isanusis, I who knew their secrets. Also, I feared for my own life and for the lives of all those who were dear to me, for they hated me as one instructed in their magic, one who had the seeing eye and the hearing ear. One morning thereafter a new thing came to pass in the royal kraal, for the king himself ran out, crying aloud to all people to come and see the evil that had been worked upon him by a wizard. They came together and saw this. On the doorposts of the gateway of the Intunkulu, the house of the king, were great smears of blood. The knees of men strong in the battle trembled when they saw it. Women wailed aloud as they wail over the dead. They wailed because of the horror of the omen. "Who has done this thing?" cried Chaka in a terrible voice. "Who has dared to bewitch the king and to strike blood upon his house?" There was no answer, and Chaka spoke again. "This is no little matter," he said, "to be washed away with the blood of one or two and be forgotten. The man who wrought it shall not die alone or travel with a few to the world of spirits. All his tribe shall go with him, down to the baby in his hut and the cattle in his kraal. Let messengers go out east and west and north and south, and summon the witch doctors from every quarter. Let them summon the captains from every regiment and the headmen from every kraal. On the 10th day from now, the circle of the Ingomboco must be set, and there shall be such a smelling out of wizards and of witches as has not been known in Zululand." So the messengers went out to do the bidding of the king, taking the names of those who should be summoned from the lips of the Indunas. And day by day people flocked up to the gates of the royal kraal, and creeping on their knees before the majesty of the king, praised him aloud. But he vouchsafed an answer to none. One noble only he caused to be killed, because he carried in his hand a stick of the royal red wood which Chaka himself had given him in bygone years. Footnote: this beautiful wood is known in Natal as red ivory. End of footnote. On the last night before the forming of the Ingomboco, the witch doctors, male and female, entered the kraal. There were 100 and half a hundred of them, and they were made hideous and terrible with the white bones of men, with bladders of fish and of oxen, with fat of wizards and with skin of snakes. They walked in silence till they came in front of the Intunkulu, the royal house. Then they stopped and sang this song for the king to hear. "We have come, O king, we have come from the caves and the rocks and the swamps, to wash in the blood of the slain. We have gathered our host from the air, as vultures are gathered in war, when they sense the blood of the slain. We come not alone, O king, with each wise one there passes a ghost, who hisses the name of the doomed. We come not alone, for we are the sons and Indunas of death, and he guides our feet to the doomed. Red rises the moon over the plain, red sinks the sun in the west. Look, wizards, and bid them farewell. We count you by hundreds, you who cried for a curse on the king. Ha! Soon shall we bid you farewell." Then they were silent, and went in silence to the place appointed for them, there to pass the night in mutterings and magic. But those who were gathered together shivered with fear when they heard their words, for they knew well that many a man would be switched with the news tale before the sun sank once more. I too trembled, for my heart was full of fear. Ah, my father, those were evil days to live in, when Chaka ruled and death met us at every turn. Then no man might call his life his own, or that of his wife or child, or anything. All were the king's, and what war spared, that the witch doctors took. The morning dawned heavily, and before it was well light the heralds were out summoning all to the King's Ingomboco. Men came by hundreds, carrying short sticks only, for to be seen armed was death, and seated themselves in great circle before the gates of the royal house. Oh, their looks were sad, and they had little stomach for eating that morning, they who were food for death. They seated themselves. Then round them on the outside of the circle gathered knots of warriors, chosen men, great and fierce, armed with kerries only. These were the slayers. When all was ready, the King came out, followed by his indunas and by me. As he appeared wrapped in his kaross of tiger skins, and towering a head higher than any man there, all the multitude, and it was many as the game on the hills, cast themselves to earth, and from every lip sharp and sudden went up the royal salute of Bayete. But Chaka took no note. His brow was cloudy as a mountain top. He cast one glance at the people, and one at the slayers, and wherever his eye fell, men turned grey with fear. Then he stalked on and sat himself upon a stool to the north of the great ring, looking toward the open space. For a while there was silence. Then from the gates of the women's quarters came a band of maidens arrayed in their bead-dancing dresses and carrying green branches in their hands. As they came, they clapped their hands and sang softly, "We are the heralds of the King's feast. Aye, aye! Vultures shall eat it. Ah, ah! It is good to die for the King." They ceased and ranged themselves in a body behind us. Then Chaka held up his hand, and there was a patter of running feet. Presently from behind the royal huts appeared the great company of the Abangoma, the witch doctors, men to the right and women to the left. In the left hand of each was the tail of a wildebeeste, in the right a bundle of assegais and a little shield. They were awful to see, and the bones about them rattled as they ran. The bladders and the snake skins floated in the air behind them. Their faces shone with the fat of anointing. Their eyes started like the eyes of fishes, and their lips twitched hungrily as they glared round the death ring. Ha ha! Little did those evil children guess who should be the slayers and who should be the slain before that sun sank. On they came like a grey company of the dead. On they came in silence broken only by the patter of their feet and the dry rattling of their bony necklets, till they stood in long ranks before the Black One. A while they stood thus, then suddenly every one of them thrust forward the little shield in his hand, and with a single voice they cried, "Hail, father!" "Hail, my children!" answered Chaka. "What seekest thou, father?" they cried again. "Blood?" "The blood of the guilty," he answered. They turned and spoke each to each. The company of the men spoke to the company of the woman. "The Lion of the Zulu seeks blood." "He shall be fed," screamed the women. "The Lion of the Zulu smells blood." "He shall see it," screamed the women. "His eyes search out the wizards." "He shall count their dead," screamed the women. "Peace," cried Chaka. "Waste not the hours in talk, but to the work. Hearken! Wizards have bewitched me. Wizards have dared to smite blood upon the gateways of the King. Dig in the burrows of the earth and find them, ye rats. Fly through the paths of the air and find them, ye vultures. Smell at the gates of the people and name them, ye jackals, ye hunters in the night. Drag them from the caves if they be hidden, from the distance if they be fled, from the graves if they be dead. To the work, to the work. Show them to me truly, and your gifts shall be great. And for them, if they be a nation, they shall be slain. Now begin. Begin by companies of 10, for you are many, and all must be finished ere the sun sink." "It shall be finished, father," they answered. Then 10 of the women stood forward, and at their head was the most famous witch doctress of that day, an aged woman named Nobela, a woman to whose eyes the darkness was no veil, whose scent was keen as a dog's, who heard the voices of the dead as they cried in the night, and spoke truly of what she heard. All the other Isanusis, male and female, sat down in a half-moon facing the king, but this woman drew forward, and with her came 9 of her sisterhood. They turned east and west, north and south, searching the earth. They turned east and west, north and south, searching the hearts of men. Then they crept round and round the great ring like cats. Then they threw themselves upon the earth and smelt it. And all the time there was a silence, silence deep as midnight, and in it men hearkened to the beating of their hearts. Only now and again the vultures shrieked in the trees. At length Nobella spoke. "Do you smell him, sisters?" "We smell him," they answered. "Does he sit in the east, sisters?" "He sits in the east," they answered. "Is he the son of a stranger, sisters?" "He is the son of a stranger." Then they crept nearer, crept on their hands and knees till they were within 10 paces of where I sat among the Indunas near to the king. The Indunas looked on each other and grew grey with fear, and for me, my father, my knees were loosened and my marrow turned to water in my bones, for I knew well who was that son of a stranger of whom they spoke. It was I, my father, I, who was about to be smelt out, and if I was smelt out, I should be killed with all my house, for the king's oath would scarcely avail me against the witch doctors. I looked at the fierce faces of the Isanusis before me as they crept like snakes. I glanced behind and saw the slayers grasping their kerries for the deed of death, and I say I felt like one for whom the bitterness is overpast. Then I remembered the words which the king and I had whispered together of the cause for which the Ingomboco was set, and hope crept back to me like the first gleam of the dawn upon a stormy night. Still, I did not hope overmuch, for it well might happen that the king had but set a trap to catch me. Now they were quite near, and halted. "Have we dreamed falsely, sisters?" "What we dreamed in the night we see in the day," they answered. "Shall I whisper his name in your ears, sisters?" They lifted their heads from the ground like snakes, and nodded, and as they nodded the necklets of bones rattled on their skinny necks. Then they drew their heads to a circle, and Nobella thrust hers into the centre of the circle, and said a word. "Aha!" they laughed. "We hear you. His is the name. Let him be named by it in the face of heaven, him and all his house. Then let him hear no other name for ever." And suddenly they sprang up and rushed towards me, Nobella the aged Isanusi at their head. They leapt at me, pointing to me with the tails of the wildebeestes in their hands. Then Nobella switched me in the face with the tail of the beast and cried aloud, "Great Ingomboco, son of Makedama, thou art the man who smotest blood on the doorsteps of the king to bewitch the king. Let thy house be stamped flat." I saw her come. I felt the blow on my face as a man feels in a dream. I heard the feet of the slayers as they bounded forward to hale me to the dreadful death, but my tongue clave to the roof of my mouth. I could not say a word. I glanced at the king, and as I did so, I thought that I heard him mutter, "Near the mark, not in it." Then he held up his spear, and all was silence. The slayers stopped in their stride. The witch doctors stood with outstretched arms. The world of men was as though it had been frozen into sleep. "Hold," he said. "Stand aside, son of Makedama, who art named an evildoer. Stand aside, thou, Nobella, and those with thee who have named him an evildoer. What? Shall I be satisfied with the life of one dog? Smell on, ye vultures, company by company, smell on, for the day the labour At night the feast. So I rose astonished and stood on one side. The witch doctresses also stood on one side, wonderstruck, since no such smelling out as this had been seen in the land. For till this hour, when a man was swept with the news tale of the Isanusi, that was the instant of his death. Why, then, men asked in their hearts, was the death delayed? The witch doctors asked it also, and looked at the king for light, as men look to a thundercloud for the flash. But from the Black One there came no word. So we stood on one side, and a second party of the Isanusi women began their rites. As the others had done, so they did, and yet they worked otherwise, for this is the fashion of the Isanusis, that no two of them smell out in the same way. And this party swept the faces of certain of the king's counsellors, naming them guilty of the witch work. "Stand ye on one side," said the king to those who had been smelt out, "and ye who have hunted out their wickedness, stand ye with those who named Mopo, son of Macedama. It may well be that all are guilty." So these stood on one side also, and a third party took up the tale, and they named certain of the great generals, and were in turn bidden to stand on one side together with those whom they had named. So it went on through all that day. Company by company, the women doomed their victims till there were no more left of their number, and were commanded to stand aside together with those whom they had doomed. Then the male Isanusis began, and I could see well that by this time their hearts were fearful, for they smelt a snare. Yet the king's bidding must be done, and though their magic failed them here, victims must be found. So they smelt out this man and that man, till we were a great company of the doomed, who sat in silence on the ground, looking at each other with sad eyes, and watching the sun, which we deemed our last, climb slowly down the sky. And ever as the day waned, those who were left untried of the witch doctors grew madder and more fierce. They leapt into the air, they ground their teeth and rolled upon the ground. They drew forth snakes and devoured them alive. They shrieked out to the spirits and called upon the names of ancient kings. At length it drew on to evening, and the last company of the witch doctors did their work, smelling out some of the keepers of the Empaseni, the house of the women. But there was one man of their company, a young man and a tall, who held back and took no share in the work, but stood by himself in the centre of the great circle, fixing his eyes on the heavens. And when this company had been ordered to stand aside, also together with those whom they had smelt out, the king called aloud to the last of the witch doctors, asking him of his name and tribe, and why he alone did not do his office. "My name is Indabazimbi, the son of Arpi, O king," he answered, "and I am of the tribe of the Makilisini. Does the king bid me to smell out him of whom the spirits have spoken to me as the worker of this deed?" "I bid thee," said the king. Then the young man, Indabazimbi, stepped straight forward across the ring, making no cries or gestures, but as one who walks from his gate to the cattle kraal, and suddenly he struck the king in the face with the tail in his hands, saying, "I smell out the heavens above me." (Footnote: a Zulu title for the king. End footnote.) Now a great gasp of wonder went up from the multitude, and all looked to see this fool killed by torture. But Chaka rose and laughed aloud. "Thou hast said it," he cried, "and thou alone. Listen, ye people, I did the deed. I smote blood upon the gateways of my kraal. With my own hand I smote it, that I might learn who were the true doctors and who were the false. Now it seems that in the land of the Zulu there is one true doctor, this young man, and of the false, look at them and count them. They are like the leaves. See, there they stand, and by them stand those whom they have doomed. the innocents whom, with their wives and children, they have doomed to the death of the dog. Now I ask you, my people, what reward shall be given to them?" Then a great roar went up from all the multitude. "Let them die, O King!" "Aye," he answered, "let them die as liars should." Now the Isanusis, men and women, screamed aloud in fear and cried for mercy, tearing themselves with their nails, for least of all things did they desire to taste of their own medicine of death. But the King only laughed the more. "Hearken ye," he said, pointing to the crowd of us who had been smelt out. "Ye were doomed to death by these false prophets. Now glut yourselves upon them. Slay them, my children, slay them all. Wipe them away, stamp them out, all save this young man." Then we bounded from the ground, for our hearts were fierce with hate and with longing to avenge the terrors we had borne. The doomed slew the doomers, while from the circle of the Ingomboco a great roar of laughter went up, for men rejoiced because the burden of the witch doctors had fallen from them. At last it was done, and we drew back from the heap of the dead. Nothing was heard there now. No more cries or prayers or curses. The witch-finders travelled the path on which they had set the feet of many. The King drew near to look. He came alone, and all who had done his bidding bent their heads and crept past him, praising him as they went. Only I stood still, covered as I was with mire and filth, for I did not fear to stand in the presence of the King. Chaka drew near and looked at the piled up heaps of the slain and the cloud of dust that yet hung over them. "There they lie, Mopo," he said. "There lie those who dared to prophesy falsely to the King. That was a good word of thine, Mopo, which taught me to set the snare for them. Yet methought I saw thee start when Nobila, Queen of the Witch Doctresses, switched death on thee. Well, they are dead, and the land breathes more freely, and for the evil which they have done, it is as yonder dust, that soon shall slink again to earth and there be lost." Thus he spoke, then ceased, for lo, something moved beneath the cloud of dust. Something broke a way through the heap of the dead. Slowly it forced its path, pushing the slain this way and that, till at length it stood upon its feet and tottered towards us, a thing dreadful to look on. The shape was the shape of an aged woman, and even through the blood and mire I knew her. It was Nobela, she who had doomed me, she whom but now I had smitten to earth, but who had come back from the dead to curse me. On she tottered, her apparel hanging round her in red rags, 100 wounds upon her face and form. I saw that she was dying, but life still flickered in her, and the fire of hate burned in her snaky eyes. "Hail, King!" she screamed. "Peace, liar!" he answered. "Thou art dead." "Not yet, King. I heard thy voice and the voice of yonder dog, whom I would have given to the jackals. And I will not die till I have spoken. I smelt him out this morning when I was alive. Now that I am as one already dead, I smell him out again. He shall bewitch thee with blood indeed, Chaka. He and Anandi, thy mother, and Baleka, thy wife. Think of my words when the assegai reddens before thee for the last time, King. Farewell." And she uttered a great cry and rolled upon the ground dead. "The witch lies hard and dies hard," said the King carelessly, and turned upon his heel. Those words of dead Nobela remained fixed in his memory, or so much of them as had been spoken of Anandi and Baleka. There they remained like seeds in the earth. There they grew to bring forth fruit in their season. And thus ended the Great Ingomboco of Chaka, the greatest Ingomboco that ever was held in Zululand. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Loss of Umslopogaas. Now, after the smelling out of the witch doctors, Chaka caused a watch to be kept upon his mother Onandi and his wife Baleka, my sister, and report was brought to him by those who watched that the two women came to my huts by stealth, and there kissed and nursed a boy, one of my children. Then Chaka remembered the prophecy of Nobela, the dead Inanussi, and his heart grew dark with doubt. But to me he said nothing of the matter, for then, as always, his eyes looked over my head. He did not fear me or believe that I plotted against him, I who was his dog. Still, he did this, though whether by chance or design I do not know. He bade me go on a journey to a distant tribe that lived near the borders of the Amaswazi, there to take count of certain of the king's cattle which were in the charge of that tribe, and to bring him account of the tale of their increase. So I bowed before the king, and said that I would run like a dog to do his bidding, and he gave me men to go with me. Then I returned to my huts to bid farewell to my wives and children, and there I found that my wife, Anadi, the mother of Musa my son, had fallen sick with a wandering sickness, for strange things came into her mind, and what came into her mind that she said, being, as I did not doubt, bewitched by some enemy of my house. Still, I must go upon the king's business, and I told this to my wife Makrofa, the mother of Nada, and, as it was thought, of Umslopogaas, the son of Chaka. But when I spoke to Makrofa of the matter, she burst into tears and clung to me. I asked her why she wept thus, and she answered that the shadow of evil lay upon her heart, for she was sure that if I left her at the king's Kraal, when I returned again I should find neither her nor Nada my child, nor Umslopogaas, who was named my son, and whom I loved as a son, still in the land of life. Then I tried to calm her, but the more I strove, the more she wept, saying that she knew well that these things would be so. Now I asked her what could be done, for I was stirred by her tears, and the dread of evil crept from her to me, as shadows creep from the valley to the mountain. She answered, "Take me with you, my husband, that I may leave this evil land where the very skies rain blood, and let me rest a while in the place of my own people till the terror of Chaka has gone by." "How can I do this?" I said. "None may leave the king's kraal without the king's pass." "A man may put away his wife," she replied. "The king does not stand between a man and his wife. Say, my husband, that you love me no longer, that I bear you no more children, and that therefore you send me back whence I came. By and by we will come together again, if we are left among the living." "So be it," I answered. "Leave the kraal with Nada and Umslopogaas this night, and tomorrow morning meet me at the river bank, and we will go on together, and for the rest, may the spirits of our fathers hold us safe." So we kissed each other, and Makrofa went on secretly with the children. Now at the dawning on the morrow, I summoned the men whom the king had given me, and we started upon our journey. When the sun was well up, we came to the banks of the river, and there I found my wife Makrofa, and with her the two children. They rose as I came, but I frowned at my wife, and she gave me no greeting. Those with me looked at her askance. "I have divorced this woman," I said to them. "She is a withered tree, a worn-out old hag, and now I take her with me to send her to the country of the Swazis, whence she came. Cease your weeping," I added to Makrofa. "It is my last word." "What says the king?" asked the men. "I will answer to the king," I said, and we went on. Now I must tell you how we lost Umslopogaas, the son of Chaka, who was then a great lad, drawing on to manhood, fierce in temper, well grown and broad for his years. We had journeyed 7 days, for the way was long, and on the night of the 7th day we came to a mountainous country in which there were few kraals, for Chaka had eaten them all up years before. Perhaps you know the place, my father. In it is a great and strange mountain. It is haunted also, and named the Ghost Mountain, and on the top of it is a grey peak, rudely shaped like the head of an aged woman. Here in this wild place we must sleep, for darkness drew on. Now we soon learned that there were many lions in the rocks around, for we heard their roaring and were much afraid, all except Umslopogaas, who feared nothing. So we made a circle of thorn bushes and sat in it, holding our assegais ready. Presently the moon came up. It was a full-grown moon and very bright, so bright that we could see everything for a long way round. Now, some 6 spear throws from where we sat was a cliff, and at the top of the cliff was a cave, and in this cave lived 2 lions and their young. When the moon grew bright, we saw the lions come out and stand upon the edge of the cliff, and with them were 2 little ones that played about like kittens, so that had we not been frightened, it would have been beautiful to see them. "Oh, Umslopogaas," said Nada, "I wish that I had one of the little lions for a dog." The boy laughed, saying, "Then shall I fetch you one, sister?" "Peace, boy," I said. "No man may take young lions from their lair and live." "Such things have been done, my father," he answered, laughing, and no more was said of the matter. Now when the lions had played a while, we saw the lioness take up the cubs in her mouth and carry them into the cave. Then she came out again and went away with her mate to seek food, and soon we heard them roaring in the distance. Now we stacked up the fire and went to sleep in our enclosure of thorns without fear, for we knew that the lions were far away eating game. But Umslopogaas did not sleep, for he had determined that he would fetch the cub which Nada had desired, and being young and foolhardy, he did not think of the danger which he would bring upon himself and all of us. He knew no fear, and now as ever, if Nada spoke a word, nay, even if she thought of a thing to desire it, he would not rest till it was won for her. So while we slept, Umslopogaas crept like a snake from the fence of thorns, and taking an assegai in his hand, he slipped away to the foot of the cliff where the lions had their den. Then he climbed the cliff, and coming to the cave, entered there and groped his way into it. The cubs heard him, and thinking that it was their mother who returned, began to whine and purr for food. Guided by the light of their yellow eyes, he crept over the bones, of which there were many in the cave, and came to where they lay. Then he put out his hands and seized one of the cubs, killing the other with his assegai, because he could not carry both of them. Now he made haste thence before the lions returned, and came back to the thorn fence where we lay just as dawn was breaking. I awoke at the coming of the dawn, and, standing up, I looked out. Lo, there on the farther side of the thorn fence, looking large in the grey mist, stood the lad Umslopogaas, laughing. In his teeth he held the assegai, yet dripping with blood, and in his hands the lion cub, that despite its whines and struggles he grasped by the skin of the neck and the hind legs. "Awake, my sister," he cried. "Here is the dog you seek. Ah, he bites now, but he will soon grow tame." Nada awoke, and rising, cried out with joy at the sight of the cub, but for a moment I stood astonished. "Fool!" I cried at last. "Let the cub go before the lions come to rend us." "I will not let it go, my father," he answered sullenly. "Are there not 5 of us with spears, and can we not fight 2 cats? I was not afraid to go alone into their den. Are you all afraid to meet them in the open?" "You are mad," I said. "Let the cub go." And I ran towards Umslopogaas to take it from him, but he sprang aside and avoided me. "I will never let that go of which I have got hold," he said, "at least not living." And suddenly he seized the head of the cub and twisted its neck, then threw it onto the ground, and added, "See now, I have done your bidding, my father." As he spoke, we heard a great sound of roaring from the cave in the cliff. The lions had returned and found one cub dead and the other gone. "Into the fence! Back into the fence!" I cried, and we sprang over the thorn bushes where those with us were making ready their spears, trembling as they handled them with fear and the cold of the morning. We looked up. There, down the side of the cliff, came the lions, bounding on the scent of him who had robbed them of their young. The lion ran first, and as he came he roared. Then followed the lioness, but she did not roar, for in her mouth was the cub that Umslopogaas had assegaied in the cave. Now they drew near, mad with fury, their manes bristling and lashing their flanks with their long tails. "Curse you for a fool, son of Mopo," said one of the men with me to Umslopogaas. "Presently I will beat you till the blood comes for this trick." "First beat the lions, then beat me if you can," answered the lad, "and wait to curse until you have done both." Now the lions were close to us. They came to the body of the second cub that lay outside the fence of thorns. The lion stopped and sniffed it. Then he roared. He roared till the earth shook. As for the lioness, she dropped the dead cup which she was carrying, and took the other into her mouth, for she could not carry both. "Get behind me, Nada," cried Umslopogaas, brandishing his spear. "The lion is about to spring." As the words left his mouth, the great brute crouched to the ground. Then suddenly he sprang from it like a bird, and like a bird he travelled through the air towards us. "Catch him on the spears," cried Umslopogaas, and by nature, as it were, we did the boy's bidding, for huddling ourselves together we held out the assegais so that the lion fell upon them as he sprang, and their blades sank far into him. But the weight of his charge carried us to the ground, and he fell onto us, striking at us and at the spears, and roaring with pain and fury as he struck. Presently he was on his legs, biting at the spears in his breast. Then Umslopogaas, who alone did not wait his onslaught, but had stepped aside for his own ends, uttered a loud cry and drove his assegai into the lion behind the shoulder, so that with a groan the brute rolled over dead. Meanwhile the lioness stood without the fence, the second dead cub in her mouth, for she could not bring herself to leave either of them. But when she heard her mate's last groan, she dropped the cub and gathered herself together to spring. Umslopogaas alone stood up to face her, for he only had withdrawn his assegai from the carcass of the lion. She swept on towards the lad who stood like a stone to meet her. Now she met his spear, it sunk in, it snapped, and down fell Umslopogaas, dead or senseless beneath the mass of the lioness. She sprang up, the broken spear standing in her breast, sniffed at Umslopogaas. Then, as though she knew that it was he who had robbed her, she seized him by the loins and mucha, and sprang with him over the fence. "Oh, save him!" cried the girl Nada in bitter woe, and we rushed after the lioness, shouting. For a moment she stood over her dead cubs, Umslopogaas hanging from her mouth, and looked at them as though she wondered, and we hoped that she might let him fall. Then, hearing our cries, she turned and bounded away towards the bush, bearing Umslopogaas in her mouth. We seized our spears and followed, but soon the ground grew stony, and search as we would, we could find no trace of Umslopogaas or of the lioness. They had vanished like a cloud. So we came back, and my heart was sore, for I loved the lad as though he had indeed been my son, but I knew that he was dead, and there was an end. "Where is my brother?" cried Nada when we came back. "Lost," I answered, "lost, never to be found again." Then the girl gave a great and bitter cry, and fell to the earth, saying, "I would that I were dead with my brother." "Let us be going," said Macrofa, my wife. "Have you no tears to weep for your son?" asked a man of our company. What is the use of weeping over the dead? Does it then bring them back?" she answered. "Let us be going." The man thought these words strange, but he did not know that Umslopogaas was not born of Magrafa. Still, we waited in that place a day, thinking that, perhaps, the lioness would return to her den, and that, at least, we might kill her. But she came back no more. So on the next morning we rolled up our blankets and started forward on our journey, sad at heart. In truth, Nada was so weak from grief that she could hardly travel, but I never heard the name of Umslopogaas pass her lips again during that journey. She buried him in her heart and said nothing, and I too said nothing, but I wondered why it had been brought about that I should save the life of Umslopogaas from the jaws of the Lion of Zulu, that the Lioness of the Rocks might devour him. And so the time went on until we reached the Kraal, where the King's business must be done, and where I and my wife should part. On the morning after we came to the Kraal, having kissed in secret, though in public we looked sullenly on one another, we parted as those part who meet no more, for it was in our thoughts that we should never see each other's face again, nor indeed did we do so, and I drew Nada aside and spoke to her thus: "We part, my daughter, nor do I know when we shall meet again, for the times are troubled, and it is for your safety and that of your mother that I rob my eyes of the sight of you. Nada, you will soon be a woman, and you will be fairer than any woman among our people, and it may come about that many great men will seek you in marriage, and perhaps that I, your father, shall not be there to choose for you whom you shall wed, according to the custom of our land. But I charge you, so far as may be possible for you to do so, take only a man whom you can love, and be faithful to him alone, for thus shall a woman find happiness." Here I stopped, for the girl took hold of my hand and looked into my face. "Peace, my father," she said. "Do not speak to me of marriage, for I will wed no man now that Umslopogaas is dead because of my foolishness. I will live and die alone, and oh, may I die quickly, that I may go to seek him whom I love only." "Nay, Nada," I said, "Umslopogaas was your brother, and it is not fitting that you should speak of him thus, even though he is dead." "I know nothing of such matters, my father," she said. "I speak of what my heart tells me, and it tells me that I loved Umslopogaas living, and though he is dead, I shall love him alone to the end. Ah, you think me but a child, yet my heart is large, and it does not lie to me." Now I upbraided the girl no more, because I knew that Umslopogaas was not her brother, but one whom she might have married. Only I marvelled that the voice of nature should speak so truly in her, telling her that which was lawful, even when it seemed to be most unlawful. "Speak no more of Umslopogaas," I said, "for surely he is dead, and though you cannot forget him, yet speak of him no more, and I pray of you, my daughter, that if we do not meet again, yet you should keep me in your memory, and the love I bear you, and the words which from time I have said to you. The world is a thorny wilderness, my daughter, and its thorns are watered with a rain of blood, and we wander in our wretchedness like lost travellers in a mist. Nor do I know why our feet are set upon this wandering, but at last there comes an end, and we die and go hence, none know where, but perhaps where we go the evil may change to the good, and those who were dear to each other on the earth may become yet dearer in the heavens. For I believe that man is not born to perish altogether, but is rather gathered again to the Umkulunkulu who sent him on his journeyings. Therefore keep hope, my daughter, for if these things are not so, at least sleep remains, and sleep is soft, and so farewell." Then we kissed and parted, and I watched Makrafa, my wife, and Nada, my daughter, till they melted into the sky as they walked upon their journey to Swaziland, and was very sad, because, having lost Umslopogaas, he who in after days was named the Slaughterer and the Woodpecker, I must lose them also. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trial of Mopo. Now I sat 4 days in the huts of the tribe whither I had been sent, and did the king's business. And on the 5th morning I rose up together with those with me, and we turned our faces towards the king's kraal. But when we had journeyed a little way, we met a party of soldiers who commanded us to stand. "What is it, king's men?" I asked boldly. "This, son of Macedama," answered their spokesman. "Give over to us your wife Macrofa, and your children Umslopogaas and Nada, that we may do with them as the king commands." "Umslopogaas," I answered, "has gone where the king's arm cannot stretch, for he is dead. And for my wife Macrofa and my daughter Nada, they are by now in the caves of the Swazis, and the king must seek them there with an army if he will find them. To Macrofa he is welcome, for I hate her, and have divorced her. And as for the girl, well, there are many girls, and it is no great matter if she lives or dies. Yet I pray him to spare her." Thus I spoke carelessly, for I knew well that my wife and child were beyond the reach of Chaka. "You do well to ask the girl's life," said the soldier, laughing, "for all those born to you are dead by order of the king." "Is it indeed so?" I answered calmly, though my knees shook and my tongue clove to my lips. "The will of the king be done. A cut stick puts out new leaves. I can have more children." "Aye, Mopo, but first you must get new wives, for yours are dead also, all 5 of them." "Is it indeed so?" I answered. "The king's will be done. I wearied of those brawling women." "So, Mopo," said the soldier, "but to get other wives and have more children born to you, you must live yourself. For no children are born to the dead, and I think that Chaka has an assegai which you shall kiss." "Is it so?" I answered. "The king's will be done. The sun is hot, and I tire of the road. He who kisses the assegai sleeps sound." Thus I spoke, my father, and indeed in that hour I desired to die. The world was empty for me. Macrofa and Nada were gone. Umslopogaas was dead, and my other wives and children were murdered. I had no heart to begin to build up a new house. None were left for me to love, and it seemed well that I should die also. The soldiers asked those with me if that tale was true which I told of the death of Umslopogaas and of the going of Macrofa and Nada into Swaziland. They said yes, it was true. Then the soldiers said that they would lead me back to the king, and I wondered at this, for I thought that they would kill me where I stood. So we went on, and piece by piece I learned what had happened at the king's kraal. On the day after I left, it came to the ears of Chaka, by the mouth of his spies, that my second wife, Anadi, was sick, and spoke strange words in her sickness. Then, taking 3 soldiers with him, he went to my kraal at the death of the day. He left the 3 soldiers by the gates of the kraal, bidding them to suffer none to come in or go out, but Chaka himself entered the large hut where Anadi lay sick, having his toy assegai with the shaft of the royal red wood in his hand. Now, as it chanced, in the hut were Anandi, the mother of Chaka, and Baleka, my sister, the wife of Chaka, for, not knowing that I had taken away Umslopogaas, the son of Baleka, according to their custom, these 2 foolish women had come to kiss and fondle the lad. But when they entered the hut, they found it full of my other wives and children. These they sent away, all except Musa, the son of Anadi, who lay sick, that boy who was born 8 days before Umslopogaas, the son of Chaka. But they kept Musa in the hut and kissed him, giving him imfi, a variety of sugar cane, to eat, fearing lest it should seem strange to the women my wives, if, Umslopogaas being gone, they refused to take notice of any other child. Now as they sat thus, presently the doorway was darkened, and behold, The king himself crept through it and saw them fondling the child Musa. When they knew who it was that entered, the women flung themselves upon the ground before him and praised him, but he smiled grimly and bade them be seated. Then he spoke to them, saying, "You wonder, Anandi, my mother, and Baleka, my wife, why it is that I am come here into the hut of Mopo, son of Makedama. I will tell you. It is because he is away upon my business, and I hear that his wife Anadi is sick. It is she who lies there, is it not? Therefore, as the first doctor in the land, I am come to cure her, Unandi my mother and Baleka my sister." Thus he spoke, eyeing them as he did so, and taking snuff from the blade of his little assegai, and though his words were gentle, they shook with fear, for when Shaka spoke thus gently, he meant death to many. But Unandi, Mother of the Heavens, answered, saying that it was well that the king had come, since his medicine would bring rest and peace to her who lay sick. "Yes," he answered, "it is well. It is pleasant, moreover, my mother and my sister, to see you kissing yonder child. Surely, were he of your own blood, you could not love him more." Now they trembled again and prayed in their hearts that Anadi, the sick woman who lay asleep, might not wake and utter foolish words in her wandering. But the prayer was answered from below and not from above, for Anadi woke, and hearing the voice of the king, her sick mind flew to him whom she believed to be the king's child. "Ah!" she said, sitting upon the ground and pointing to her own son Musa, who squatted frightened against the wall of the hut. "Kiss him, Mother of the Heavens, kiss him. Whom do they call him, the young cub who brings ill fortune to our doors? They call him the son of Mopo and Makrofa." And she laughed wildly, stopped speaking, and sank back upon the bed of skins. "They call him the son of Mopo and Makrofa," said the king in a low voice. "Whose son is he then, woman?" "Oh, ask her not, O king!" cried his mother and his wife, casting themselves upon the ground before him, for they were mad with fear. "Ask her not! She has strange fancies such as are not meet for your ears to hear. She is bewitched and has dreams and fancies." "Peace," he answered. "I will listen to this woman's wanderings. Perhaps some star of truth shines in her darkness, and I would see light. Who then is he, woman?" "Who is he?" she answered. "Are you a fool that ask who he is? He is— Hush, put your ear close. Let me speak low, lest the reeds of the hut whisper it to the king. He is— do you listen? He is the son of Shaka and Baleka, the sister of Mopo, the changeling whom Unandi, Mother of the Heavens, palmed off upon this house to bring a curse on it, and whom she would lead out before the people when the land is weary of the wickedness of the king, her son, to take the place of the king." "It is false, O king!" cried the two women. "Do not listen to her. It is false. The boy is her own son, Musa, whom she does not know in her sickness." But Shaka stood up in the hut and laughed terribly. "Truly Nobella prophesied well," he cried, "and I did ill to slay her. So this is the trick thou hast played upon me, my mother. Thou wouldst give a son to me who will have no son. Thou wouldst give me a son to kill me. Good Mother of the Heavens, take thou the doom of the heavens. Thou wouldst give me a son to slay me and rule in my place. Now in turn I, thy son, will rob me of a mother. Die, Unandi, die at the hand thou didst bring forth." And he lifted the little assegai and smote it through her. For a moment Unandi, Mother of the Heavens, wife of Senzangakona, stood uttering no cry. Then she put up her hand and drew the assegai from her side. "So shalt thou die also, Shaka the Evil," she cried, and fell down dead there in the hut. Thus then did Shaka murder his mother Unandi. Now when Baleka saw what had been done, she turned and fled from the hut to the Emposeni, and so swiftly that the guards at the gates could not stop her. But when she reached her own hut, Baleka's strength failed her, and she fell senseless on the ground. But the boy Musa, my son, being overcome with terror, stayed where he was, and Chaka, believing him to be his son, murdered him also, and with his own hand. Then he stalked out of the hut, and leaving the 3 guards at the gate, commanded a company of soldiers to surround the kraal and fire it. This they did, and as the people rushed out they killed them, and those who did not run out were burned in the fire. Thus then perished all my wives, my children, my servants, and those who were within the gates in their company. The tree was burned, and the bees in it, and I alone was left living, I and Makrofa and Nada, who were far away. Nor was Chaka yet satisfied with blood, for as has been told, he sent messengers bidding them to kill Makrofa my wife, and Nada my daughter, and him who was named my son. But he commanded the messengers that they should not slay me, but bring me living before him. Now when the soldiers did not kill me, I took counsel with myself, for it was my belief that I was saved alive, only that I might die later, and in a more cruel fashion. Therefore for a while I thought that it would be well if I did that for myself which another purposed to do for me. Why should I, who was already doomed, wait to meet my doom? What had I left to keep me in the place of life, seeing that all whom I loved were dead or gone? To die would be easy, for I knew the ways of death. In my girdle I carried a secret medicine. He who eats of it, my father, will see the sun's shadow move no more, and will never look upon the stars again. But I was not minded to know the assegai or the kerry, nor would I perish more slowly beneath the knives of the tormentors, nor be parched by the pangs of thirst, or wander eyeless to my end. Therefore it was that, since I had sat in the doom ring, looking hour after hour into the face of death, I had borne this medicine with me by night and by day. Surely now was the time to use it. So I thought as I sat through the watches of the night, and drew out the bitter drug and laid it on my tongue. But as I did so I remembered my daughter Nada, who was left to me, though she sojourned in a far country, and my wife Makrofa and my sister Baleka, who still lived. So said the soldiers, though how it came about that the king had not killed her I did not know then. Also another thought was born in my heart. While life remained to me, I might be revenged upon him who had wrought me this woe. But can the dead strike? Alas, the dead are strengthless, and if they still have hearts to suffer, they have no hands to give back blow for blow. Nay, I would live on. Time to die when death could no more be put away. Time to die when the voice of Chaka spoke my doom. Death chooses for himself and answers no questions. He is a guest to whom none need open the door of his hut, for when he wills he can pass the thatch like the air. Not yet would I taste of that medicine of mine. So I lived on, my father, and the soldiers led me back to the kraal of Chaka. Now when we came to the kraal it was night, for the sun had sunk as we passed through the gates. Still, as he had been commanded, the captain of those who watched me went in before the king and told him that I lay without in bonds. And the king said, "Let him be brought before me, who was my physician, that I may tell him how I have doctored those of his house." So they took me and led me to the royal house and pushed me through the doorway of the great hut. Now a fire burned in the hut, for the night was cold, and Chaka sat on the further side of the fire, looking towards the opening of the hut, and the smoke from the fire wreathed him round, and its light shone upon his face and flickered in his terrible eyes. At the door of the hut, certain of the councillors seized me by the arms and dragged me towards the fire, but I broke from them, and prostrating myself, for my arms were free, I praised the king and called him by his royal names. The councillors sprang towards me to seize me again, but Chaka said, "Let him be. I would talk with my servant." Then the councillors bowed themselves on either side and laid their hands on their sticks, their foreheads touching the ground. But I sat down on the floor of the hut, over against the king, and we talked through the fire. "Tell me of the cattle that I sent thee to number, Mopo, son of Makidama," said Chaka. "Have my servants dealt honestly with my cattle?" "They have dealt honestly, O king," I answered. "Tell me then of the number of the cattle and of their markings, Mopo, forgetting none." So I sat and told him, ox by ox, cow by cow, and heifer by heifer, forgetting none, and Chaka listened silently as one who is asleep. But I knew that he did not sleep, for all the while the firelight flickered in his fierce eyes. Also I knew that he did but torment me, or that, perhaps, he would learn of the cattle before he killed me. At length all the tale was told. "So," said the king, "it goes well. There are yet honest men left in the land. Knowest thou, Mopo, that sorrow has come upon thy house while thou wast about my business?" "I have heard it, O king," I answered, as one who speaks of a small matter. "Yes, Mopo, sorrow has come upon thy house. The curse of heaven has fallen upon thy kraal. They tell me, Mopo, that the fire from above ran briskly through thy huts." "I have heard it, O king." "They tell me, Mopo, that those within thy gates grew mad at the sight of the fire, and dreaming there was no escape, that they stabbed themselves with assegais or leapt into the flames." "I have heard it, O king. What of it? Any river is deep enough to drown a fool." "Thou hast heard these things, Mopo, but thou hast not yet heard all. Knowest thou, Mopo, that among those who died in thy kraal was she who bore me, she who was named Mother of the Heavens?" "Then, my father, I, Mopo, acted wisely because of the thought which my good spirit gave me, for I cast myself upon the ground and wailed aloud as though in utter grief. 'Spare my ears, Black One,' I wailed. 'Tell me not that she who bore thee is dead, O Lion of the Zulu. For the others, what is it? It is a breath of wind, it is a drop of water, but this trouble is as the gale or as the sea.' 'Cease, my servant, cease,' said the mocking voice of Chaka. 'But know this, thou hast done well to grieve aloud, because the Mother of the Heavens is no more, and ill wouldst thou have done to grieve because the fire from above has kissed thy gates. For hadst thou done this last thing, or left the first undone, I should have known that thy heart was wicked, and by now thou wouldst have wept indeed, tears of blood, Mopo. It is well for thee, then, that thou hast read my riddle aright.' Now I saw the depth of the pit that Chaka had dug for me, and blessed my Echlose, who had put into my heart those words which I should answer. I hoped also that Chaka would now let me go, but it was not to be, for this was but the beginning of my trial. 'Knowest thou, Mopo,' said the king, 'that as my mother died yonder in the flames of thy kraal, she cried out strange and terrible words which came to my ears through the singing of the fire. These were her words, that thou, Mopo, and thy sister Baleka, and thy wives, had conspired together to give a child to me who would be childless. These were her words, the words that came to me through the singing of the fire. Tell me now, Mopo, where are those children that thou leddest from thy kraal, the boy with the lion eyes who is named Umslopogaas, and the girl who is named Nada?' 'Umslopogaas is dead by the lion's mouth, O king,' I answered, 'and Nada sits in the Swazi caves.' And I told him of the death of Umslopogaas, and of how I had divorced Makrafa, my wife. 'The boy with the lion's eyes to the lion's mouth,' said Chaka. 'Enough of him. He is gone. Nada may yet be sought for with the assegai in the Swazi caves. Enough of her.
Let us speak of this song that my mother, who alas is dead, Mopo, this song she sang through the singing of the flames. Tell me, Mopo, tell me now, was it a true tale?' 'Nay, O King, surely the Mother of the Heavens was maddened by the heavens when she sang that song,' I answered. 'I know nothing of it, O King.' 'Thou knowest naught of it, Mopo,' said the King, and again he looked at me terribly through the reek of the fire. 'Thou knowest naught of it, Mopo. Surely thou art a cold. Thy hands shake with cold. Nay, man, fear not. Warm them, Mopo. See now, plunge that hand of thine into the heart of the flame.' And he pointed with his little assegai, the assegai handled with the royal wood, to where the fire glowed reddest. Aye, he pointed and laughed. Then, my father, I grew cold indeed. Yes, I grew cold, who soon should be hot, for I saw the purpose of Chaka. He would put me to the trial by fire. For a moment I sat silent, thinking. Then the King spoke again in a great voice. 'Nay, Mopo, be not so backward. Shall I sit warm and see thee suffer cold? What, my counsellors, rise, take the hand of Mopo and hold it to the flame, that his heart may rejoice in the warmth of the flame, while we speak together of this matter of the child that was, so my mother sang, born to Baleka my wife, the sister of Mopo my servant.' 'There is little need for that, O King,' I answered, being made bold by fear, for I saw that if I did nothing death would swiftly end my doubts. Once, indeed, I bethought me of the poison that I bore, and was minded to swallow it and make an end. But the desire to live is great, and keen is the thirst for vengeance. So I said to my heart, 'Not yet a while. I will endure this also. Afterwards, if need be, I can die.' I thank the King for his graciousness, and will warm me at the fire. Speak on, O King, while I warm myself, and thou shalt hear true words,' I said boldly. Then, my father, I stretched out my left hand and plunged it into the fire, not into the hottest of the fire, but where the smoke leapt from the flame. Now my flesh was wet with the sweat of fear, and for a little moment the flames curled round it and did not burn me, but I knew that the torment was to come. For a short while Chaka watched me smiling. Then he spoke slowly, that the fire might find time to do its work. 'Say then, Mopo, thou knowest nothing of this matter of the birth of a son to thy sister Baleka.' 'I know this only, O King,' I answered, 'that a son was born in past years to thy wife Baleka, that I killed the child in obedience to thy word, and laid its body before thee.' Now, my father, the steam from my flesh had been drawn from my hand by the heat, and the flame got hold of me and ate into my flesh, and its torment was great. But of this I showed no sign upon my face, for I knew well that if I showed sign or uttered cry, then, having failed in the trial, death would be my portion. Then the King spoke again. 'Dost thou swear by my head, Mopo, that no son of mine was suckled in thy kraals?' 'I swear it, O King, I swear it by thy head,' I answered. And now, my father, the agony of the fire was such as may not be told. I felt my eyes start forward in their sockets, my blood seemed to boil within me, and it rushed into my head, and down my face there ran 2 tears of blood. But yet I held my hand in the fire and made no sign, while the King and his counsellors watched me curiously. Still, for a moment, Chaka said nothing, and that moment seemed to me as all the years of my life. 'Ah!' he said at length, 'I see that thou growest warm, Mopo. Withdraw thy hand from the flame. I am answered. Thou hast passed the trial. Thy heart is clean, for had there been lies in it, the fire had given them tongue, and thou hast cried aloud, making thy last music, Mopo.' Now I took my hand from the flame, and for a while the torment left me. ' It is well, O King,' I said calmly. ' Fire has no power of hurt on those whose heart is pure.' But as I spoke I looked at my left hand. It was black, my father, black as a charred stick, and the nails were gone from the twisted fingers. Look at it now, my father. You can see, though my eyes are blind. The hand is white like yours. It is white and dead and shrivelled. These are the marks of the fire in Shaka's hut, the fire that kissed me many, many years ago. I have had but little use of that hand since this night of torment, but my right arm yet remained to me, my father, and I used it.' ' It seems that Nobella, the doctress who is dead, lied when she prophesied evil on me from thee, Mopo,' said Shaka again. ' It seems that thou art innocent of this offence, and that Baleka thy sister is innocent, and that the song which the Mother of the Heavens sang through the singing flames was no true song. It is well for thee, Mopo, for in such a matter my oath had not helped thee. But my mother is dead, dead in the flames with thy wives and children, Mopo, and in this there is witchcraft. We will have a mourning, Mopo, thou and I, such a mourning as has not been seen in Zululand, for all the people on the earth shall weep at it. And there shall be a smelling out at this mourning, Mopo, but we will summon no witch doctors. Thou and I will be witch doctors, and ourselves shall smell out those who have brought these woes upon us. What? Shall my mother die unavenged, she who bore me and has perished by witchcraft? And shall thy wives and children die unavenged, thou being innocent? Go forth, Mopo, my faithful servant, whom I have honoured with the warmth of my fire. Go forth.' And once again he stared at me through the reek of the flame, and pointed with his assegai to the door of the hut.
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Counsel of Baleka. I rose. I praised the king with a loud voice, and I went away from the Intonkulu, the house of the king. I walked slowly through the gates, but when I was without the gates, the anguish that took me because of my burnt hand was more than I could bear. I ran to and fro groaning, till I came to the hut of one whom I knew. There I found fat, and having plunged my hand in the fat, I wrapped it round with a skin, and passed out again, for I could not stay still. I went to and fro, till at length I reached the spot where my huts had been. The outer fence of the huts still stood. The fire had not caught it. I passed through the fence. There within were the ashes of the burnt huts. They lay ankle deep. I walked in among the ashes. My feet struck upon things that were sharp. The moon was bright, and I looked. They were the blackened bones of my wives and children. I flung myself down in the ashes in bitterness of heart. I covered myself over with the ashes of my kraal and with the bones of my wives and children. Yes, my father, there I lay, and on me were the ashes, and among the ashes were the bones. Thus then did I lie for the last time in my kraal, and was sheltered from the frost of the night by the dust of those to whom I had given life. Such were the things that befell us in the days of Shaka, my father. Yes, not to me alone, but to many another also. I lay among the ashes and groaned with the pain of my burn, and groaned also from the desolation of my heart. Why had I not tasted the poison there in the hut of Shaka and before the eyes of Shaka? Why did I not taste it now and make an end? Nay, I had endured the agony.
I would not give him this last triumph over me. Now, having passed the fire, once more I should be great in the land, and I would become great. Yes, I would bear my sorrows and become great, that in a day to be I might wreak vengeance on the king. Ah, my father, there as I rolled among the ashes I prayed to the Amatongo, to the ghosts of my ancestors. I prayed to my Echlose, to the spirit that watches me. Aye, and I even dared to pray to the Umkulunkulu, the great soul of the world, who moves through the heavens and the earth unseen and unheard. And thus I prayed that I might yet live to kill Shaka as he had killed those who were dear to me. And while I prayed, I slept, or, if I did not sleep, the light of thought went out of me, and I became as one dead. Then there came a vision to me, a vision that was sent in answer to my prayer, or perchance it was a madness born of my sorrows. For, my father, it seemed to me that I stood upon the bank of a great and wide river. It was gloomy there. The light lay low upon the face of the river, but far away on the farther side was a glow like the glow of a stormy dawn, and in the glow I saw a mighty bed of reeds that swayed about in the breath of the dawn, and out of the reeds came men and women and children by hundreds and thousands, and plunged into the waters of the river, and were buffeted about by them. Now, my father, all the people that I saw in the water were black people, and all those who were torn out of the reeds were black. They were none of them whites like your people, my father, for this vision was a vision of the Zulu race, who alone are torn out of the reeds. Now I saw that of those who swam in the river, some passed over very quickly, and some stood as it were still in the water. As in life, my father, some die soon, and some live for many years. And I saw the countless faces of those in the water. Among them were many that I knew. There, my father, I saw the face of Shaka, and near him was my own face. There, too, I saw the face of Dingaan, the prince, his brother, and the face of the boy Umslopogaas, and the face of Nada, my daughter. And then for the first time I knew that Umslopogaas was not dead, but only lost. Now I turned in my vision and looked at that bank of the river on which I stood. Then I saw that behind the bank was a cliff, mighty and black, and in the cliff were doors of ivory, and through them came light and the sound of laughter. There were other doors also, black as though fashioned of coal, and through them came darkness and the sound of groans. I saw also that in front of the doors was set a seat, and on the seat was the figure of a glorious woman. She was tall, and she alone was white, and clad in robes of white, and her hair was like gold, which is molten in the fire, and her face shone like the midday sun. Then I saw that those who came up out of the river stood before the woman, the water yet running from them, and cried aloud to her, "Hail, Inkosazana Zulu! Hail, Queen of the Heavens!" Now the figure of the glorious woman held a rod in either hand, and the rod in her right hand was white and of ivory, and the rod in her left hand was black and of ebony. And as those who came up before her throne greeted her, so she pointed now with the wand of ivory in her right hand, and now with the wand of ebony in her left hand. And with the wand of ivory she pointed to the gates of ivory, through which came light and laughter, and with the wand of ebony she pointed to the gates of coal, through which came blackness and groans. And as she pointed, so those who greeted her turned and went, some through the gates of light and some through the gates of blackness. Presently, as I stood, a handful of people came up from the bank of the river. I looked on them and knew them. There was Anandi, the mother of Shaka. There was Anadi, my wife, and Musa, my son, and all my other wives and children, and those who had perished with them. They stood before the figure of the woman, the Princess of the Heavens, to whom the Unkulunkulu has given it to watch over the people of the Zulu, and cried aloud, "Hail, Inkosazana Izulu! Hail!" Then she, the Inkosazana, pointed with the rod of ivory to the gates of ivory, but still they stood before her, not moving. Now the woman spoke for the first time in a low voice that was sad and awful to hear. "Pass in, children of my people, pass in to the judgment. Why tarry ye? Pass in through the gates of light." But still they tarried, and in my vision Unandi spoke. "We tarry, Queen of the Heavens, we tarry to pray for justice on him who murdered us. I, who on earth was named Mother of the Heavens, on behalf of all this company, pray to thee, Queen of Heavens, for justice on him who murdered us." "How is he named?" asked the voice that was low and awful. "Chaka, King of the Zulus," answered the voice of Unandi. "Chaka, my son." "Many have come to ask for vengeance on that head," said the voice of the Queen of the Heavens, "and many more shall come. Fear not, Unandi, it shall fall. Fear not, Anadi, and ye wives and children of Mopo, it shall fall, I say. With the spear that pierced thy breast, Unandi, shall the breast of Chaka be also pierced. And ye, wives and children of Mopo, the hand that pierces shall be the hand of Mopo. As I guide him, so shall he go. I will teach him to wreak my vengeance on the earth. Pass in, children of my people, pass in to the judgment, for the doom of Chaka is written." Thus I dreamed, my father. Aye, this was the vision that was sent me as I lay in pain and misery among the bones of my dead and in the ashes of my kraal. That it was given me to see the Inkosazana of the Heavens as she is in her own place. Twice more I saw her, as you shall hear, but that was on the earth and with my waking eyes. Yes, thrice has it been given me in all to look upon that face that I shall now see no more till I am dead. For no man may look 4 times on the Inkosazana and live. Or am I mad, my father? And did I weave these visions from the woof of my madness? I do not know, but it is true that I seem to see them. I woke when the sky was grey with the morning light. It was the pain of my burnt hand that aroused me from my sleep or from my stupor. I rose shaking the ashes from me, and went without the kraal to wash away their defilement. Then I returned and sat outside the gates of the Emposeni, waiting till the king's women, whom he named his sisters, should come to draw water according to their custom. At last they came, and sitting with my kaross thrown over my face to hide it, I looked for the passing of Baleka. Presently I saw her. She was sad-faced and walked slowly, her picture on her head. I whispered her name, and she drew aside behind an aloe bush, and making pretence that her foot was pierced with a thorn, she lingered till the other women were gone by. Then she came up to me, and we greeted one another, gazing heavily into each other's eyes. "In an ill day did I hearken to you, Baleka," I said, "to you and the Mother of the Heavens, and save your child alive. See now what has sprung from this seed. Dead are all my house, dead is the Mother of Heavens, all are dead, and I myself have been put to the torment by fire." And I held out my withered hand towards her. "Ay, Mopo, my brother," she answered, "but flesh is nearest to flesh, and I should think little of it were not my son Umslopogaas also dead, as I have heard but now." "You speak like a woman, Baleka. Is it then nothing to you that I, your brother, have lost all I love?" "Fresh seed can yet be raised up to you, my brother, but for me there is no hope, for the King looks on me no more. I grieve for you, but I had this one alone, and flesh is nearest to flesh. Think you that I shall escape? I tell you nay.
I am but spared for a little, then I go where the others have gone. Shaka has marked me for the grave. For a little while I may be left, then I die. He does but play with me as a leopard plays with a wounded buck. I care not, I am weary, but I grieve for the boy. There was no such boy in the land. Would that I might die swiftly and go to seek him.
And if the boy is not dead, Baleka, what then?
What is that you said? She answered, turning on me with wild eyes. Oh, say it again, Mopo. I would gladly die 100 deaths to know that Umslopogaas still lives.
Nay, Baleka, I know nothing. But last night I dreamed a dream. And I told her all my dream, and also of that which had gone before the dream. She listened as one who listened to the words of a king when he passes judgment for life or for death.
I think that there is wisdom in your dreams, Mopo, she said at length. You were ever a strange man, to whom the gates of distance are no bar. Now it is borne in upon my heart that Umslopogaas still lives, and now I shall die happy. Yes, gainsay me not. I shall die, I know it. I read it in the king's eyes. But what is it? It is nothing if only the Prince Umslopogaas yet lives.
Your love is great, woman, I said, and this love of yours has brought many woes upon us, and it may well happen that in the end it shall all be for nothing, for there is an evil fate upon us. Say now, what shall I do? Shall I fly, or shall I abide here, taking the chance of things? You must stay here, Mopo. See now, this is in the king's mind. He fears because of the death of his mother at his own hand. Yes, even he. He is afraid lest the people should turn upon him who killed his own mother. Therefore he will give it out that he did not kill her, but that she perished in the fire which was called down upon your kraals by witchcraft. And though all men know the lie, yet none shall dare to gainsay him. As he said to you, there will be a smelling out, but a smelling out of a new sort, for he and you shall be witch-finders, and at that smelling out he will give to death all those whom he fears, all those who he knows hate him for his wickedness, and because with his own hand he slew his mother. For this cause then he will save you alive, Mopo. Yes, and make you to be great in the land. For if, indeed, his mother Anandi died through witchcraft, as he shall say, are you not also wronged with him, and did not your wives and children also perish by witchcraft? Therefore, do not fly. Abide here and become great. Become great to the great end of vengeance, Mopo, my brother. You have much wrong to wreak. Soon you will have more, for I too shall be gone, and my blood also shall cry for vengeance to you. Hearken, Mopo. Are there not other princes in the land? What of Dingaan? What of Umhlangana? What of Umpanda, brothers to the king? Do not these also desire to be kings? Do they not day by day rise from sleep, feeling their limbs to know if they yet live? Do they not night by night lie down to sleep, not knowing if it shall be their wives that they shall kiss ere dawn, or the red assegai of the king? Draw near to them, my brother, creep into their hearts and learn their counsel, or teach them yours. So in the end shall Shaka be brought to that gate through which your wives have passed, and where I also am about to tread. Thus Baleka spoke, and she was gone, leaving me pondering, for her words were heavy with wisdom. I knew well that the brothers of the king went heavily, and in fear of death, for his shadow was on them. With Panda, indeed, little could be done, for he lived softly, speaking always as one whose wits are few. But Dingaan and Umhlangana were of another wood, and from them might be fashioned a kerry that should scatter the brains of Shaka to the birds. But the time to speak was not now. Not yet was the cup of Shaka full. Then, having finished my thought, I rose, and going to the kraal of my friend, I doctored my burnt hand that pained me. And as I was doctoring it, there came a messenger to me, summoning me before the king. I went in before the king and prostrated myself, calling him by his royal names. But he took me by the hand and raised me up, speaking softly. "Rise, Mopo, my servant," he said. "Thou hast suffered much woe because of the witchcraft of thine enemies. I have lost my mother, and thou hast lost thy wives and children. Weep, my counsellors, weep, because I have lost my mother, and Mopo, my servant, has lost his wives and children by the witchcraft of our foes." Then all the counsellors wept aloud, while Shaka glared at them. "Hearken, Mopo," said the king, when the weeping was done. "None can give me back my mother, but I can give thee more wives, and thou shalt find children. Go in among the damsels who are reserved to the king, and choose thee 6. Go in among the cattle of the king, and choose thee 10 times 10 of the best. Call upon the servants of the king, that they build up thy kraal greater and fairer than it was before. These things I give thee freely. But thou shalt have more, Mopo, yea, thou shalt have vengeance. On the first day of the new moon I summon a great meeting, a bangla of all the Zulu people. Yes, thine own tribe, the Langeni, shall be there also. Then we will mourn together over our woes. Then too we will learn who brought these woes upon us. Go now, Mopo, go, and go ye also, my counsellors, leaving me to weep alone because my mother is dead."
Thus then, my father, did the words of Baleka come true, and thus, because of the crafty policy of Shaka, I grew greater in the land than ever I had been before. I chose the cattle, they were fat. I chose the wives, they were fair. But I took no pleasure in them, nor were any more children born to me, for my heart was like a withered stick. The sap and strength had gone from my heart. It was drawn out in the fire of Shaka's hut, and lost in my sorrow for those whom I had loved. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tale of Galazi the Wolf. Now, my father, I will go back a little, for my tale is long and winds in and out like a river in a plain, and tell of the fate of Umslopogaas when the lion had taken him, as he told it to me in the after years. The lioness bounded away, and in her mouth was Umslopogaas. Once he struggled, but she bit him hard, so he lay quiet in her mouth, and looking back, he saw the face of Nada as she ran from the fence of thorns, crying, "Save him!" He saw her face, he heard her words, then he saw and heard little more, for the world grew dark to him, and he passed, as it were, into a deep sleep. Presently Umslopogaas awoke again, feeling pain in his thigh where the lioness had bitten him, and heard a sound of shouting. He looked up. Near to him stood the lioness that had loosed him from her jaws. She was snorting with rage, and in front of her was a lad long and strong, with a grim face, and a wolf's hide, black and grey, bound about his shoulders in such fashion that the upper jaw and teeth of the wolf rested on his head. He stood before the lioness shouting, and in one hand he held a large war shield, and in the other he grasped a heavy club shod with iron. Now the lioness crouched herself to spring, growling terribly, but the lad with the club did not wait for her onset. He ran in upon her and struck her on the head with the club. He smote hard and well, but this did not kill her, for she reared herself up on her hind legs and struck at him heavily. He caught the blow upon his shield, but the shield was driven against his breast so strongly that he fell backwards beneath it and lay there howling like a wolf in pain. Then the lioness sprang upon him and worried him. Still, because of the shield, as yet she could not come at him to slay him,
But Umslopogaas saw that this might not endure, for presently the shield would be torn aside, and the stranger must be killed. Now in the breast of the lioness still stood the half of Umslopogaas's broken spear, and its blade was a span deep in her breast. Then this thought came into the mind of Umslopogaas, that he would drive the spear home or die. So he rose swiftly, for strength came back to him in his need, and ran to where the lioness worried at him who lay beneath the shield. She did not heed him, so he flung himself upon his knees before her, and seizing the haft of the broken spear, drove it deep into her and wrenched it round. Now she saw Umslopogaas, and turned roaring, and clawed at him, tearing his breast and arms. Then, as he lay, he heard a mighty howling, and behold, grey wolves and black leaped upon the lioness, and rent and worried her till she fell and was torn to pieces by them. After this the senses of Umslopogaas left him again, and the light went out of his eyes, so that he was as one dead. At length his mind came back to him, and with it his memory, and he remembered the lioness and looked up to find her. But he did not find her, and he saw that he lay in a cave upon a bed of grass, while all about him were the skins of beasts, and at his side was a pot filled with water. He put out his hand and, taking the pot, drank of the water, and then he saw that his arm was wasted as with sickness, and that his breast was thick with scars scarcely skinned over. Now while he lay and wondered, the mouth of the cave was darkened, and through it entered that same lad who had done battle with the lioness and been overthrown by her, bearing a dead buck upon his shoulders. He put down the buck on the ground, and walking to where Umslopogaas lay, looked at him. "Oh," he said, "your eyes are open. Do you then live, stranger?" "I live," answered Umslopogaas, "and I am hungry," he said. "It is time," said the other, "since with toil I bore you here through the forest. For 12 days you have lain without sense, drinking water only. So deeply had the lion clawed you that I thought of you as dead. Twice I was near to killing you, that you might cease to suffer and I to be troubled. But I held my hand because of a word which came to me from one who is dead. Now eat, that your strength may return to you. Afterwards we will talk." So Umslopogaas ate, and little by little his health returned to him, every day a little. And afterwards, as they sat at night by the fire in the cave, they spoke together. "How are you named?" asked Umslopogaas of the other. "I am named Galazi the Wolf," he answered, "and I am of Zulu blood, ay, of the blood of Shaka the King, for the father of Senzangakona, the father of Shaka, was my great-grandfather." "Whence came you, Galazi?" "I came from Swaziland, from the tribe of the Halakazi, which I should rule. This is the story. Siguyana, my grandfather, was a younger brother of Senzangakona, the father of Shaka, but he quarrelled with Senzangakona and became a wanderer. With certain of the people of the Umtwa, he wandered into Swaziland and sojourned with the Halakazi tribe in their great caves, and the end of it was that he killed the chief of the tribe and took his place. After he was dead, my father ruled in his place. But there was a great party in the tribe that hated his rule because he was of the Zulu race, and would have set up a chief of the old Swazi blood in his place. Still, they could not do this, for my father's hand was heavy on the people. Now I was the only son of my father by his head wife, and born to be chief after him, and therefore those of the Swazi party, and they were many and great, hated me also. So matters stood till last year in the winter, and then my father set his heart upon killing 20 of the headmen, with their wives and children, because he knew that they plotted against him. But the headmen learned what was to come, and they prevailed upon a wife of my father, a woman of their own blood, to poison him. So she poisoned him in the night, and in the morning it was told me that my father lay sick and summoned me, and I went to him. In his hut I found him, and he was writhing with pain. "What is it, my father?" I said. "Who has done this evil?" "It is this, my son," he gasped, "that I am poisoned, and she stands yonder who has done the deed." And he pointed to the woman who stood at the side of the hut near the door, her chin upon her breast, trembling as she looked upon the fruit of her wickedness. Now the girl was young and fair, and we had been friends, yet I say that I did not pause, for my heart was mad in me. I did not pause, but seizing my spear, I ran at her, and though she cried for mercy, I killed her with the spear. "That was well done, Galazi," said my father, "but when I am gone, look to yourself, my son, for these Swazi dogs will drive you out and rob you of your place. But if they drive you out and you still live, swear this to me, that you will not rest till you have avenged me." "I swear it, my father," I answered. "I swear that I will stamp out the men of the tribe of Halakazi, every one of them, except those of my own blood, and bring their women to slavery and their children to bonds." "Big words for a young mouth," said my father. "Yet shall you live to bring these things about, Galazi. This I know of you now in my hour of death. You shall be a wanderer for the few years of your life, child of Siguyana, and wandering in another land you shall die a man's death, and not such a death as yonder witch has given to me." Then, having spoken thus, he lifted up his head, looked at me, and with a great groan he died. Now I passed out of the hut, dragging the body of the dead girl after me. In front of the hut were gathered many headmen waiting for the end, and I saw that their looks were sullen. "The chief, my father, is dead," I cried in a loud voice, "and I, Galazi, who am the chief, have slain her who murdered him." And I rolled the body of the girl over on her back, so that they might look upon her face. Now the father of the girl was among those who stood before me, he who had persuaded her to the deed, and he was maddened at the sight. "What, my brothers," he cried, "shall we suffer that this young Zulu dog, this murderer of a girl, be chief over us? Never! The old lion is dead. Now for the cub!" And he ran at me with spear aloft. "Never!" shouted the others, and they too ran towards me, shaking their spears. I waited. I did not hasten, for I knew well that I should not die then. I knew it from my father's last words. I waited till the man was near me. He thrust, I sprang aside and drove my spear through him, and on the daughter's body the father fell dead. Then I shouted aloud and rushed through them. None touched me, none could catch me. The man does not live who can overtake me when my feet are on the ground and I am away. "Yet I might try," said Umslopogaas, smiling, for of all lads among the Zulus he was the swiftest of foot. "First walk again, then run," answered Galazi. "Take up the tale," quoth Umslopogaas. "It is a merry one." "Something is left to tell, stranger. I fled from the country of the Halakazi, nor did I linger at all in the land of the Swazis, but came on swiftly into the Zulu. Now it was in my mind to go to Chaka and tell him of my wrongs, asking that he would send an impi to make an end of the Halakazi. But while I journeyed, finding food and shelter as I might, I came one night to the kraal of an old man who knew Chaka and had known Siguyana my grandfather, and to him, when I had stayed there 2 days, I told my tale. But the old man counselled me against my plan, saying that Chaka the king did not love to welcome shoots sprung from the royal stock, and would kill me. Moreover, the man offered me a place in his kraal. Now I held that there was wisdom in his words, and thought no more of standing before the king to cry for justice, for he who cries to kings for justice sometimes finds death. Still, I would not stay in the kraal of the old man, for he had sons to come after him, who looked on me with no liking. Moreover, I wished to be a chief myself, even if I lived alone. So I left the kraal by night and walked on, not knowing where I should go. Now on the 3rd night I came to a little kraal that stands on the farther side of the river at the foot of the mountain. In front of the kraal sat a very old woman, basking in the rays of the setting sun. She saw me and spoke to me, saying, "Young man, you are tall and strong and swift of foot. Would you earn a famous weapon, a club that destroys all who stand before it?"
I said that I wished to have such a club, and asked what I should do to win it. You shall do this, said the old woman. Tomorrow morning at the first light you shall go up to yonder mountain. And she pointed to the mountain where you are now, stranger, on which the stone witch sits forever waiting for the world to die. 2/3 of the way up the mountain you will come to a path that is difficult to climb. You shall climb the path and enter a gloomy forest. It is very dark in the forest, but you must push through it till you come to an open place with a wall of rock behind it. In the wall of rock is a cave, and in the cave you will find the bones of a man. Bring down the bones in a bag, and I will give you the club." While she spoke thus, people came out of the kraal and listened. "Do not heed her, young man," they said, "unless you are weary of life. Do not heed her, she is crazy. The mountain is haunted, it is a place of ghosts. Look at the stone witch who sits upon it. Evil spirits live in that forest, and no man has walked there for many years. This woman's son was foolish. He went to wander in the forest, saying that he cared nothing for ghosts, and the Amatongo, the ghost folk, killed him. That was many years ago, and none have dared to seek his bones. Ever she sits here and asks of the passers-by that they should bring them to her, offering the great club for a reward, but they dare not." "They lie," said the old woman. "There are no ghosts there. The ghosts live only in their cowardly hearts. There are but wolves. I know that the bones of my son lie in the cave, for I have seen them in a dream. But alas, my old limbs are too weak to carry me up the mountain path, and all these are cowards. There is no man among them since the Zulus killed my husband, covering him with wounds." Now I listened, answering nothing, but when all had done, I asked to see the club which should be given to him who dared to face the Amatongo, the spirits who lived in the forest upon the ghost mountain. Then the old woman rose, and creeping on her hands went into the hut. Presently she returned again, dragging the great club after her. "Look at it, stranger, look at it. Was there ever such a club?" "And Galazi held it up before the eyes of Umslopogaas. In truth, my father, that was a club, for I, Mopo, saw it in after days. It was great and knotty, black as iron that had been smoked in the fire, and shod with metal that was worn smooth with smiting." "I looked at it," went on Galazi, "and I tell you, stranger, a great desire came into my heart to possess it." "How is this club named?" I asked of the old woman. "It is named Watcher of the Fords," she answered, "and it has not watched in vain. 5 men have held that club in war, and 173 have given up their lives beneath its strokes. He who held it last slew 20 before he was slain himself. For this fortune goes with the club, that he who owns it shall die holding it, but in a noble fashion. There is but one other weapon to match with it in Zululand, and that is the great axe of Dugeza, the chief of the people of the axe, who dwells in the Kraal yonder, the ancient horn-hafted Imbubuzi, the groan-maker that brings victory. Where axe, groan-maker, and club, Watcher of the Fords, side by side, there are no 30 men in Zululand who could stand before them. I have said, choose." And the aged woman watched me cunningly through her horny eyes. "She speaks truly now," said one of those who stood near. "Let the club be, young man. He who owns it smites great blows indeed, but in the end he dies by the assegai. None dare own the Watcher of the Fords." "A good death and a swift," I answered, and pondered a time, while still the old woman watched me through her horny eyes. At length she rose. La, she said, "the Watcher is not for this one. This is but a child. I must seek me a man. Not so fast, old wife," I said. "Will you lend me this club to hold in my hand while I go to find the bones of your son, and to snatch them from the people of the ghosts?" "Lend you the Watcher, boy? Nay, I should see little of you again, or of the good club either." "I am no thief,"
I answered. If the ghosts kill me you will see me no more, or the club either, but if I live I will bring you back the bones, or if I do not find them I will render the watcher into your hands again. At the least I say that if you will not lend me the club, then I will not go into the haunted place." "Boy, your eyes are honest," she said, still peering at me. "Take the watcher, go seek the bones. If you die, let the club be lost with you. If you fail, bring it back to me. But if you win the bones, then it is yours, and it shall bring you glory, and you shall die a man's death at last, holding him aloft among the dead." So on the morrow at dawn I took the club watcher in my hand and a little dancing shield, and made ready to start. The old woman blessed me and bade me farewell, but the other people of the kraal mocked, saying, "A little man for so big a club. Beware, little man, lest the ghost use the club on you." So they spoke, but one girl in the kraal, she is a granddaughter of the old woman, led me aside, praying me not to go, for the forest on the Ghost Mountain had an evil name. None dared walk there, since it was certainly full of spirits who howled like wolves. I thanked the girl, but to the others I said nothing, only I asked of the path to the Ghost Mountain. "Now, stranger, if you have strength, come to the mouth of the cave and look out, for the moon is bright." So Umslopogaas rose and crept through the narrow mouth of the cave. There above him a great grey peak towered high into the air, shaped like a seated woman, her chin resting upon her breast, the place where the cave was being, as it were, on the lap of the woman. Below this place the rock sloped sharply and was clothed with little bushes. Lower down yet was a forest, great and dense, that stretched to the top of a cliff, and at the foot of the cliff, beyond the waters of the river, lay the wide plains of Zululand. "Yonder, stranger," said Galazi, pointing with the club, watcher of the fords, far away to the plain beneath. "Yonder is the kraal where the aged woman dwelt. There is the cliff rising from the plain, up which I must climb. There is the forest where dwell the Amatongo, the people of the ghosts. There, on the hither side of the forest, runs the path to the cave, and here is the cave itself. See this stone lying at the mouth of the cave. It turns thus, shutting up the entrance hole. It turns gently. Though it is so large, a child may move it, for it rests upon a sharp point of rock. Only mark this, the stone must not be pushed too far. For look, if it came to here," and he pointed to a mark in the mouth of the cave, "then that man need be strong who can draw it back again, though I have done it myself, who am not a man full grown. But if it pass beyond this mark, then, see, it will roll down the neck of the cave like a pebble down the neck of a gourd, and I think that two men, one striving from within and one dragging from without, scarcely could avail to push it clear. Look now, I close the stone as is my custom of a night, so," and he grasped the rock and swung it round upon its pivot, on which it turned as a door turns. "Thus I leave it, and though, except those to whom the secret is known, none would guess that a cave was here, yet it can be rolled back with a push of the hand. But enough of the stone. Enter again, wanderer, and I will go forward with my tale, for it is long and strange." I started from the kraal of the old woman, and the people of the kraal followed me to the brink of the river. It was in flood, and few had dared to cross it. "Aha!" they cried. "Now your journey is done, little man. Watch by the ford, you who would win the watcher of the ford. Beat the water with the club, perhaps so it shall grow gentle that your feet may pass it." I answered nothing to their mocking, only I bound the shield upon my shoulders with a string, and the bag that I had brought I made fast about my middle, and I held the great club in my teeth by the thong. Then I plunged into the river and swam. Twice, stranger, the current bore me under, and those on the bank shouted that I was lost. But I rose again, and in the end I won the farther shore. Now those on the bank mocked no more. They stood still wondering, and I walked on till I came to the foot of the cliff, That cliff is hard to climb, stranger. When you are strong upon your feet I will show you the path. Yet I found a way up it, and by midday I came to the forest. Here on the edge of the forest I rested a while, and ate a little food that I had brought with me in the bag. But now I must gather up my strength to meet the ghosts, if ghosts there were. Then I rose and plunged into the forest. The trees are great that grow there, stranger, and their leaves are so thick that in certain places the light is as that of night when the moon is young. Still I wended on, often losing my path. But from time to time between the tops of the trees I saw the figure of the grey stone woman who sits on the top of Ghost Mountain, and shaped my course towards her knees. My heart beat as I travelled through the forest in dark and loneliness like that of the night, and ever I looked round, searching for the eyes of the Amatongo. But I saw no spirits, though at times great spotted snakes crept from before my feet, and perhaps these were the Amatongo. At times also I caught glimpses of some grey wolf as she slunk from tree to tree watching me, and always high above my head the wind sighed in the great boughs with a sound like the sighing of women. Still I went on, singing to myself as I went, that my heart might not faint with fear, and at length towards the end of the second hour the trees grew fewer, the ground sloped upwards, and the light poured down from the heavens again. But, stranger, you are weary, and the night wears on. Sleep now, and tomorrow I will end the tale. Say, first, how are you named? I am named Umslopogaas, son of Mopo, he answered, and my tale shall be told when yours is done. Let us sleep. Now when Galazi heard this name, he started and was troubled, but said nothing. So they laid them down to sleep, and Galazi wrapped Umslopogaas with the skins of bucks. But Galazi the wolf was so hardy that he lay on the bare rock and had no covering. So they slept, and without the door of the caves the wolves howled, scenting the blood of men. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Narda the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Galazi becomes king of the wolves. On the morrow, Umslopogaas awoke and knew that the strength was growing on him fast. Still, all that day he rested in the cave, while Galazi went out to hunt. In the evening he returned, bearing a book upon his shoulders, and they skinned the book and ate of it as they sat by the fire. And when the sun was down, Galazi took up his tale. Now, Umslopogaas, son of Mopo, hear. I had passed the forest, and had come as it were to the legs of the old stone witch, who sits up aloft there, for ever waiting for the world to die. Here the sun shone merrily. Here lizards ran, and birds flew to and fro, and though it grew towards the evening, for I had wandered long in the forest, I was afraid no more. So I climbed up the steep rock, where little bushes grow like hair on the arms of a man, till at last I came to the knees of the stone witch, which are the space before the cave. I lifted my head over the brink of the rock and looked, and I tell you, Umslopogaas, my blood ran cold and my heart turned to water, for there, before the cave, rolled wolves many and great. Some slept and growled in their sleep, some gnawed at the skulls of dead game, some sat up like dogs and their tongues hung from their grinning jaws. I looked, I saw, and beyond I discovered the mouth of the cave, where the bones of the boy should be. But I had no wish to come there, being afraid of the wolves, for I knew that these were the ghosts who live upon the mountain. So I bethought me that I would fly and turn to go. And Umslopogaas, even as I turned, the great club, watcher of the fords, swung round and smote me on the back with such a blow as a man smites upon a coward. Now whether this was by chance, or whether the watcher would shame him who bore it, say you, for I do not know. At the least, shame entered into me. Should I go back to be mocked by the people of the Kraal and by the old woman? And if I wished to go, should I not be killed by the ghosts at night in the forest? Nay, it was better to die in the jaws of the wolves, and at once. Thus I thought in my heart. Then, tarrying not, lest fear should come upon me again, I swung up the watcher, and crying aloud the war cry of the Halakazi, I sprang over the brink of rock and rushed upon the wolves. They too sprang up and stood howling with bristling hides and fiery eyes, and the smell of them came into my nostrils. Yet when they saw it was a man that rushed upon them, they were seized with sudden fear and fled this way and that, leaping by great bounds from the place of rock which is the knees of the stone witch, so that presently I stood alone in front of the cave. Now, having conquered the wolf ghosts, and no blow struck, my heart swelled within me, and I walked to the mouth of the cave proudly as a cock walks upon a roof, and looked in through the opening. As it chanced, the sinking sun shone at this hour full into the cave, so that all its darkness was made red with light. Then once more, Umslopogaas, I grew afraid indeed, for I could see the end of the cave. Look now, there is a hole in the wall of the cave, where the firelight falls below the shadow of the roof, twice the height of a man from the floor. It is a narrow hole and high, is it not? As though one had cut it out with iron, and a man might sit in it, his legs hanging towards the floor of the cave. Aye, Umslopogaas, a man might sit in it, might he not? And there a man sat, or that which had been a man. There sat the bones of a man, and the black skin had withered on his bones, holding them together and making him awful to see. His hands were open beside him, he leaned upon them, and in the right hand was a piece of hide from his mucha. It was half eaten, Umslopogaas. He had eaten it before he died. His eyes also were bound round with a band of leather, as though to hide something from their gaze. One foot was gone, one hung over the edge of the niche towards the floor, and beneath it on the floor, red with rust, lay the blade of a broken spear. Now, come hither, Umslopogaas. Place your hand upon the wall of the cave, just here. It is smooth, is it not? Smooth as the stones on which women grind their corn. What made it so smooth, you ask? I will tell you. When I peered through the door of the cave, I saw this. On the floor of the cave lay a she-wolf, panting, as though she had galloped many a mile. She was great and fierce. Near to her was another wolf. He was a dog, old and black, bigger than any I have seen, a very father of wolves, and all his head and flanks were streaked with grey. But this wolf was on his feet. As I watched, he drew back nearly to the mouth of the cave. Then of a sudden he ran forward and bounded high in the air towards the withered foot of that which hung from the cleft of the rock. His pads struck upon the rock here where it is smooth, and there for a second he seemed to cling, while his great jaws closed with a clash, but a spear's breadth beneath the dead man's foot. Then he fell back with a howl of rage and drew slowly down the cave. Again he ran and leaped, again the great jaws closed, again he fell down howling. Then the she-wolf arose, and they sprang together, striving to pull him down who sat above. But it was all in vain. They could never come nearer than within a spear's breadth of the dead man's foot. And now, Umslopogaas, you know why the rock is smooth and shines. From month to month and year to year, the wolves had ravened there, seeking to devour the bones of him who sat above. Night upon night they had leapt thus against the wall of the cave, but never might their clashing jaws close upon his foot. One foot they had, indeed, but the other they could not come by. Now, as I watched, filled with fear and wonder, the she-wolf, her tongue lolling from her jaws, made so mighty a bound that she almost reached the hanging foot, and yet not quite. She fell back, and then I saw that the leap was her last for that time, for she had oversprung herself, and lay there howling, the black blood flowing from her mouth. The wolf saw also. He drew near, sniffed at her, then, knowing that she was hurt, seized her by the throat and worried her. Now all the place was filled with groans and choking howls, as the wolves rolled over and over beneath him who sat above, and in the blood-red light of the dying sun the sights and sounds were so horrid that I trembled like a child. The she-wolf grew faint, for the white fangs of her mate were buried in her throat. Then I saw that now was the time to smite him, lest when he had killed her he should kill me also. So I lifted the watcher and sprang into the cave, having it in my mind to slay the wolf before he lifted up his head. But he heard my footsteps, or perhaps my shadow fell upon him. Loosing his grip, he looked up, this father of wolves. Then, making no sound, he sprang straight at my throat. I saw him, and whirling the watcher aloft, I smote with all my strength. The blow met him in mid-air. It fell full on his chest and struck him backwards to the earth. But there he would not stay, for rising before I could smite again, once more he sprang at me. This time I leapt aside and struck downwards, and the blow fell upon his right leg and broke it, so that he could spring no more. Yet he ran at me on 3 feet, and though the club fell on his side, he seized me with his teeth, biting through that leather bag which was wound about my middle into the flesh behind. Then I yelled with pain and rage, and lifting the watcher endways, drove it down with both hands as a man drives a stake into the earth, and that with so great a stroke that the skull of the wolf was shattered like a pot, and he fell dead, dragging me with him. Presently I sat up on the ground, and placing the handle of the watcher between his jaws, I forced them open, freeing my flesh from the grip of his teeth. Then I looked at my wounds. They were not deep, for the leather bag had saved me. Yet I feel them to this hour, for there is poison in the mouth of a wolf. Presently I glanced up and saw that the she-wolf had found her feet again, and stood as though unhurt. For this is the nature of these ghosts, Umslopogaas, that though they fight continually, they cannot destroy each other. They may be killed by man alone, and that hardly. There she stood, and yet she did not look at me, or on her dead mate, but at him only who sat above. I saw and crept softly behind her. Then, lifting the watcher, I dashed him down with all my strength. The blow fell on her neck and broke it, so that she rolled over and at once was dead. Now I rested a while, then went to the mouth of the cave and looked out. The sun was sinking. All the depth of forest was black, but the light still shone on the face of the stone woman who sits for ever on the mountain. Here then I must bide this night, for though the moon shone white and full in the sky, I dared not wend towards the plains alone with the wolves and the ghosts, and if I dared not go alone, how much less should I dare to go bearing with me him who sat in the cleft of the rock? Nay, here I must bide. So I went out of the cave to the spring which flows from the rock on the right yonder, and washed my wounds and drank. Then I came back and sat in the mouth of the cave, and watched the light die away from the face of the world. While it was dying there was silence, but when it was dead the forest awoke. A wind sprang up and tossed, till the green of its boughs waved like troubled water on which the moon shines faintly. From the heart of it, too, came howlings of ghosts and wolves that were answered by howls from the rocks above. Hearken, Umslopogaas, such howlings as we hear tonight. It was awful here in the mouth of the cave, for I had not yet learned the secret of the stone, and if I had known it, should I have dared to close it, leaving myself alone with the dead wolves and him whom the wolves had struggled to tear down? I walked out yonder onto the platform and looked up. The moon shone full upon the face of the stone witch who sits aloft for ever. She seemed to grin at me, and oh, I grew afraid, for now I knew that this was a place of dead men, a place where spirits perch like vultures in a tree as they sweep round and round the world. I went back to the cave, and feeling that I must do something, lest I should go mad, I drew to me the carcass of the great dog-wolf which I had killed, and taking my knife of iron, I began to skin it by the light of the moon. For an hour or more I skinned, singing to myself as I worked,
and striving to forget him who sat in the cleft above, and the howlings which ran about the mountains. But ever the moonlight shone more clearly into the cave. Now by it I could see his shape of bone and skin, ay, and even the bandage about his eyes. Why had he tied it there? I wondered. Perhaps to hide the faces of the fierce wolves as they sprang upwards to grip him. And always the howlings grew nearer. Now I could see grey forms creeping to and fro in the shadows of the rocky place before me. Ah, there before me glared two red eyes. A sharp snout sniffed at the carcass which I skinned. With a yell I lifted the watcher and smote. There came a scream of pain, and something galloped away into the shadows. Now the skin was off. I cast it beside me, and seizing the carcass, dragged it to the edge of the rock and left it. Presently the sound of howlings grew near again, and I saw the grey shapes creep up one by one. Now they gathered round the carcass. Now they fell upon it and rent it, fighting horribly till all was finished. Then, licking their red chops, they slunk back into the forest. Did I sleep or did I wake? Nay, I cannot tell, but I know this, that of a sudden I seemed to look up and see. I saw a light, perchance Umslopogaas. It was the light of the moon shining upon him that sat aloft at the end of the cave. It was a red light, and he glowed in it as glows a thing that is rotten. I looked, or seemed to look, and then I thought that the hanging jaw moved, and from it came a voice that was harsh and hollow, as of one who speaks from an empty belly, through a withered throat. " Hail, Galazi, child of Sigoyana," said the voice. " Galazi the wolf. Say, what dost thou here in the Ghost Mountain, where the stone witch sits for ever, waiting for the world to die?" Then, Umslopogaas, I answered, or seemed to answer, and my voice too sounded strange and hollow. " Hail, dead one, who sittest like a vulture on a rock. I do this on the Ghost Mountain. I come to seek thy bones and bear them to thy mother for burial." " Many a year have I sat aloft, Galazi," answered the voice, " watching the ghost wolves sleep and leap to drag me down, till the rock grew smooth beneath the wearing of their feet. So I sat 7 days and nights, being yet alive, the hungry wolves below, and hunger gnawing at my heart. So have I sat many and many a year, being dead in the heart of the old stone witch, watching the moon and the sun and the stars, hearkening to the howls of the ghost wolves as they ravened beneath me, and learning the wisdom of the old witch who sits above in everlasting stone. Yet my mother was young and fair when I trod the haunted forest and climbed the knees of stone. How seems she now, Galazi?" "She is white and wrinkled and very aged," I answered. "They call her mad, yet at her bidding I came to seek thee, dead one, bearing the watcher that was thy father's and shall be mine." "It shall be thine, Galazi," said the voice, "for thou alone hast dared the ghost to give me sleep and burial. Hearken, thine also shall be the wisdom of the old witch who sits aloft for ever, frozen into everlasting stone. Thine and one other's. These are not wolves that thou hast seen. That is no wolf which thou hast slain. Nay, they are ghosts. Evil ghosts of men who lived in ages gone, and who must now live till they be slain by men. And knowest thou how they lived, Galazi, and what was the food they ate? When the light comes again, Galazi, climb to the breasts of the stone witch, and look into the cleft which is between her breasts. There shalt thou see how these men lived. Now this doom is on them. They must wander gaunt and hungry in the shape of wolves, haunting that ghost mountain where once they fed, till they are led forth to die at the hands of men.
Because of their devouring hunger have they leapt from year to year, striving to reach my bones. And he whom thou hast slain was the king of them, and she at his side was their queen. Now, Galazi the wolf, this is the wisdom that I give thee. Thou shalt be king of the ghost wolves, thou and another whom a lion shall bring thee. Gird the black skin upon thy shoulders, and the wolves shall follow thee. All the 363 of them that are left, and let him who shall be brought to thee gird on the skin of grey. Where ye twain lead them, there shall they raven, bringing you victory till all are dead. But know this, that there only may they raven where in life they ravened, singing for their food. Yet that was an ill gift thou tookest from my mother, the gift of the Watcher. For though without the Watcher thou hadst never slain the king of the ghost wolves, yet bearing the Watcher thou shalt thyself be slain. Now, on the morrow, carry me back to my mother, so that I may sleep where the ghost wolves leap no more. I have spoken, Galazi."
Now the dead one's voice seemed to grow ever fainter and more hollow as he spoke, till at the last I could scarcely hear his words. Yet I answered him, asking him this: "Who is it then that the lion shall bring to me to rule with me over the ghost wolves, and how is he named?" Then the dead one spoke once more very faintly, yet in the silence of the place I heard his words:
"He is named Umslopogaas the Slaughterer, son of Chaka, Lion of the Zulu."
Now Umslopogaas started up from his place by the fire. "I am named Umslopogaas," he said, "but the Slaughterer am I not named, and I am the son of Mopo, and not the son of Chaka, Lion of the Zulu. You have dreamed a dream, Galazi, or if it was no dream, then the dead one lied to you." "Perchance this was so, Umslopogaas," answered Galazi the wolf. "Perhaps I dreamed, or perhaps the dead one lied. Nevertheless, if he lied in this matter, in other matters he did not lie, as you shall hear." After I had heard these words, or had dreamed that I heard them, I slept indeed, and when I woke the forest beneath was like the clouds for mist, but the grey light glinted upon the face of her who sits in stone above. Now I remembered the dream that I had dreamed, and I would see if it was all a dream. So I rose, and leaving the cave, found a place where I might climb up to the breasts and head of the stone witch. I climbed, and as I went the rays of the sun lit upon her face, and I rejoiced to see them. But when I drew near, the likeness to the face of a woman faded away, and I saw nothing before me but rugged heaps of piled up rock. For this, Umslopogaas, is the way of witches, be they of stone or flesh. When you draw near to them they change their shape. Now I was on the breast of the mountain, and wandered to and fro a while between great heaps of stone. At length I found, as it were, a crack in the stone, thrice as wide as a man can jump, and in length the half a spear's throw. And near this crack stood great stones blackened by fire, and beneath them broken pots and a knife of flint. I looked down into the crack. It was very deep and green with moss, and tall ferns grew about in it, for the damp gathered there. There was nothing else. I had dreamed a lying dream. I turned to go, then found another mine, and climbed down into the cleft, pushing aside the ferns. Beneath the ferns was moss. I scraped it away with the Watcher. Presently the iron of the club struck on something that was yellow and round like a stone, and from the yellow thing came a hollow sound. I lifted it, Umslopogaas. It was the skull of a child. I dug deeper and scraped away more moss, till presently I saw, beneath the moss was nothing but the bones of men, old bones that had lain there many years. The little ones had rotted, the large ones remained. Some were yellow, some black, and others still white.
They were not broken, as are those that hyenas and wolves have worried, yet on some of them I could see the marks of teeth. Then, Umslopogaas, I went back to the cave, never looking behind me. Now when I was come to the cave I did this. I skinned the she-wolf also. When I had finished the sun was up, and I knew that it was time to go. But I could not go alone. He who sat aloft in the cleft of the cave must go with me. I greatly feared to touch him, this dead one who had spoken to me in a dream, yet I must do it. So I brought stones and piled them up till I could reach him. Then I lifted him down, for he was very light, being but skin and bones. When he was down I bound the hides of the wolves about me. Then, leaving the leather bag, into which he could not enter, I took the dead one and placed him on my shoulders, as a man might carry a child, for his legs were fixed somewhat apart, and holding him by that foot which was left on him, I set out for the Kraal. Down the slope I went as swiftly as I could, for now I knew the way, seeing and hearing nothing except once, when there came a rush of wings, and a great eagle swept down at that which sat upon my shoulders. I shouted, and the eagle flew away. Then I entered the dark of the forest. Here I must walk softly, lest the head of him I carried should strike against the boughs and be smitten from him. For a while I went on thus, till I drew near to the heart of the forest. Then I heard a wolf howl on my right, and from the left came answering howls, and these again were answered by others in front of and behind me. I walked on boldly, for I dared not stay, guiding myself by the sun, which from time to time shone down on me redly through the boughs of the great trees. Now I could see forms grey and black, slinking near my path, sniffing at the air as they went. And now I came to a little open place, and behold, all the wolves in the world were gathered together there. My heart melted, my legs trembled beneath me. On every side were the brutes, great and hungry. I stood still with club aloft, and slowly they crept up, muttering and growling as they came, till they formed a deep circle round me. Yet they did not spring on me, only drew nearer and ever nearer. Presently one sprang indeed, but not at me. He sprang at that which sat upon my shoulders. I moved aside, and he missed his aim, and coming to the ground again, stood there growling and whining like a beast afraid. Then I remembered the words of my dream, if dream it were, how that the dead one had given me wisdom that I should be king of the ghost wolves, I and another whom a lion should bear to me. If it was not so, how came it that the wolves did not devour me? For a moment I stood thinking, then I lifted up my voice and howled like a wolf, and lo, Umslopogaas, all the wolves howled in answer with a mighty howling. I stretched out my hand and called to them. They ran to me, gathering round me as though to devour me. But they did not harm me. They licked my legs with their red tongues, and fighting to come near me, pressed themselves against me, as does a cat. One indeed snatched at him who sat on my shoulder, but I struck him with the watcher, and he slunk back like a whipped hound. Moreover, the others bit him so that he yelled. Now I knew that I had no more to fear, for I was king of the ghost wolves. So I walked on, and with me came all the great pack of them. I walked on, and they trotted beside me silently, and the fallen leaves crackled beneath their feet, and the dust rose up about them, till at length I reached the edge of the forest. Now I remembered that I must not be seen thus by men, lest they should think me a wizard and kill me. Therefore, at the edge of the forest I halted, and made signs to the wolves to go back. At this they howled piteously, as though in grief, but I called to them that I would come again and be their king, and it seemed as though their brute hearts understood my words. Then they all went, still howling, till presently I was alone. And now, Umslopogaas, it is time to sleep. Tomorrow night I will end my tale.
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wolf Brethren. Now, my father, on the morrow night, once again Umslopogaas and Galazi the wolf sat by the fire in the mouth of their cave, as we sit tonight, my father, and Galazi took up his tale. I passed on till I came to the river. It was still full, but the water had run down a little, so that my feet found foothold. I waded into the river, using the watcher as a staff, and the stream reached to my elbows, but no higher. Now, one on the farther bank of the river saw that which sat upon my shoulders, and saw also the wolf's skin on my head, and ran to the Kraal, crying, "Here comes one who walks the waters on the back of a wolf." So it came about that as I drew towards the Kraal, all the people of the Kraal were gathered together to meet me, except the old woman who could not walk so far. But when they saw me coming up the slope of the hill, and when they knew what it was that sat upon my shoulders, they were smitten with fear. Yet they did not run, because of their great wonder, only they walked backward before me, clinging each to each and saying nothing. I too came on silently, till at length I reached the Kraal, and before its gates sat the old woman basking in the sun of the afternoon. Presently she looked up and cried, "What ails you, people of my house, that you walk backwards like men bewitched? And who is that tall and deathly man who comes toward you?" But still they drew on backward, saying no word, the little children clinging to the women clinging to the men, till they had passed the old wife and ranged themselves behind her like a regiment of soldiers. Then they halted against the fence of the Kraal, but I came on to the old woman and lifted him who sat upon my shoulders and placed him on the ground before her, saying, "Woman, here is your son. I have snatched him with much toil from the jaws of the ghosts, and they are many up yonder, all save one foot which I could not find. Take him now and bury him, for I weary of his fellowship." She looked upon that which sat before her. She put away her withered hand and drew the bandage from his sunken eyes. Then she screamed aloud a shrill scream, and flinging her arms about the neck of that dead one, she cried, "It is my son whom I bore, my very son, whom for twice 10 years and half a 10 I have not looked upon. Greeting, my son, greeting. Now shalt thou find burial, and I with thee, I with thee." And once more she cried aloud, standing upon her feet with arms outstretched. Then of a sudden a foam burst from her lips, and she fell forward upon the body of her son and was dead. Now silence came upon the place again, for all were fearful. At last one cried, "How is this man named who has won the body from the ghosts?" "I am named Galazi," I answered. "Nay," said he, "the wolf are you named? Look at the wolf's red hide upon his head." "I am named Galazi, and the wolf you have named me," I said again. "So be it. I am named Galazi the wolf." "Methinks he is a wolf," said he. "Look now at his teeth, how they grin. This is no man, my brothers, but a wolf." "No wolf and no man," said another, "but a wizard. None but a wizard could have passed the forest and won the lap of her who sits in stone for ever." "Yes, yes, he is a wolf, he is a wizard," they screamed. "Kill him! Kill the wolf wizard before he brings the ghosts upon us!" And they ran towards me with uplifted spears. "I am a wolf indeed," I cried, "and I am a wizard indeed, and I will bring wolves and ghosts upon you ere all is done." And I turned and fled so swiftly that soon they were left behind me. Now as I ran I met a girl. A basket of mealies was on her head, and she bore a dead kid in her hand. I rushed at her howling like a wolf, and I snatched the mealies from her head and the kid from her hand. Then I fled on, and coming to the river I crossed it, and for that night I hid myself in the rocks beyond, eating the mealies and the flesh of the kid. On the morrow at dawn I rose and shook the dew from the wolf hide. Then I went on into the forest and howled like a wolf. They knew my voice, the ghost wolves, and howled in answer from far and near. Then I heard the pattering of their feet, and they came round me by tens and by twenties and fawned upon me. I counted their number. They numbered 363. Afterwards I went on to the cave, and I have lived here in the cave Umslopogaas for nigh upon 12 moons, and I have become a wolfman, for with the wolves I hunt and raven, and they know me, and what I bid them that they do. Stay, Umslopogaas, now you are strong again, and if your courage does not fail you, you shall see this very night. Come now, have you the heart, Umslopogaas?" Then Umslopogaas rose and laughed aloud. "I am young in years," he cried, "and scarcely come to the full strength of men. Yet hitherto I have not turned my back on lion or witch or wolf or man. Now let us see this impy of yours, this impy black and grey that runs on 4 legs, with fangs for spears." "You must first bind on the she-wolf's hide, Umslopogaas," quoth Galazi. "Else, before a man could count his fingers twice, there would be little enough left of you. Bind it about the neck and beneath the arms, and see that the fastenings do not burst, lest it be the worse for you." So Umslopogaas took the grey wolf's hide and bound it on with thongs of leather, and its teeth gleamed upon his head, and he took a spear in his hand. Galazi also bound on the hide of the king of the wolves, and they went out onto the space before the cave. Galazi stood there a while, and the moonlight fell upon him, and Umslopogaas saw that his face grew wild and beast-like, and that his eyes shone and his teeth grinned beneath his curling lips. He lifted up his head and howled out upon the night. Thrice Galazi lifted his head, and thrice he howled loudly, and yet more loud. But before ever the echoes had died in the air, from the heights of the rocks above and the depths of the forest beneath, from the east and the west, from the north and the south, there came howlings in answer. Nearer they grew and nearer. Now there was a sound of feet, and a wolf great and grey bounded towards them, and after him many another. They came to Galazi, they sprang upon him, fawning round him, but he beat them down with the watcher. Then of a sudden they saw Umslopogaas, and rushed at him open-mouthed. "Stand and do not move," cried Galazi. "Be not afraid." "I have always fondled dogs," answered Umslopogaas. "Shall I learn to fear them now?" Yet though he spoke boldly, in his heart he was afraid, for this was the most terrible of all sights. The wolves rushed upon him open-mouthed, from before and from behind, so that in a breath he was well nigh hidden by their forms. Yet no fang pierced him, for as they leapt they smelt the smell of the skin upon him, and dropped down at his feet, fawning and licking him. Then Umslopogaas saw that the wolves leapt at him no more, but the she-wolves gathered round him who wore the she-wolf's skin. They were great and gaunt and hungry, all were full grown. There were no little ones, and their number was so many that he could not count them in the moonlight. Umslopogaas, looking into their red eyes, felt his heart become as the heart of a wolf, and he too lifted up his head and howled, and the she-wolves howled in answer. "The pack is gathered, now for the hunt," cried Galazi. "Make your feet swift, my brother, for we shall journey far tonight. Ho, Blackfang! Ho, Grey Snout! Ho, my people, black and grey! Away, away!" He spoke and bounded forward, and with him went Umslopogaas, and after them streamed the ghost wolves. They fled down the mountain sides, leaping from boulder to boulder like bucks. Presently they stood by a kloof that was thick with trees. Galazi stopped, holding up the watcher, and the wolves stopped with him. "I smell a quarry," he cried. "In, my people, in!" Then the wolves plunged silently into the great kloof, but Galazi and Umslopogaas drew to the foot of it and waited.
Presently there came a sound of breaking boughs, and lo! before them stood a buffalo, a bull who lowed fiercely and sniffed the air. ' This one will give us good chase, my brother. See, he is gaunt and thin. Ah, that meat is tender which my people have hunted to the death.' As Galazi spoke, the first of the wolves drew from the covert and saw the buffalo. Then, giving tongue, they sprang towards it. The bull saw also, and dashed down the hill, and after him came Galazi and Umslopogaas, and with them all their company, and the rock shook with the music of their hunting. They rushed down the mountain side, and it came into the heart of Umslopogaas that he too was a wolf. They rushed madly, yet his feet were swift as the swiftest. No wolf could outstrip him, and in him was but one desire, the desire of prey. Now they neared the borders of the forest, and Galazi shouted. He shouted to Grey Snout and Black Fang, to Blood and to Death Grip, and these four leaped forward from the pack, running so swiftly that their bellies seemed to touch the ground. They passed about the bull, turning him from the forest and setting his head up the slope of the mountain. Then the chase wheeled, the bull leaped and bounded up the mountain side, and on one flank lay Grey Snout and Death Grip, and on the other lay Blood and Black Fang, while behind came the wolf brethren, and after them the wolves with lolling tongues. Up the hill they sped, but the feet of Umslopogaas never wearied. His breath did not fail him. Once more they drew near the lap of the Grey Witch where the cave was. On rushed the bull, mad with fear. He ran so swiftly that the wolves were left behind, since here for a space the ground was level to his feet. Galazi looked on Umslopogaas at his side and grinned. ' You do not run so ill, my brother, who have been sick of late. See now if you can outrun me. Who shall touch the quarry first ?' Now the bull was ahead by 2 spear throws. Umslopogaas looked and grinned back at Galazi. ' Good !' he cried. ' Away !' They sped forward with a bound, and for a while it seemed to Umslopogaas as though they stood side by side, only the bull grew nearer and nearer. Then he put out his strength and the swiftness of his feet, and lo! when he looked again he was alone, and the bull was very near. Never were feet so swift as those of Umslopogaas. Now he reached the bull as he laboured on. Umslopogaas placed his hands upon the back of the bull and leapt. He was on him, he sat him, as you white men sit a horse. Then he lifted the spear in his hand and drove it down between the shoulders to the spine, and of a sudden the great buffalo staggered, stopped, and fell dead. Galazi came up. ' Who now is the swiftest, Galazi ?' cried Umslopogaas. ' I, or you, or your wolf host ?'' You are the swiftest, Umslopogaas,' said Galazi, gasping for his breath. ' Never did a man run as you run, nor ever shall again.' Now the wolves streamed up and would have torn the carcass, but Galazi beat them back, and they rested a while. Then Galazi said, ' Let us cut meat from the bull with a spear.' So they cut meat from the bull, and when they had finished Galazi motioned to the wolves, and they fell upon the carcass, fighting furiously. In a little while nothing was left except the larger bones, and yet each wolf had but a little. Then they went back to the cave and slept. Afterwards Umslopogaas told Galazi all his tale, and Galazi asked him if he would abide with him and be his brother, and rule with him over the wolf kind, or seek his father Mopo at the Kraal of Chaka. Umslopogaas said it was rather in his mind to seek his sister Nada, for he was weary of the Kraal of Chaka, but he thought of Nada day and night. ' Where then is Nada, your sister ?' asked Galazi. ' She sleeps in the caves of your people, Galazi. She tarries with the Halakazi.'
"Stay a while, Umslopogaas," cried Galazi. "Stay till we are men indeed. Then we will seek this sister of yours and snatch her from the caves of the Halakazi." Now the desire of this wolf life had entered into the heart of Umslopogaas, and he said that it should be so. And on the morrow they made them blood brethren, to be one till death, before all the company of ghost wolves, and the wolves howled when they smelt the blood of men. In all things thenceforth these two were equal, and the ghost wolves hearkened to the voice of both of them. And on many a moonlight night they and the wolves hunted together, winning their food. At times they crossed the river, hunting in the plains, for game was scarce on the mountain, and the people of the Kraal would come out, hearing the mighty howling, and watch the pack sweep across the veldt, and with them a man or men. Then they would say that the ghosts were abroad, and creep into their huts, shivering with fear. But as yet the wolf brethren and their pack killed no men, but game only, or at times elephants and lions. Now when Umslopogaas had abode some moons in the Witch Mountain, on a night he dreamed of Nada, and awakening soft at heart, bethought him that he would learn tidings concerning me, his father Mopo, and what had befallen me, and her whom he deemed his mother, and Nada his sister, and his other brethren. So he clothed himself, hiding his nakedness, and leaving Galazi, descended to that kraal where the old woman had dwelt, and there gave it out that he was a young man, a chief's son from a far place, who sought a wife. The people of the kraal listened to him, though they held that his look was fierce and wild, and one asked if this were Galazi the wolf, Galazi the wizard. But another answered that this was not Galazi, for their eyes had seen him. Umslopogaas said that he knew nothing of Galazi and little of wolves, and lo, while he spoke, there came an impi of 50 men and entered the kraal. Umslopogaas looked at the leaders of the impi and knew them for captains of Shaka. At first he would have spoken to them, but his Ekhlosi bade him hold his peace. So he sat in a corner of the big hut and listened. Presently the headman of the kraal, who trembled with fear, for he believed that the impi had been sent to destroy him and all that were his, asked the captain what was his will. "A little matter and a vain," said the captain. "We are sent by the king to search for a certain youth, Umslopogaas, the son of Mopo, the king's doctor. Mopo gave it out that the youth was killed by a lion near these mountains, and Shaka would learn if this is true." "We know nothing of the youth," said the headman. "But what would ye with him?" "Only this," answered the captain, "to kill him." "That is yet to do," thought Umslopogaas. "Who is this Mopo?" asked the headman. "An evildoer whose house the king has eaten up, man, woman, and child," answered the captain. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The death of the king's slayers. When Umslopogaas heard these words, his heart was heavy, and a great anger burned in his breast, for he thought that I, Mopo, was dead with the rest of his house, and he loved me. But he said nothing, only watching till none were looking, he slipped past the backs of the captains and won the door of the hut. Soon he was clear of the kraal, and running swiftly crossed the river and came to the Ghost Mountain. Meanwhile the captain asked the headman of the kraal if he knew anything of such a youth as he for whom they sought. The headman told the captain of Galazi the wolf, but the captain said that this could not be the lad, for Galazi had dwelt many moons upon the Ghost Mountain. "There is another youth," said the headman, A stranger, fierce, strong and tall, with eyes that shine like spears. He is in the hut now. He sits yonder in the shadow." The captain rose and looked into the shadow, but Umslopogaas was gone. "Now this youth is fled," said the headman, "and yet none saw him fly. Perhaps he also is a wizard. Indeed, I have heard that now there are 2 of them upon the Ghost Mountain, and that they hunt there at night with the ghost wolves. But I do not know if it is true. Now I am minded to kill you," said the captain in wrath, "because you have suffered this youth to escape me. Without doubt it is Umslopogaas, son of Mopo." "It is no fault of mine," said the headman. "These young men are wizards who can pass hither and thither at will. But I say this to you, Captain of the King, if you will go on the Ghost Mountain, you must go there alone with your soldiers, for none in these parts dare to tread upon that mountain." "Yet I shall dare tomorrow," said the captain. "We grow brave at the Kraal of Shaka. There men do not fear spears or ghosts or wild beasts or magic, but they fear the King's word alone. The sun sets. Give us food. Tomorrow we will search the mountain." Thus, my father, did this captain speak in his folly, he who should never see another sun. Now Umslopogaas reached the mountain, and when he had passed the forest of which he had learned every secret way, the darkness gathered, and the wolves awoke in the darkness and drew near howling. Umslopogaas howled in answer, and presently that great wolf Deathgrip came to him. Umslopogaas saw him and called him by his name, but, behold, the brute did not know him and flew at him growling. Then Umslopogaas remembered that the she-wolf's skin was not bound about his shoulders, and therefore it was that the wolf Deathgrip knew him not. For though in the daytime when the wolves slept he might pass to and fro without the skin, at night it was not so. He had not brought the skin because he dared not wear it in the sight of the men of the kraal, lest they should know him for one of the wolf brethren, and it had not been his plan to seek the mountain again that night, but rather on the morrow. Now Umslopogaas knew that his danger was great indeed. He beat back Deathgrip with his kerry, but others were behind him, for the wolves gathered fast. Then he bounded away towards the cave, and he was so swift of foot that the wolves could not catch him, though they pressed him hard, and once the teeth of one of them tore his mucha. Never before did he run so fast, and in the end he reached the cave and rolled the rock too, and as he did so the wolves dashed themselves against it. Then he clad himself in the hide of the she-wolf, and pushing aside the stone came out, and lo, the eyes of the wolves were opened, and they knew him for one of the brethren who ruled over them, and slunk away at his bidding. Now Umslopogaas sat himself down at the mouth of the cave, waiting for Galazi, and he thought. Presently Galazi came, and in few words Umslopogaas told him all his tale. "You have run a great risk, my brother," said Galazi. "What now?" "This," said Umslopogaas. "These people of ours are hungry for the flesh of men. Let us feed them full on the soldiers of Shaka, who sit yonder at the kraal, seeking my life. I would take vengeance for Mopo my father, and all my brethren who are dead, and for my mothers, the wives of Mopo. What say you?" Galazi laughed aloud. "That will be merry, my brother," he said. "I am weary of hunting beasts. Let us hunt men tonight." "Aye, tonight," said Umslopogaas, nodding. "I long to look upon that captain as a maid longs for her lover's kiss. But first let us rest and eat, for the night is young. Then, Galazi, summon our impi." So they rested and ate, and afterwards went out armed, and Galazi howled to the wolves, and they came in 10s and in 20s, till all were gathered together. Galazi moved among them, shaking the watcher as they sat upon their haunches, and followed him with their fiery eyes. "We do not hunt game tonight, little people," he cried, "but men,
and you love the flesh of men.' Now all the wolves howled as though they understood. Then the pack divided itself as was its custom, the she-wolves following Umslopogaas, the dog-wolves following Galazi, and in silence they moved swiftly down towards the plain. They came to the river and swam it, and there, 8 spear throws away on the farther side of the river, stood the kraal. Now the wolf brethren took counsel together, and Galazi with the dog-wolves went to the north gate, and Umslopogaas with the she-wolves to the south gate. They reached them safely and in silence, for at the bidding of the brethren the wolves ceased from their howlings. The gates were stopped with thorns, but the brethren pulled out the thorns and made a passage. As they did this, it chanced that certain dogs in the kraal heard the sound of the stirred boughs, and awakening, caught the smell of the wolves that were with Umslopogaas, for the wind blew from that quarter. These dogs ran out barking, and presently they came to the south gate of the kraal, and flew at Umslopogaas, who pulled away the thorns. Now when the wolves saw the dogs, they could be restrained no longer, but sprang on them and tore them to fragments, and the sound of their worrying came to the ears of the soldiers of Chaka and of the dwellers in the kraal, so that they sprang from sleep, snatching their arms. And as they came out of the huts, they saw in the moonlight a man wearing a wolf's hide rushing across the empty cattle kraal, for the grass was long and the cattle were out at graze, and with him countless wolves black and grey. Then they cried aloud in terror, saying that the ghosts were on them, and turned to flee the north gate of the kraal. But behold, here also they met a man clad in a wolf's skin only, and with him countless wolves, black and grey. Now some flung themselves to earth, screaming in their fear, and some strove to run away. But the greater part of the soldiers, and with them many of the men of the kraal, came together in knots, being minded to die like men at teeth of the ghosts, and that though they shook with fear. Then Umslopogaas howled aloud, and howled Galazi, and they flung themselves upon the soldiers and the people of the kraal, and with them came the wolves. Then a crying and a baying rose up to heaven as the grey wolves leaped and bit and tore. Little they heeded the spears and kerries of the soldiers. Some were killed, but the rest did not stay. Presently the knots of men broke up, and to each man wolves hung by 2s and 3s, dragging him to earth. Some few fled indeed, but the wolves hunted them by gaze and scent, and pulled them down before they passed the gates of the kraal. The wolf brethren also ravened with the rest. Busy was the watcher, and many bowed beneath him, and often the spear of Umslopogaas flashed in the moonlight. It was finished. None were left living in that kraal, and the wolves growled sullenly as they took their fill, they who had been hungry for many days. Now the brethren met and laughed in their wolf joy, because they had slaughtered those who were sent out to slaughter. They called to the wolves, bidding them search the huts, and the wolves entered the huts as dogs enter a thicket, and killed those who lurked there, or drove them forth to be slain without. Presently a man, great and tall, sprang from the last of the huts where he had hidden himself, and the wolves outside rushed on him to drag him down. But Umslopogaas beat them back, for he had seen the face of the man. It was that captain whom Chaka had sent out to kill him. He beat them back and stalked up to the captain, saying, "Greeting to you, captain of the king. Now tell us what is your errand here beneath the shadow of her who sits in stone." And he pointed with his spear to the grey witch on the ghost mountain, on which the moon shone bright. Now the captain had a great heart, though he had hidden from the wolves, and answered boldly, "What is that to you, wizard? Your ghost wolves have made an end of my errand. Let them make an end of me also." "But not in haste, captain," said Umslopogaas. "Say, did you not seek a certain youth, the son of Mopo?" "That is so," answered the captain. "I sought one youth, and I have found many evil spirits." And he looked at the wolves tearing their prey and shuddered. "Say, captain," quoth Umslopogaas, drawing back his hood of wolf's hide so that the moonlight fell upon his face, "is this the face of that youth whom you sought?" "It is the face," answered the captain, astonished. "Aye," laughed Umslopogaas, "it is the face. Fool! I knew your errand and heard your words, and thus have I answered them." And he pointed to the dead. "Now choose, and swiftly. Will you run for your life against my wolves? Will you do battle for your life against these four?" And he pointed to Grey Snout, and to Black Fang, to Blood, and to Death Grip, who watched him with slavering lips. "Or will you stand face to face with me, and if I am slain, with him who bears the club, and with whom I rule this people black and grey? I fear ghosts, but of men I have no fear, though they be wizards," answered the captain. "Good!" cried Umslopogaas, shaking his spear. Then they rushed together, and that fray was fierce, for presently the spear of Umslopogaas was broken in the shield of the captain, and he was left weaponless. Now Umslopogaas turned and fled swiftly, bounding over the dead, and the wolves who preyed upon them, and the captain followed with uplifted spear, and mocked him as he came. Galazi also wondered that Umslopogaas should fly from a single man. Hither and thither fled Umslopogaas, and always his eyes were on the earth. Of a sudden Galazi, who watched, saw him sweep forward like a bird and stoop to the ground. Then he wheeled round, and lo! there was an axe in his hand. The captain rushed at him, and Umslopogaas smote as he rushed, and the blade of the great spear that was lifted to pierce him fell to the ground, hewn from its shaft. Again Umslopogaas smote. The moon-shaped axe sank through the stout shield, deep into the breast beyond. Then the captain threw up his arms and fell to the earth. "Ah!" cried Umslopogaas, "you sought a youth to slay him, and have found an axe to be slain by it. Sleep softly, captain of Shaka." Then Umslopogaas spoke to Galazi, saying, "My brother, I will fight no more with the spear, but with the axe alone. It was to seek an axe that I ran to and fro like a coward, but this is a poor thing. See, the haft is split because of the greatness of my stroke. Now this is my desire, to win that great axe of Dugeza, which is called Groanmaker, of which we have heard tell, so that axe and club may stand together in the fray." "That must be for another night," said Galazi. "We have not done so ill for once. Now let us search for pots and corn, of which we stand in need, and then to the mountain before dawn finds us." Thus then did the wolf brethren bring death on the Impi of Shaka, and this was but the first of many deaths that they wrought with the help of the wolves. For ever they ravened through the land at night, and falling on those they hated, they ate them up, till their name and the name of the ghost wolves became terrible in the ears of men, and the land was swept clean. But they found that the wolves would not go abroad to worry everywhere. Thus on a certain night they set out to fall upon the kraals of the people of the Axe, where dwelt the chief Dugeza, who was named the Unconquered, and owned the axe Groanmaker. But when they neared the kraal, the wolves turned back and fled. Then Galazi remembered the dream that he had dreamed, in which the dead one in the cave had seemed to speak, telling him that there only where the men-eaters had hunted in the past might the wolves hunt today. So they returned home, but Umslopogaas set himself to find a plan to win the axe.
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Umslopogaas Ventures Out to win the axe. Now many moons had gone by since Umslopogaas became a king of the wolves, and he was a man full grown, a man fierce and tall and keen, a slayer of men, fleet of foot and of valour unequalled, seeing by night as well as by day. But he was not yet named the Slaughterer, and not yet did he hold that iron chieftainess, the axe Groan-maker. Still, the desire to win the axe was foremost in his mind, for no woman had entered there, who, when she enters, drives out all other desire. Ay, my father, even that of good weapons. Times, indeed, Umslopogaas would lurk in the reeds by the river, looking at the Kraal of Dugeza the Unconquered, and would watch the gates of his Kraal, and once as he lurked he saw a man great, broad and hairy, who bore upon his shoulder a shining axe, hafted with the horn of a rhinoceros. After that his greed for this axe entered into Umslopogaas more and more, till at length he scarcely could sleep for thinking of it, and to Galazi he spoke of little else, wearying him much with his talk, for Galazi loved silence. But for all his longing, he could find no means to win it. Now it befell that as Umslopogaas hid one evening in the reeds, watching the Kraal of Dugeza, he saw a maiden straight and fair, whose skin shone like the copper anklets on her limbs. She walked slowly towards the reeds where he lay hidden, nor did she stop at the brink of the reeds. She entered them, and sat herself down within a spear's length of where Umslopogaas was seated, and at once began to weep, speaking to herself as she wept. "Would that the ghost wolves might fall on him and all that is his," she sobbed. "Ay, and on Masilo also. I would hound them on, even if I myself must next know their fangs. Better to die by the teeth of the wolves than to be sold to this fat pig of a Masilo. Oh, if I must wed him, I will give him a knife for the bride's kiss. Oh, that I were lady of the ghost wolves. There should be a picking of bones in the Kraal of Dugeza before the moon grows young again." Umslopogaas heard, and of a sudden reared himself up before the maid, and he was great and wild to look on, and the she-wolf's fangs shone upon his brow. "The ghost wolves are at hand, damsel," he said. "They are ever at hand for those who need them." Now the maid saw him and screamed faintly, then grew silent, wondering at the greatness and the fierce eyes of the man who spoke to her. "Who are you?" she asked. "I fear you not, whoever you are." "Then you are wrong, damsel, for all men fear me, and they have cause to fear. I am one of the wolf brethren, whose names have been told of. I am a wizard of the Ghost Mountain. Take heed now, lest I kill you. It will be of little avail to call upon your people, for my feet are fleeter than theirs." "I have no wish to call upon my people, Wolfman," she answered, "and for the rest, I am too young to kill." "That is so, maiden," answered Umslopogaas, looking at her beauty. "What were the words upon your lips, as to Dugeza and a certain Masilo? Were they not fierce words, such as my heart likes well?" "It seems that you heard them," answered the girl. "What need to waste breath in speaking them again?" "No need, maiden. Now tell me your story. Perhaps I may find a way to help you." "There is little to tell," she answered. "It is a small tale and a common. My name is Zinita, and Dugeza the Unconquered is my stepfather. He married my mother, who is dead, but none of his blood is in me. Now he would give me in marriage to a certain Masilo, a fat man and an old, whom I hate, because Masilo offers many cattle for me."
"Is there then another whom you would wed, maiden?" asked Umslopogaas.
"There is none," answered Zinita, looking him in the eyes.
"And is there no path by which you may escape from Masilo?"
"There is only one path, Wolfman, by death. If I die I shall escape. If Masilo dies I shall escape, but to little end, for I shall be given to another. But if Dugeza dies, then it will be well. What of that wolf people of yours? Are they not hungry, Wolfman?"
"I cannot bring them here," answered Umslopogaas. "Is there no other way?"
"There is another way," said Zinita, "if one can be found to try it." And again she looked at him strangely, causing the blood to beat within him. "Hearken, do you not know how our people are governed? They are governed by him who holds the axe groan maker. He that can win the axe in war from the hand of him who holds it shall be our chief. But if he who holds the axe dies unconquered, then his son takes his place, and with it the axe. It has been thus indeed for 4 generations, since he who held Groanmaker has always been unconquerable. But I have heard that the great grandfather of Dugeza won the axe from him who held it in his day. He won it by fraud, for when the axe had fallen on him but lightly, he fell over, feigning death. Then the owner of the axe laughed and turned to walk away, but the forefather of Dugeza sprang up behind him and pierced him through with a spear, and thus he became chief of the people of the axe. Therefore it is the custom of Dugeza to hew off the heads of those whom he kills with the axe."
"Does he then slay many?" asked Umslopogaas.
"Of late years few indeed," she said, "for none dare stand against him. No, not with all to win. For, holding the axe Groanmaker, he is unconquerable, and to fight with him is sure death. 51 have tried in all, and before the hut of Dugeza there are piled 51 white skulls. And know this, the axe must be won in fight. If it is stolen or found, it has no virtue. Nay, it brings shame and death to him who holds it."
"How then may a man give battle to Dugeza?" he asked again.
"Thus, once in every year, on the first day of the new moon of the summer season, Dugeza holds a meeting of the headmen. Then he must rise and challenge all or any to come forward and do battle with him to win the axe and become chief in his place. Now if one comes forward, they go into the cattle kraal, and there the matter is ended. Afterwards, when the head is hewn from his foe, Dugeza goes back to the meeting of the headmen, and they talk as before. All are free to come to the meeting, and Dugeza must fight with them if they wish it, whoever they may be."
"Perhaps I shall be there," said Umslopogaas.
"After this meeting at the new moon, I am to be given in marriage to Masilo," said the maid. "But should one conquer Dugeza, then he will be chief, and can give me in marriage to whom he will."
Now Umslopogaas understood her meaning, and knew that he had found favour in her sight, and the thought moved him a little, for women were strange to him as yet. "If perchance I should be there," he said, "and if perchance I should win the Iron Chieftainess, the Axe Groanmaker, and rule over the people of the Axe, you should not live far from the shadow of the Axe thenceforward, maid Zinita."
"It is well, Wolfman, though some might not wish to dwell in that shadow. But first you must win the axe. Many have tried, and all have failed."
"Yet one must succeed at last," he said, "and so farewell." And he leapt into the torrent of the river and swam it with great strokes. Now the maid Zinita watched him till he was gone, and love of him entered into her heart, a love that was fierce and jealous and strong. But as he wended to the Ghost Mountain, Umslopogaas thought rather of Axe Groanmaker than of maid Zinita, for ever at the bottom Umslopogaas loved war more than women, though this has been his fate, that women have brought sorrow on his head. 15 days must pass before the day of the new moon, and during this time Umslopogaas thought much and said little. Still, he told Galazi something of the tale, and that he was determined to do battle with Dugeza the Unconquered for the axe groan-maker. Galazi said that he would do well to let it be, and that it was better to stay with the wolves than to go out seeking for strange weapons. He said also that even if he won the axe, the matter might not stay there, for he must take the girl also, and his heart boded no good of women. It had been a girl who poisoned his father in the kraals of the Halakazi. To all of which Umslopogaas answered nothing, for his heart was set both on the axe and the girl, but more on the former than the latter. So the time wore on, and at length came the day of the new moon. At the dawn of that day Umslopogaas arose and clad himself in a mucha, binding the she-wolf's skin round his middle beneath the mucha. In his hand he took a stout fighting shield, which he had made of buffalo hide, and that same light moon-shaped axe with which he had slain the captain of Chaka. "A poor weapon with which to kill Dugeza the Unconquered," said Galazi, eyeing it askance. "It shall serve my turn," answered Umslopogaas. Now Umslopogaas ate, and then they moved together slowly down the mountain and crossed the river by a ford, for he wished to save his strength. On the farther side of the river Galazi hid himself in the reeds, because his face was known, and there Umslopogaas bade him farewell, not knowing if he should look upon him again. Afterwards he walked up to the great place of Dugeza. Now when he reached the gates of the Kraal, he saw that many people were streaming through them, and mingled with the people. Presently they came to the open space in front of the huts of Dugeza, and there the headmen were gathered together. In the centre of them, and before a heap of the skulls of men which were piled up against his doorposts, sat Dugeza, a huge man, a hairy and a proud, who glared about him, rolling his eyes. Fastened to his arm by a thong of leather was the great axe groan-maker, and each man as he came up saluted the axe, calling it Inkosikas, or chieftainess, but he did not salute Dugeza. Umslopogaas sat down with the people in front of the councillors, and few took any notice of him, except Zinita, who moved sullenly to and fro, bearing gourds of beer to the councillors. Near to Dugeza, on his right hand, sat a fat man with small and twinkling eyes, who watched the maid Zinita greedily. "Yon man," thought Umslopogaas, "is Masilo. The better for bloodletting will you be, Masilo." Presently Dugeza spoke, rolling his eyes. "This is the matter before you, councillors. I have settled it in my mind to give my stepdaughter Zinita in marriage to Masilo, but the marriage gift is not yet agreed on. I demand 100 head of cattle from Masilo, for the maid is fair and straight, a proper maid, and moreover my daughter, though not of my blood. But Masilo offers 50 head only. Therefore I ask you to settle it." "We hear you, Lord of the Axe," answered one of the councillors. "But first, O Unconquered, you must on this day of the year, according to ancient custom, give public challenge to any man to fight you for the groan-maker, and for your place as chief of the people of the Axe." "This is a wearisome thing," grumbled Dugeza. "Can I never have done in it? 53 have I slain in my youth without a wound, and now for many years I have challenged like a cock on a dunghill, and none crow in answer. Ho now, is there any man who will come forward and do battle with me, Dugeza, for the great axe groan-maker? To him who can win it, it shall be, and with it the chieftainship of the people of the axe." Thus he spoke very fast, as a man gabbles a prayer to a spirit in whom he has little faith, then turned once more to talk of the cattle of Masilo and of the maid Zinita. But suddenly Umslopogaas stood up, looking at him over the top of his war-shield and crying, Here is one, O Dugeza, who will do battle with you for the axe grown-maker, and for the chieftainship that is to him who holds the axe." Now all the people laughed, and Dugeza glared at him. "Come forth from behind that big shield of yours," he said. "Come out and tell me your name and lineage, you who would do battle with the unconquered for the ancient axe." Then Umslopogaas came forward, and he looked so fierce, though he was but young, that the people laughed no more. "What is my name and lineage to you, Dugeza?" he said. "Let it be, and hasten to do me battle, as you must by the custom, for I am eager to handle the grown-maker, and to sit in your seat and settle this matter of the cattle of Masilo the pig. When I have killed you, I will take a name who now have none." Now once more the people laughed, but Dugeza grew mad with wrath, and sprang up gasping. "What?" he said. "You dare to speak thus to me, you babe unweaned, to me, the unconquered, the holder of the axe? Never did I think to live to hear such talk from a long-legged pup. On to the cattle kraal, people of the axe, that I may hew this braggart's head from his shoulders. He would stand in my place, would he? The place that I and my fathers have held for 4 generations by virtue of the axe. I tell you all that presently I will stand upon his head, and then we will settle the matter of Masilo." "Babble not so fast, man," quoth Umslopogaas, "or if you must babble, speak those words which you would say ere you bid the sun farewell." Now Dugeza choked with rage, and foam came from his lips, so that he could not speak. But the people found this sport, all except Masilo, who looked askance at the stranger, tall and fierce, and Zinita, who looked at Masilo, and with no love. So they moved down to the cattle kraal, and Galazi, seeing it from afar, could keep away no longer, but drew near and mingled with the crowd. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Umslopogaas becomes chief of the people of the axe. Now, when Umslopogaas and Dugeza the Unconquered had come to the cattle kraal, they were set in its centre, and there were 10 paces between them. Umslopogaas was armed with the great shield and the light moon-shaped axe. Dugeza carried the grown-maker and a small dancing shield, and, looking at the weapons of the two, people thought that this stranger would furnish no sport to the holder of the axe. "He is ill-armed," said an old man. "It should be otherwise. Large axe, small shield. Dugeza is unconquerable, and the big shield will not help this long-legged stranger when grown-maker rattles on the buffalo hide." The old man spoke thus in the hearing of Galazi the wolf, and Galazi thought that he spoke wisely, and sorrowed for the fate of his brother. Now the word was given, and Dugeza rushed on Umslopogaas, roaring, for his rage was great. But Umslopogaas did not stir till his foe was about to strike. Then suddenly he leaped aside, and as Dugeza passed, he smote him hard upon the back with the flat of his axe, making a great sound, for it was not his plan to try to kill Dugeza with this axe. Now a shout of laughter went up from the hundreds of the people, and the heart of Dugeza nearly burst with rage because of the shame of that blow. Round he came like a bull that is mad, and once more rushed at Umslopogaas, who lifted his shield to meet him. Then of a sudden, just when the great axe leapt on high, Umslopogaas uttered a cry as of fear, and turning, fled before the face of Dugeza. Now once more the shout of laughter went up, while Umslopogaas fled swiftly, and after him rushed Dugeza, blind with fury. Round and about the kraal sped Umslopogaas, scarcely a spear's length ahead of Dugeza, and he ran, keeping his back to the sun as much as might be, that he might watch the shadow of Dugeza. A second time he sped round, while the people cheered the chase as hunters cheer a dog which pursues a buck. So cunningly did Umslopogaas run that, though he seemed to reel with weakness in such fashion that men thought his breath was gone, yet he went ever faster and faster, drawing Dugeza after him. Now when Umslopogaas knew by the breathing of his foe and by the staggering of his shadow that his strength was spent, suddenly he made as though he were about to fall himself, and stumbled out of the path far to the right. And as he stumbled he let drop his great shield full in the way of Dugeza's feet. Then it came about that Dugeza, running on blindly, caught his feet in the shield and fell headlong to earth. Umslopogaas saw and swooped on him like an eagle on a dove. Before men could so much as think, he had seized the axe groan-maker, and with a blow of the steel he had severed the thong of leather which bound it to the wrist of Dugeza, and sprung back, holding the great axe aloft and casting down his own weapon upon the ground. Now the watchers saw all the cunning of his fight, and those of them who hated Dugeza shouted aloud, but others were silent. Slowly Dugeza gathered himself from the ground, wondering if he were still alive, and as he rose he grasped the little axe of Umslopogaas, and looking at it he wept. But Umslopogaas held up the great groan-maker, iron chieftainess, and examined its curved points of blue steel, the gouge that stands behind it, and the beauty of its haft, bound about with wire of brass and ending in a knob like the knob of a stick, as a lover looks upon the beauty of his bride. Then before all men he kissed the broad blade and cried aloud, "Greeting to thee, my chieftainess! Greeting to thee, wife of my youth, whom I have won in war! Never shall we part, thou and I, and together will we die, thou and I, for I am not minded that others should handle thee when I am gone." Thus he cried in the hearing of men, then turned to Dugeza, who stood weeping because he had lost all. "Where now is your pride, O unconquered?" laughed Umslopogaas. "Fight on! You are as well armed as I was a while ago, when I did not fear to stand before you." Dugeza looked at him for a moment, then with a curse he hurled the little axe at him, and turning fled swiftly towards the gates of the cattle kraal. Umslopogaas stooped, and the little axe sped over him. Then he stood for a while watching, and the people thought that he meant to let Dugeza go. But that was not his desire. He waited, indeed, till Dugeza had covered nearly half the space between him and the gate. Then with a roar he leaped forward, as light leaps from a cloud, and so fast did his feet fly that the watchers scarcely could see them move. Dugeza fled fast also, yet he seemed but as one who stands still. Now he reached the gates of the kraal. Now there was a rush, a light of downward falling steel, and something swept past him. Then, behold, Dugeza fell in the gateway of the cattle kraal, and all saw that he was dead, smitten to death by that mighty axe groan-maker which he and his fathers had held for many years. A great shout went up from the crowd of watchers when they knew that Dugeza the Unconquered was killed at last, and there were many who hailed Umslopogaas, naming him chief and lord of the people of the axe. But the sons of Dugeza, to the number of 10, great men and brave, rushed on Umslopogaas to kill him. Umslopogaas ran backwards, lifting up the groan-maker, when certain counsellors of the people flung themselves in between them, crying, "Hold! Is not this your law, ye counsellors," said Umslopogaas, "that having conquered the chief of the people of the axe, I myself am chief?" "That is our law indeed, stranger," answered an aged counsellor, "but this also is our law, that now you must do battle one by one with all who come against you. So it was in my father's time, when the grandfather of him who now lies dead won the axe, and so it must be again today." "I have nothing to say against the rule," said Umslopogaas. "Now who is there who will come up against me to do battle for the axe groan-maker and the chieftainship of the people of the axe?" Then all the 10 sons of Dugeza stepped forward as one man, for their hearts were mad with wrath because of the death of their father, and because the chieftainship had gone from their race, so that in truth they cared little if they lived or died. But there were none besides these, for all men feared to stand before Umslopogaas and the groan-maker. Umslopogaas counted them. "There are 10 by the head of Chaka," he cried. "Now if I must fight all these one by one, no time will be left to me this day to talk of the matter of Masilo and of the maid Zinita. Hearken! What say you, sons of Dugeza the Conquered? If I find one other to stand beside me in the fray, and all of you come on at once against us twain, 10 against 2 to slay us or be slain, will that be to your minds?" The brethren consulted together, and held that so they should be in better case than if they went up one by one. "So be it," they said, and the counsellors assented. Now, as he fled round and round, Umslopogaas had seen the face of Galazi his brother in the throng, and knew that he hungered to share the fight. So he called aloud that he whom he should choose, and who would stand back to back with him in the fray if victory were theirs, should be the first after him among the people of the axe. And as he called, he walked slowly down the line, scanning the faces of all, till he came to where Galazi stood leaning on the watcher. "Here is a great fellow who bears a great club," said Umslopogaas. "How are you named, fellow?" "I am named Wolf," answered Galazi. "Say now, Wolf, are you willing to stand back to back with me in this fray of 2 against 10? If victory is ours, you shall be next to me among this people." "Better I love the wild woods and the mountain's breast than the kraals of men and the kiss of wives, axe-bearer," answered Galazi. "Yet, because you have shown yourself a warrior of might, and to taste again of the joy of battle, I will stand back to back with you, axe-bearer, and see this matter ended." "A bargain, Wolf!" cried Umslopogaas, and they walked side by side, a mighty pair, till they came to the centre of the cattle kraal. All there looked on them wondering, and it came into the thoughts of some that these were none other than the wolf brethren who dwelt upon the Ghost Mountain. "Now axe groan-maker and club watcher are come together, Galazi," said Umslopogaas as they walked, "and I think that few can stand before them." "Some shall find it so," answered Galazi. "At the least the fray will be merry, and what matter how frays end?" "Ah," said Umslopogaas, "victory is good, but death ends all and is best of all." Then they spoke of the fashion in which they should fight, and Umslopogaas looked curiously at the axe he carried, and at the point on its hammer, balancing it in his hand. When he had looked long, the pair took their stand back to back in the centre of the kraal, and people saw that Umslopogaas held the axe in a new fashion, its curved blade being inwards towards his breast, and the hollow point turned towards the foe. The 10 brethren gathered themselves together, shaking their assegais. 5 of them stood before Umslopogaas, and 5 before Galazi the wolf. They were all great men, made fierce with rage and shame. "Now nothing except witchcraft can save these 2, said a counsellor to one who stood by him. "Yet there is virtue in the axe," answered the other, "and for the club it seems that I know it. I think it is named Watcher of the Fords, and woe to those who stand before the Watcher. I myself have seen him aloft when I was young. Moreover, these are no cravens who hold the axe and club. They are but lads indeed, yet they have drunk wolf's milk." Meanwhile, an aged man drew near to speak the word of onset. It was that same man who had set out the law to Umslopogaas. He must give the signal by throwing up a spear, and when it struck the ground, then the fight should begin. The old man took the spear and threw it, but his hand was weak, and he cast so clumsily that it fell among the sons of Dugeza, who stood before Umslopogaas, causing them to open up to let it pass between them, and drawing the eyes of all 10 of them to it. But Umslopogaas watched for the touching of the spear only, being careless where it touched. As the point of it kissed the earth he said a word, and lo! Umslopogaas and Galazi, not waiting for the onslaught of the 10, as men had thought they must, sprang forward each at the line of foes who were before him. While the 10 still stood confused, for it had been their plan to attack, the wolf brethren were on them. Groanmaker was up, but as for no great stroke, he did but peck as a bird pecks with his bill, and yet a man dropped dead. The Watcher also was up, but he fell like a falling tree, and was the death of one. Through the lines of the 10 passed the wolf brethren in the gaps that each had made. Then they turned swiftly and charged towards each other again. Again Groanmaker pecked, again the Watcher thundered, and lo! once more Umslopogaas and Galazi stood back to back unhurt. But before them lay 4 men dead. The onslaught and the return were so swift that men scarcely understood what had been done. Even those who were the sons of Dugeza who were left stared at each other wondering. Then they knew that they were but 6, for 4 of them were dead. With a shout of rage they rushed upon the pair from both sides, but in either case one was the most eager and outstepped the other 2, and thus it came about that time was given the wolf brethren to strike at him alone before his fellows were at his side. He who came at Umslopogaas drove at him with his spear, but he was not to be caught thus, for he bent his middle sideways, so that the spear only cut his skin, and as he bent, tapped with the point of the axe at the head of the smiter, dealing death on him. "Yonder woodpecker has a bill of steel, and he can use it well," said the counsellor to him who stood by him. "This is a slaughterer indeed," the man answered, and the people heard the names. Thenceforth they knew Umslopogaas as the woodpecker, and as Bulalio, or the slaughterer, and by no other names. Now he who came at Galazi the wolf rushed on wildly, holding his spear short. But Galazi was cunning in war. He took one step forward to meet him, then, swinging the Watcher backward, he let him fall at the full length of arms and club. The child of Dugeza lifted his shield to catch the blow, but the shield was to the Watcher what a leaf is to the wind. Full on its hide the huge club fell, making a loud sound. the war shield doubled up like a raw skin, and he who bore it fell, crushed to the earth. Now for a moment the four who were left of the sons of Dugeza hovered round the pair, feinting at them from afar, but never coming within reach of axe or club. One threw a spear indeed, and though Umslopogaas leapt aside, and as it sped towards him smote the haft in two with the blade of Groanmaker, yet its head flew on, wounding Galazi in the flank. Then he who had thrown the spear turned to fly, for his hands were empty, and the others followed swiftly, for the heart was out of them, and they dared to do battle with these two no more. Thus the fight was ended, and from its beginning till the finish was not longer than the time in which men might count 100 slowly. ' It seems that none are left for us to kill, Galazi,' said Umslopogaas, laughing aloud. ' Ah, that was a cunning fight. Oh, you sons of the unconquered who run so fast, stay your feet. I give you peace. You shall live to sweep my huts and to plough my fields with the other women of my kraal. Now, councillors, the fighting is done, so let us to the chief's hut where Masilo waits us.' And he turned and went with Galazi, and after him followed all the people, wondering and in silence. When he reached the hut, Umslopogaas sat himself down in the place where Dugeza had sat that morning, and the maid Zinita came to him with a wet cloth and washed the wound that the spear had made. He thanked her. Then she would have washed Galazi's wound also, and this was deeper, but Galazi bade her to let him be roughly, as he would have no woman meddling with his wounds. For neither then nor at any other time did Galazi turn to women, but he hated Zinita most of them all. Then Umslopogaas spoke to Masilo the pig, who sat before him with a frightened face, saying, ' It seems, O Masilo, that you have sought this maid Zinita in marriage, and against her will, persecuting her. Now I had intended to kill you as an offering to her anger, but there has been enough bloodletting today. Yet you shall give a marriage gift to this girl, whom I myself will take in marriage. You shall give 100 head of cattle. Then get you gone from among the people of the axe, lest a worse thing befall you, Masilo the pig.' So Masilo rose up and went, and his face was green with fear, but he paid the 100 head of cattle and fled towards the Kraal of Chaka. Zinita watched him go, and she was glad of it, and because the slaughterer had named her for his wife. ' I am well rid of Masilo,' she said aloud in the hearing of Galazi, ' but I had been better pleased to see him dead before me.' ' This woman has a fierce heart,' thought Galazi, ' and she will bring no good to Umslopogaas, my brother.' Now, as the councillors and the captains of the people of the axe consigned to him, whom they named the slaughterer, doing homage to him as chief and holder of the axe, and also they did homage to the axe itself, so Umslopogaas became chief over this people, and their number was many, and he grew great and fat in cattle and wives, and none dared to gainsay him. From time to time, indeed, a man ventured to stand up before him in fight, but none could conquer him, and in a little while no one sought to face Groanmaker when he lifted himself to peck. Galazi was also great among the people, but dwelt with them little, for best he loved the wild woods and the mountain's breast, and often, as of old, he swept at night across the forest and the plains, and the howling of the ghost wolves went with him. But henceforth Umslopogaas the slaughterer hunted very rarely with the wolves at night. He slept at the side of Zinita, and she loved him much and bore him children. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Nada the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Curse of Baleka. Now, my father, my story winds back again as a river bends towards its source, and I tell of those events which happened at the King's Kraal of Givermacgu, which you white people name Gibbleclack, and the Kraal that is called Pick Out the Old Men, for it was there that Chaka murdered all the aged who were unfit for war. After I, Mopo, had stood before the king, and he had given me new wives and fat cattle and a kraal to dwell in, the bones of Unandi, the great mother elephant, mother of the heavens, were gathered together from the ashes of my huts, and because all could not be found, some of the bones of my wives were collected also to make up the number. But Chaka never knew this. When all were brought together, a great pit was dug, and the bones were set out in order in the pit and buried, but not alone, for round them were placed 12 maidens of the servants of Unandi, and these maidens were covered over with the earth and left to die in the pit by the bones of Unandi, their mistress. Moreover, all those who were present at the burial were made into a regiment and commanded that they should dwell by the grave for the space of a year. They were many, my father, but I was not one of them. Also Chaka gave orders that no crops should be sown that year, that the milk of the cows should be spilled upon the ground, and that no woman should give birth to a child for a full year, and that if any should dare to bear children, then that they should be slain and their husbands with them. And for a space of some months these things were done, my father, and great sorrow came upon the land. Then for a little while there was quiet, and Chaka went about heavily, and he wept often, and we who waited on him wept also as we walked, till at length it came about by use that we could weep without ceasing for many hours. No angry woman can weep as we wept in those days. It was an art, my father, for the teaching of which I received many cattle, for woe to him who had no tears in those days. Then it was also that Chaka sent out the captain and 50 soldiers to search for Umslopogaas, for, though he said nothing more to me of this matter, he did not believe all the tale that I had told him of the death of Umslopogaas in the jaws of a lion, and the tale of those who were with me. How that company fared at the hands of Umslopogaas and of Galazi the wolf, and at the fangs of the people black and grey, I have told you, my father. None of them ever came back again. In after days it was reported to the king that these soldiers were missing, never having returned, but he only laughed, saying that the lion which ate Umslopogaas, son of Mopo, was a fierce one, and had eaten them also. At last came the night of the new moon, that dreadful night to be followed by a more dreadful morrow. I sat in the kraal of Chaka, and he put his arm about my neck and groaned and wept for his mother, whom he had murdered. And I groaned also, but I did not weep, because it was dark, and on the morrow I must weep much in the sight of king and men. Therefore I spared my tears, lest they should fail me in my need. All night long the people drew on from every side towards the kraal, and as they came in thousands and tens of thousands, they filled the night with their cries, till it seemed as though the whole world were mourning, and loudly. None might cease their crying, and none dared to drink so much as a cup of water. The daylight came, and Chaka rose, saying, "Come, let us go forth, Mopo, and look on those who mourn with us." So we went out, and after us came men armed with clubs to do the bidding of the king. Outside the kraal the people were gathered,
and their number was countless as the leaves upon the trees. On every side the land was black with them, as at times the veldt is black with game. When they saw the King, they ceased from their howling and sang the war song. Then once again they howled, and Shaka walked among them weeping. Now, my father, the sight became dreadful, for, as the sun rose higher, the day grew hot, and utter weariness came upon the people, who were packed together like herds of cattle, and, though oxen slain in sacrifice lay around, they might neither eat nor drink. Some fell to the ground and were trampled to death, others took much snuff to make them weep, others stained their eyes with saliva, others walked to and fro, their tongues hanging from their jaws, while groans broke from their parched throats. ' Now, Mopo, we shall learn who are the wizards that have brought these ills upon us,' said the King, ' and who are true-hearted men.' As he spoke we came upon a man, a chief of renown. He was named Zwaumbana, chief of the Amabovas, and with him were his wives and followers. This man could weep no more. He gasped with thirst and heat. The King looked at him. ' See, Mopo,' he said. ' See that brute who has no tears for my mother who is dead. Oh, the monster without a heart! Shall such as he live to look upon the sun, while I and thou must weep, Mopo? Never, never! Take him away, and all those who are with him. Take them away, the people without hearts who do not weep because my mother is dead by witchcraft.' And Shaka walked on weeping, and I followed also weeping, but the chief Zwaumbana and those with him were all slain by those who do the bidding of the King, and the slayers also must weep as they slew. Presently we came upon another man, who, seeing the King, took snuff secretly to bring tears to his eyes. But the glance of Shaka was quick, and he noted it. ' Look at him, Mopo,' he said. ' Look at the wizard who has no tears, though my mother is dead by witchcraft. See, he takes snuff to bring tears to his eyes that are dry with wickedness. Take him away, the heartless brute! Oh, take him away!' So this one also was killed, and these were but the first of thousands. For presently Shaka grew mad with wickedness, with fury, and with the lust of blood. He walked to and fro weeping, going now and again into his hut to drink beer, and I with him, for he said that we who sorrowed must have food, and ever as he walked he would wave his arm or his assegai, saying, ' Take them away, the heartless brutes who do not weep because my mother is dead.' And those who chanced to stand before his arm were killed, till at length the slayers could slay no more, and themselves were slain because their strength had failed them, and they had no more tears. And I also, I must slay, lest, if I slew not, I should myself be slain. And now at length the people also went mad with their thirst and the fury of their fear. They fell upon each other, killing each other. Every man who had a foe sought him out and killed him. None were spared. The place was but a shambles. There on that day died full 7,000 men, and still Shaka walked weeping among them, saying, ' Take them away, the heartless brutes, take them away.' Yet, my father, there was cunning in his cruelty, for though he destroyed many for sport alone, also he slew on this day all those whom he hated or whom he feared. At length the night came down, the sun sank red that day, all the sky was like blood, and blood was all the earth beneath. Then the killing ceased, because none had now the strength to kill, and the people lay panting in heaps upon the ground, the living and the dead together. I looked at them and saw that if they were not allowed to eat and drink before day dawned again, the most of them would be dead. And I spoke to the King, for I cared little in that hour if I lived or died. Even my hope of vengeance was forgotten in the sickness of my heart. A morning indeed, O King, I said, a merry morning for true-hearted men, but for wizards a morning such as they do not love. I think that thy sorrows are avenged, O King, thy sorrows and mine also. Not so, Mopo, answered the King. This is but the beginning. Our morning was merry today. It shall be merrier tomorrow. Tomorrow, O King, few will be left to mourn, for the land will be swept of men. Why, Mopo, son of Macadama, but a few have perished of all the thousands who are gathered together. Number the people, and they will not be missed. But a few have died beneath the assegai and the kerry, O King, yet hunger and thirst shall finish the spear's work. The people have neither eaten nor drunk for a day and a night, and for a day and a night they have wailed and moaned. Look without, Black One, there they lie in heaps with the dead. By tomorrow's light they will also be dead or dying. Now Shaka thought a while, and he saw that the work would go too far, leaving him but a small people over whom to rule. It is hard, Mopo, he said, that thou and I must mourn alone over our woes while these dogs feast and make merry. Yet because of the gentleness of my heart, I will deal gently with them. Go out, son of Macadama, and bid my children eat and drink if they have the heart, for this morning is ended. Scarcely will Anandi my mother sleep well, seeing that so little blood has been shed upon her grave. Surely her spirit will haunt my dreams. Yet, because of the gentleness of my heart, I declare this morning ended. Let my children eat and drink, if indeed they have the heart. Happy are the people over whom such a king is set, I said in answer. Then I went out and told the words of Shaka to the chiefs and captains, and those of them who had the voice left to them praised the goodness of the king. But the most gave over sucking the dew from their sticks, and rushed to the water like cattle that have wandered 5 days in the desert, and drank their fill. Some of them were trampled to death in the water. Afterwards I slept as I might best. It was not well, my father, for I knew that Shaka was not yet glutted with slaughter. On the morrow many of the people went back to their homes, having sought leave from the king. Others drew away the dead to the place of bones, and yet others were sent out in impis to kill such as had not come to the mourning of the king. When midday was past, Shaka said that he would walk, and ordered me and other of his indunas and servants to walk with him. We went on in silence, and the king, leaning on my shoulder as on a stick. " What of thy people, Mopo? " he said at length. " What of the Langeni tribe? Were they at my mourning? I did not see them." Then I answered that I did not know. They had been summoned, but the way was long, and the time short, for so many to march so far. " Dogs should run swiftly when their master calls, Mopo, my servant," said Shaka, and the dreadful light came into his eyes that never shone in the eyes of any other man. Then I grew sick at heart, my father. Aye, though I loved my people little, and they had driven me away, I grew sick at heart. Now we had come to a spot where there is a great rift of black rock, and the name of that rift is Udonga Lukatatiana. On either side of this donga the ground slopes steeply down towards its yawning lips, and from its end a man may see the open country.
Here Shaka sat down at the end of the rift pondering. Presently he looked up and saw a vast multitude of men, women, and children, who wound like a snake across the plain beneath towards the Kraal Gibamagu.
" I think, Mopo," said the King, " that by the colour of their shields yonder should be the Langeni tribe, thine own people, Mopo."
"It is my people, O King," I answered. Then Shaka sent messengers running swiftly, and bade them summon the Langeni people to him where he sat. Other messengers he sent also to the Kraal, whispering in their ears, but what he said I did not know then. Now for a while Shaka watched the long black snake of men winding towards him across the plain, till the messengers met them, and the snake began to climb the slope of the hill.
" How many are these people of thine, Mopo? "
asked the King. "I know not, O Elephant," I answered, "who have not seen them for many years. Perhaps they number 3 full regiments."
" Nay, more,"
said the King.
" What thinkest thou, Mopo? Would this people of thine fill the rift behind us?"
And he nodded at the gulf of stone. Now, my father, I trembled in all my flesh, seeing the purpose of Shaka, but I could find no words to say, for my tongue clave to the roof of my mouth.
"The people are many,"
said Shaka.
"Yet, Mopo, I bet thee 50 head of cattle that they will not fill the donga."
"The King is pleased to jest," I said.
"Yea, Mopo, I jest, yet as a jest take thou the bet."
"As the King wills," I murmured, who could not refuse. Now the people of my tribe drew near. At their head was an old man with white hair and beard, and looking at him I knew him for my father, Makedama. When he came within earshot of the King, he gave him the royal salute of Bayete, and fell upon his hands and knees, crawling towards him, and consigned to the King, praising him as he came. All the thousands of the people also fell upon their hands and knees and praised the King aloud, and the sound of their praising was like the sound of a great thunder. At length Makedama, my father, writhing on his breast like a snake, lay before the majesty of the King. Shaka bade him rise and greeted him kindly, but all the thousands of people yet lay upon their breasts, beating the dust with their heads.
"Rise, Makedama, my child, father of the people of the Langeni,"
said Shaka,
"and tell me why art thou late in coming to my mourning?"
"The way was far, O King," answered Makedama, my father, who did not know me. "The way was far and the time short. Moreover, the women and the children grew weary and footsore, and they are weary in this hour."
"Speak not of it, Makedama, my child," said the King. "Surely thy heart mourned, and that of thy people, and soon they shall rest from their weariness. Say, are they here every one?"
"Every one, O Elephant, none are wanting. My kraals are desolate. The cattle wander untended on the hills. Birds pick at the unguarded crops."
"It is well, Makedama, thou faithful servant. Yet thou wouldst mourn with me an hour, is it not so? Now hearken, bid thy people pass to the right and to the left of me, and stand in all their numbers upon the slopes of the grass that run down to the lips of the rift."
So Makedama, my father, bade the people do the bidding of the King, for neither he nor the Indunas saw his purpose, but I, who knew his wicked heart, I saw it. Then the people filed past to the right and to the left by hundreds and by thousands, and presently the grass of the slopes could be seen no more because of their number. When all had passed, Shaka spoke again to Makedama, my father, bidding him climb down to the bottom of the donga, and thence lift up his voice in mourning. The old man obeyed the King.
Slowly and with much pain he clambered to the bottom of the rift and stood there. It was so deep and narrow that the light scarcely seemed to reach to where he stood, for I could only see the white of his hair gleaming far down in the shadows. Then, standing far beneath, he lifted up his voice, and it reached the thousands of those who clustered upon the slopes. It seemed still and small, yet it came up to them faintly, like the voice of one speaking from a mountain top in a time of snow. "Mourn, children of Macedama!" And all the thousands of the people, men, women, and children, echoed his words in a thunder of sound, crying, "Mourn, children of Macedama!" Again he cried, "Mourn, people of the Langeni! Mourn with the whole world!" And the thousands answered, "Mourn, people of the Langeni! Mourn with the whole world!" A third time came his voice, "Mourn, children of the Macedama! Mourn, people of the Langeni! Mourn with the whole world! Howl, ye warriors! Weep, ye women! Beat your breasts, ye maidens! Sob, ye little children! Drink of the water of tears! Cover yourselves with the dust of affliction! Mourn, O tribe of the Langeni, because the mother of the heavens is no more! Mourn, children of Macedama, because the spirit of fruitfulness is no more! Mourn, O ye people, because the lion of the Zulu is left desolate! Let your tears fall as the rain falls. Let your cries be as the cries of women who bring forth. For sorrow is fallen like the rain. The world has conceived and brought forth death. Great darkness is upon us, darkness and the shadow of death. The lion of the Zulu wanders and wanders in desolation, because the mother of the heavens is no more. Who shall bring him comfort? There is comfort in the crying of his children. Mourn, people of the Langeni. Let the voice of your mourning beat against the skies and rend them. Uai, uai, uai. Thus sang the old man, my father Macedama, far down in the deeps of the cleft. He sang it in a still, small voice, but, line after line, his song was caught up by the thousands who stood on the slopes above, and thundered to the heavens till the mountains shook with its sound. Moreover, the noise of their crying opened the bosom of a heavy rain-cloud that had gathered as they mourned, and the rain fell in great slow drops, as though the sky also wept, and with the rain came lightning and the roll of thunder. Chaka listened, and large tears coursed down his cheeks, whose heart was easily stirred by the sound of song. Now the rain hissed fiercely, making as it were a curtain about the thousands of the people, but still their cry went up through the rain, and the roll of the thunder was lost in it. Presently there came a hush, and I looked to the right. There, above the heads of the people, coming over the brow of the hill, were the plumes of warriors, and in their hands gleamed a hedge of spears. I looked to the left. There also I saw the plumes of warriors dimly through the falling rain, and in their hands a hedge of spears. I looked before me towards the end of the cleft. There also loomed the plumes of warriors, and in their hands was a hedge of spears. Then, from all the people, there arose another cry, a cry of terror and of agony. "Ah, now they mourn indeed, Mopo," said Chaka in my ear. "Now thy people mourn from the heart, not with the lips alone." As he spoke, the multitudes of the people on either side of the rift surged forward like a wave, surged back again, once more surged forward. Then, with a dreadful crying, driven on by the merciless spears of the soldiers, they began to fall in a torrent of men, women, and children, far into the black depths below. My father, forgive me the tears that fall from these blind eyes of mine. I am very aged. I am but as a little child, and as a little child I weep. I cannot tell it. At last it was done, and all grew still. Thus was Macedama buried beneath the bodies of his people. Thus was ended the tribe of the Langeni. As my mother had dreamed, so it came about. And thus did Shaka take vengeance for that cup of milk which was refused to him many a year before. ' Thou hast not won thy bet, Mopo,' said the King presently. ' See, here is a little space where one more may find room to sleep. Full to the brim is this corn chamber with the ears of death, in which no living grain is left. Yet there is one little space, and is there not one to fill it? Are all the tribe of the Langeni dead indeed?' ' There is one, O King,' I answered. ' I am of the tribe of the Langeni. Let my carcass fill the place.' ' Nay, Mopo, nay. Who then should take the bet? Moreover, I slay thee not, for it is against my oath. Also, do we not mourn together, thou and I? There is no other left living of the tribe of the Langeni, O King. The bet is lost. It shall be paid.' ' I think that there is another,' said Shaka. ' There is a sister to thee and me, Mopo. Ah, see, she comes.' I looked up, my father, and I saw this. I saw Baleka, my sister, walking towards us, and on her shoulders was a kaross of wildcat skins, and behind her were 2 soldiers. She walked proudly, holding her head high, and her step was like the step of a queen. Now she saw the sight of death, for the dead lay before her like black water in a sunless pool. A moment she stood, shivering, having guessed all, then walked on, and stood before Shaka. ' What is thy will with me, O King ?' she said. ' Thou art come in a good hour, sister,' said Shaka, turning his eyes from hers. ' It is thus. Mopo, my servant, and thy brother made a bet with me, a bet of cattle. It was a little matter that we wagered on, as to whether the people of the Langeni tribe, thine own tribe, Baleka, my sister, would fill yonder place, Udongolukatatiana. When they heard of the bet, my sister, the people of the Langeni hurled themselves into the rift by thousands, being eager to put the matter to the proof. And now it seems thy brother has lost the bet, for there is yet place for one yonder, ere the donga is full. Then, my sister, thy brother Mopo brought it to my mind that there was still one of the Langeni tribe left upon the earth who, should she sleep in that place, would turn the bet in his favour, and prayed me to send for her. So, my sister, as I would not take that which I have not won, I have done so, and now do thou go apart and talk with Mopo thy brother alone upon this matter, as once before thou didst talk when a child was born to thee, my sister.' Now Baleka took no heed of the words of Shaka which he spoke of me, for she knew his meaning well. Only she looked him in the eyes and said, 'Ill shalt thou sleep from this night forth, Shaka, till thou comest to a land where no sleep is. I have spoken.' Shaka saw and heard, and of a sudden he quailed, growing afraid in his heart, and turned his head away. ' Mopo, my brother,' said Baleka, ' let us speak together for the last time. It is the King's word.' So I drew apart with Baleka, my sister, and a spear was in my hand. We stood together alone by the people of the dead, and Baleka threw the corner of the carrosse about her brows, and spoke to me swiftly from beneath its shadow.
' What did I say to you a while ago, Mopo? It has come to pass. Swear to me that you will live on, and that this same hand of yours shall take vengeance for me.' '
I swear it, my sister.'
' Swear to me that when the vengeance is done you will seek out my son Umslopogaas, if he still lives, and bless him in my name.'
' I swear it, my sister.'
' Fare you well, Mopo. We have always loved each other much, and now all fades, and it seems to me that once more we are little children playing about the kraals of the Langeni. So may we play again in another land. Now, Mopo,'
and she looked at me steadily and with great eyes,
' I am weary. I would join the spirits of my people. I hear them calling in my ears. It is finished.
For the rest, I will not tell it to you, my father.'
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Narda the Lily by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Masilo comes to the Kraal Dugeza.
That night the curse of Baleka fell upon Chaka, and he slept ill. So ill did he sleep that he summoned me to him, bidding me to walk abroad with him. I went, and we walked alone and in silence, Chaka leading the way, and I following after him. Now I saw that his feet led him towards the Dongolu Katatiana, that place where all my people lay dead, and with them Baleka my sister. We climbed the slope of the hill slowly, and came to the mouth of the cleft, to that same spot where Chaka had stood when the people fell over the lips of the rock like water over a waterfall. Then there had been noise and crying. Now there was silence, for the night was very still. The moon was full also, and lighted up the dead who lay near to us, so that I could see them all. Yes, I could see even the face of Baleka my sister. They had thrown her into the midst of the dead. Never had it looked so beautiful as in this hour, and yet as I gazed I grew afraid. Only the far end of the donga was hid in shadow. ' Thou wouldst not have won thy bet now, Mopo, my servant,' said Chaka. ' See, they have sunk together. The donga is not full by the length of a stabbing spear.' I did not answer, but at the sound of the King's voice jackals stirred and slunk away. Presently he spoke again, laughing loudly as he spoke. ' Thou shouldst sleep well this night, my mother, for I have sent many to hush thee to thy rest. Ah, people of the Langeni tribe, you forgot, but I remembered. You forgot how a woman and a boy came to you seeking food and shelter, and you would give them none, no, not a gourd of milk. What did I promise you on that day, people of the Langeni tribe? Did I not promise you that for every drop the gourd I craved would hold, I would take the life of a man? And have I not kept my promise? Do not men lie here more in number than the drops of water in a gourd, and with them women and children countless as the leaves? O people of the Langeni tribe, who refused me milk when I was little, having grown great I am avenged upon you. Having grown great! Ah, who is there so great as I? The earth shakes beneath my feet. When I speak, the people tremble. When I frown, they die. They die in thousands. I have grown great, and great I shall remain. The land is mine as far as the feet of man can travel. The land is mine, and mine are those who dwell in it. And I shall grow greater yet, greater, ever greater. Is it thy face, Baleka, that stares upon me from among the faces of the thousands whom I have slain? Thou didst promise me that I should sleep ill henceforth. Baleka, I fear thee not. At the least thou sleepest sound. Tell me, Baleka, rise from thy sleep and tell me whom there is that I should fear.
And suddenly he ceased the ravings of his pride. Now, my father, while Shaka the King spoke thus, it came into my mind to make an end of things and kill him, for my heart was mad with rage and the thirst of vengeance. Already I stood behind him, already the stick in my hand was lifted to strike out his brains, when I stopped also, for I saw something. There, in the midst of the dead, I saw an arm stir. It stirred, it lifted itself, it beckoned towards the shadow which hid the head of the cleft and the piled up corpses that lay there, and it seemed to me that the arm was the arm of Baleka. Perchance it was not her arm, perchance it was but the arm of one who yet lived among the thousands of the dead, say you, my father. At the least the arm rose at her side, and was ringed with such bracelets as Baleka wore, and it beckoned from her side, though her cold face changed not at all. Thrice the arm rose, thrice it stood a while in the air, thrice it beckoned with crooked finger, as though it summoned something from the depths of the shadow and from the multitudes of the dead. Then it fell down, and in the utter silence I heard its fall, and a clank of the brazen bracelets, and as it fell there rose from the shadow a sound of singing wild and sweet, such as I had never heard. The words of that song came to me then, my father, but afterwards they passed from me, and I remember them no more. Only I know this, that the song was of the making of things, and of the beginning and the end of peoples. It told of how the black folk grew, and of how the white folk should eat them up, and wherefore they were, and wherefore they should cease to be. It told of evil and of good, of woman and of man, and of how these war against each other, and why it is that they war, and what are the ends of the struggle. It told also of the people of the Zulu, and it spoke of a place of a little hand where they should conquer, and of a place where a white hand should prevail against them, and how they shall melt away beneath the shadow of the white hand and be forgotten, passing to a land where things do not die, but live on for ever, the good with the good, the evil with the evil. It told of life and of death, of joy and of sorrow, of time and of that sea in which time is but a floating leaf, and of why all these things are. Many names also came into the song, and I knew but a few of them, yet my own was there, and the name of Baleka, and the name of Umslopogaas, and the name of Shaka the Lion. But a little while did the voice sing, yet all this was in the song, aye, and much more, but the meaning of the song is gone from me, though I knew it once and shall know it again, when all is done. The voice in the shadow sang on till the whole place was full of the sound of its singing, and even the dead seemed to listen. Shaka heard it and shook with fear, but his ears were deaf to its burden, though mine were open. The voice came nearer, and now in the shadow there was a faint glow of light, like the glow that gathers on the 6 days dead. Slowly it drew nearer, through the shadow, and as it came I saw that the shape of the light was the shape of a woman. Now I could see it well, and I knew the face of glory. My father, it was the face of the Inkosazana Izulu, the Queen of Heaven. She came towards us very slowly, gliding down the gulf that was full of dead, and the path she trod was paved with the dead, and as she came it seemed to me that shadows rose from the dead,
following her, the Queen of the Dead, thousands upon thousands of them. And her glory, my father, the glory of her hair of molten gold, of her eyes that were as the noonday sky, the flash of her arms and breast that were like the driven snow when it glows in the sunset. Her beauty was awful to look on, but I am glad to have lived to see it as it shone and changed in the shifting robe of light which is her garment. Now she drew near to us, and Shaka sank upon the earth, huddled up in fear, hiding his face in his hands. But I was not afraid, my father. Only the wicked need fear to look on the Queen of Heaven. Nay, I was not afraid. I stood upright and gazed upon her glory face to face. In her hand she held a little spear, hafted with the royal wood. It was the shadow of the spear that Shaka held in his hand, the same with which he had slain his mother, and wherewith he should himself be slain. Now she ceased her singing, and stood before the crouching king, and before me, who was behind the king, so that the light of her glory shone upon us. She lifted the little spear, and with it touched Shaka, son of Senzangakona, on the brow, giving him to doom. Then she spoke, but though Shaka felt the touch, he did not hear the words that were for my ears alone. "Mopo, son of Macadama," said the low voice, "stay thy hand. The cup of Shaka is not full. When for the third time thou seest me riding down the storm, then smite Mopo, my child." Thus she spoke, and a cloud swept across the face of the moon. When it passed she was gone, and once more I was alone with Shaka, with the night and the dead. Shaka looked up, and his face was grey with the sweat of fear. "Who was this, Mopo?" he said, in a hollow voice. "This was the Inkosazana of the heavens, she who watches over the people of our race, O King, and who from time to time is seen of men ere great things shall befall." "I have heard speak of this queen," said Shaka. "Wherefore came she now? What was the song she sang? And why did she touch me with a spear?" "She came, O King, because the dead hand of Baleka summoned her, as thou sawest. The song she sang was of things too high for me, and why she touched thee on the forehead with the spear I do not know, O King. Perhaps it was to crown thee chief of a yet greater realm." "Yea, perchance to crown me chief of a realm of death." "That thou art already, Black One," I answered, glancing at the silent multitude before us and the cold shape of Baleka. Again Shaka shuddered. "Come, let us be going, Mopo," he said. "Now I have learnt what it is to be afraid." "Early or late, fear is a guest that all must feast, even kings, O Earth Shaker," I answered, and we turned and went homewards in silence. Now after this night, Shaka gave it out that his Kraal of Gibamaku was bewitched, and bewitched was the land of the Zulus, because he might sleep no more in peace, but woke ever crying out with fear and muttering the name of Baleka. Therefore in the end he moved his Kraal far away, and built the great town of Dugeza here in Natal. Look now, my father, there on the plain far away is a place of the white men. It is called Stanger. Where is the white man's town stood the great Kraal Dugeza. I cannot see, for my eyes are dark, but you can see. Where the gate of the Kraal was built, there is a house. It is the place where the white man gives out justice. That is the place of the gate of the Kraal, through which justice never walked. Behind is another house where the white men who have sinned against him pray to the King of Heaven for forgiveness. There on that spot have I seen many a one who had done no wrong pray to a king of men for mercy, but I have never seen but one who found it. Oh, the words of Chaka have come true. I will tell them to you presently, my father. The white man holds the land. He goes to and fro about his business of peace where impis ran forth to kill. His children laugh and gather flowers where men died in blood by hundreds. They bathe in the waters of the Imbozamo, where once the crocodiles were fed daily with human flesh. His young men woo the maidens, where other maids have kissed the assegai. It is changed, nothing is the same, and of Chaka I left only a grave yonder and a name of fear. Now after Chaka had come to the Dugeza Kraal, for a while he sat quiet. Then the old thirst of blood came on him, and he sent his impis against the people of the Pondos, and they destroyed that people and brought back their cattle. But the warriors might not rest. Again they were doctored for war, and sent out by tens of thousands to conquer Sotyangana, chief of the people who live north of the Limpopo. They went singing after the king had looked upon them and bidden them return victorious or not at all. Their number was so great that from the hour of dawn till the sun was high in the heavens they passed the gates of the Kraal like countless herds of cattle. They, the unconquered, little did they know that victory smiled on them no more, that they must die by thousands of hunger and of fever in the marshes of the Limpopo, and that those of them who returned should come with their shields in their bellies, having devoured their shields because of their ravenous hunger. But what of them? They were nothing. Dust was the name of one of the great regiments that went out against Sotyangana, and dust they were, dust to be driven to death by the breath of Chaka, lion of the Zulu. Now few men remained in the Kraal Dugeza, for nearly all had gone with the impi, and only women and aged people were left. Dingaan and Umklangana, brothers of the king, were there, for Chaka would not suffer them to depart, fearing lest they should plot against him, and he looked on them always with an angry eye, so that they trembled for their lives, though they dared not show their fear, lest fate should follow fear. But I guessed it, and like a snake I wound myself into their secrets, and we talked together darkly and in hints. But of that presently, my father, for I must tell of the coming of Masilo, he who would have wed Zinita, and whom Umslopogaas the slaughterer had driven out from the kraals of the people of the axe. It was on the day after the impi had left that Masilo came to the Kraal Dugeza, craving leave to speak with the king. Chaka sat before his hut, and with him were Dingaan and Umklangana and his royal brothers. I was there also, and certain of the Indunas, counsellors of the king. Chaka was weary that morning, for he had slept badly, as now he always did. Therefore, when one told him that a certain wanderer named Masilo would speak with him, he did not command that the man should be killed, but bade them bring him before him. Presently there was a sound of praising, and I saw a fat man, much worn with travel, who crawled through the dust towards us, giving the Simbonga, that is, naming the king by his royal names. Chaka bade him cease from praising and tell his business. Then the man sat up and told all that tale which you have heard, my father, of how a young man, great and strong, came to the place of the people of the axe and conquered Dugeza, the holder of the axe, and became chief of that people, and of how he had taken the cattle of Masilo and driven him away. Now Shaka knew nothing of this people of the axe, for the land was great in those days, my father, and there were many little tribes in it, living far away, of whom the king had not even heard. So he questioned Masilo about them, and of the number of their fighting men, of their wealth in cattle, of the name of the young man who ruled them, and especially as to the tribute which they paid to the king. Masilo answered, saying that the number of their fighting men was perhaps the half of a full regiment, that their cattle were many, for they were rich, that they paid no tribute, and that the name of the young man was Bulalio the Slaughterer. At the least he was known by that name, and he had heard no other. Then the king grew wroth. "Arise, Masilo," he said, "and run to this people and speak in the ear of the people and of him who is named the Slaughterer, saying, There is another Slaughterer who sits in a kraal that is named Dugeza, and this is his word to you, O people of the axe, and to thee, thou who holdest the axe. Rise up with all the people, and with all the cattle of your people, and come before him who sits in the kraal Dugeza, and lay in his hands the great axe groan-maker. Rise up swiftly and do this bidding, lest ye sit down shortly, and for the last time of all."
Footnote: the Zulus are buried sitting. End of footnote.
Masilo heard, and said it should be so, though the way was far, and he feared greatly to appear before him who was called the Slaughterer, and who sat 20 days' journey to the north, beneath the shadow of the Witch Mountain.
"Begone,"
said the king,
"and stand before me on the 30th day from now with the answer of this boy with an axe. If thou standest not before me, then some shall come to seek thee, and the boy with an axe also."
So Masilo turned and fled swiftly to do the bidding of the king, and Shaka spoke no more of that matter. But I wondered in my heart who this young man with an axe might be, for I thought that he had dealt with Dugeza and with the sons of Dugeza, as Umslopogaas would have dealt with them had he come to the years of his manhood. But I also said nothing of the matter. Now on this day also there came to me news that my wife, Makrofa, and my daughter, Nada, were dead among their people in Swaziland. It was said that the men of the chief of the Halakazi tribe had fallen on their kraal and put all in it to the assegai, and among them Makrofa and Nada. I heard the news, but I wept no tear, for, my father, I was so lost in sorrows that nothing could move me any more.
End of chapter 19.